dad joke. Corny, roam-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off at school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Go to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Just as Curb Your Enthusiasm is unspooling its 12th and final season, a brand new iHeart podcast is going behind the scenes of the long-running show. Co-stars Susie Essman and Jeff Garlin are hosting the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm, a rewatch podcast which, well, let them tell you themselves.
We have 122 episodes of this podcast. That includes the pilot, and we're going to break each and every one of them down.
And by the way, most of these episodes I have not seen for 20 years.
Since they first aired. Yeah, me too. We're going to have guest stars, people that are very important to the show, like Larry David and Cheryl Hines and Richard Lewis. And then we're going to have behind-the-scenes information, tidbits. Anyway, we're both a wealth of knowledge about this show because we've been doing it for 23 years.
New episodes of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast drop every Thursday, and you can subscribe and listen for free on our iHeartRadio app.
All right.
And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio: Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
I stand watching the tide go out, so all alone, just dreaming dreams of you. I watched your ship as it sailed out to sea, taking all my grief and taking all of me, the sign of the way, the way of the wind, the tears in my eyes burn, needing my love return. Why, oh why must I go on like this? Shall I just be alone? Stranger on the shore. You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to open up the phone lines next hour to talk with Joel Saladin about the farmers of the world. Jump aboard and share some stories with us as well. ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along. 70 people to go. They hit 187,000 signed-up members at ParanormalDate.com.
At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But he can't seem to find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
I can't meet anyone when I'm out, and I really can't find a website for my unique interests. What does one do?
Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com?
What? Who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's paranormaldate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember?
Interesting. I'll give it a try.
Well, let's try this again.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, Deb. Your profile on paranormaldate.com looked very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this paranormaldate.com thing really works.
Maybe paranormaldate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search. And if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. Paranormaldate.com. You are not alone.
Gold is selling at $2,163 an ounce right now. It just keeps going up over and over again. You might want to diversify a portion of your savings into gold with the Birch Gold Group. Gold is your hedge against inflation, and Birch Gold makes it easy to own. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a penny out of pocket to do that. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers. You can trust Birch Gold too. This is what you do. Text COAST, word COAST, 989898. You get your free info kit on gold. Then talk to a precious metals specialist at Birch Gold on how to protect your savings from this persistent inflation that we have with gold. Text COAST, 989898 now. That's COAST at 989898.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better?
I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
And welcome back. We're back with Joel Salatin as we are talking about farming and what it means to all of us. The price of food at restaurants has gone through the roof, Joel.
Yes, it has. And yeah, all of these prices are, primarily a result of inflation. And, when the government dumps, $8 trillion of worthless money into the system, prices are going to go up. Everything's gone up. Gas has gone up. And so, the price of food, labor has certainly gone up a lot. And when you start, demanding that McDonald's workers get $20 an hour, it's going to raise the price of food. So, the price of food is not something endemic within the environment or, because suddenly it's harder to grow a watermelon than it was last year. The price of food going up is simply a result of this, inflationary dumping of money into the system that it isn't backed by services or product. And when you dump that kind of money into a system, it's just like, adding more water in a bucket. It becomes less valuable when you have excess.
Do you see the days that we'll ever have a food shortage in the United States?
Well, certainly we could. I think a lot would happen way before then. I mean, for example, out in the West, Colorado, New Mexico, Nevada, Western Oregon, a tremendous amount of production there. For example, I was out there, spent a day with the largest hay exporter in the U.S. and he's sending. So this is aquifer irrigation, as if water is limitless. Aquifer irrigated these big center pivots, alfalfa to Japan to feed racehorses and China, and primarily Japan and China. But the U.S. exports a tremendous amount of material from those areas. So if we ever started seeing food shortages here, I can assure you that production that's currently going by the millions of tons, basically we're exporting water, that would be turned into a domestic production as opposed to being exported. And when the Chinese bought Smithfield, the largest acquisition of a U.S. corporation in history several years ago, the Smithfield pork production outfit in North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, they were basically buying American water. It takes a lot of water to produce hogs. China was short of water, and they're the world's largest per capita consumer of pork. And so this was not only an insurance policy to be able to get pork, but also it was a way for them to ease off the pressure of their own water system. They're building massive hog factories and things, and then they had the African swine flu come up and decimate their herds here, 2 or 3 years ago, and so the world is trying to different countries are trying to adjust and create a little bit of broader base. But the U.S. is certainly positioned, I think, better than almost any other country. Europe certainly is positioned well, but we're positioned well to feed ourselves. I think that if that ever happened, that a lot of this export production would simply, turn into domestic production, and we would feed ourselves instead of sending, aquifer irrigated alfalfa to racehorses in Japan.
Exactly. Now you produce figurator pork. What is that?
Yeah, so figurator pork is our way to acknowledge what the pigs do for us. So we do large-scale composting here. So when Putin invaded Ukraine and the price of chemical fertilizer jumped 400%, all the American farmers were whining. We just smiled because we don't buy any of it. What we do is large-scale composting, and so when we do confine animals, because we get snow here, so when we feed hay to the cows, or we bring chickens in from outside on pasture, or the pigs in from outside on pasture during the kind of 100 days of the core of winter, when it's cold and snowy, those animals are still, they're not potty trained, and they don't go in a toilet. They just go in a toilet wherever, and all that manure and urine needs to be absorbed somehow. Now, so what we do is we have a big, our fertilizer factory, if you will, is a great big commercial chipper that we use to chip, 4 jump trees. There's a lot of, weedy, what we call weed trees, in the woods, and so we can kind of weed the woods from the can compost. Now, you're familiar with most outfits who, when we do large-scale compost, these big windrows, and they make these windrows and run a turner through them, to stir them and keep them composting. Well, instead of using the equipment to do that, we use pigs. And so under the cows, for example, the cows are on this carbonaceous diaper. It gets deep. It might get 4 feet deep. We're adding new bedding every day. The cows are heavy. They drop out the oxygen. So it's anaerobic in that bedding pack, which ferments. And we add corn to it as we build it. The corn ferments when the cows come out in the spring and begin grazing again. Then we put in the pigerators, and the pigs go in and seek the fermented corn and go through like a great big egg feeder and convert it from anaerobic to aerobic. Hence, pig aerators like aerobic exercise. They eject the oxygen, and that's how we make our compost. So the animals do the work rather than equipment and petroleum, and that fundamentally changes the profitability and the energy cost, the equipment cost, the labor cost of doing the large-scale compost. That's why we call them pigerators, because it recognizes their contribution to the system. So the pigs are not now just making it workshops; they're actually, co-laborers and team players in this great land healing ministry.
How many pigs are you using?
At any one time we have probably 300 to 400 hogs. And we have 1,000 head of cattle. So when you have hundreds of cattle, under an awning, these are just sheds. They don't have sides on them. It's just a shed, a simple shed where you can protect from winter rain and snow and things. You accumulate some pretty significant cubic yardage of material. And so it takes some pig power to get all that turned. But the pigs don't need their oil change. They don't need spare parts. We can be doing an interview like this, and the pigs are out there churning that stuff up. I don't have to steer them or turn them or show them what to do. And what a retirement program! When you're done, you eat them. So there's no social insecurity.
And you don't have to pay them a salary either.
No, they don't, and then they'll never sue you, and they show up on time every day, and they're happy to be there. That's exactly right. They're great partners.
What are you doing in the area of poultry?
So with poultry, we have let's start with the broiler, the meat chicken, the broiler chicken. So as you know, Tyson, Cargill, the big operators, they put them in great big houses the size of a football field or bigger, tens of thousands at a time, and they have in these huge houses. Well, instead of that, we have them out in portable floorless field shelters that we move every day across the pasture, so the pigs get fresh, call it a fresh salad bar every single day. They get bugs and crickets and worms and fresh grass and clover and things like that, plus their concentrate. We obviously give them a ration, just like anybody else, because they are omnivores. They're not herbivores, and so we move them across the field in these floorless shelters, and that gives you a completely different kind of polyunsaturated fat. More tasty. They get more exercise. They get fresh air, sunshine. No vaccines, no medications, no drugs, because they have this healthy immune system because we're in such a healthy environment. So that's what we do with the broilers, and then the layers. And we raise, somewhere between 20 and 25,000 of those broilers a season. Then the layers are two different approaches. One is the egg-mobile. And so, again, we're looking at nature saying, well, how does nature sanitize behind herbivores? Before Ivomec and all the different herbicides, parasiticides that are used for livestock.
How many farmers are doing what you're doing?
How many? Well, certainly several thousand.
Would you say that's a lot?
No, we're a tiny. I mean, we're not even on the radar as far as this kind of farming. Probably the one that's most commonly known as grass-finished beef. That's probably gotten as far as market share within the industry. That's probably the highest market share. And then you've got pasture poultry. Pasture poultry would be next, and then the hogs would be last as far as market share. But yeah, this is a small part of the market. So we believe in scaling not by centralization, but by duplication. So there's plenty of land and capability to do this with all of our livestock. So it doesn't have to be in a feedlot, and it doesn't have to be in a confinement, a concentrated animal feeding operation. I think our models are showing that none of that is necessary. You don't have to medicate. You don't have to, vaccinate. You don't have to do those kinds of things. And it's just a matter of, when consumers finally, want to demand this, then farmers have always stepped up to the market. Markets want something. Farmers have always figured out a way to honor that market. And so this is primarily something that, as more and more consumers ask for higher nutrient dense food without the toxicities and the pathogens, and animal respect and honor, we're going to see more of this.
Joel's website again is polyfacefarms.com, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. I didn't know you wrote so many books.
Yeah, well, it started back in the first book was in 1993, and we've done this chicken thing. We call it the chicken thing. This pasture poultry where they're on portable infrastructure. We move them every day across the pasture, and it captured the. We were as a young startup farm family making a decent living on a small farm without all farm income and Swiss bank accounts and all that. We captured the imagination of a lot of, from the New York Times to Time magazine to Smithsonian. I mean, we were in National Geographic. We were in all these publications back in that day as a young startup, family with this pasture poultry thing. And so people started calling us from around the country. How do you do this thing? How do you do this thing? And so I'd come in every evening, from out working on the farm, and I'd have 6-10 phone calls to return, Okay, they got a piece of paper, draw that rectangle, 10 feet by 12 feet by 2 feet high. That's the field shelter, and then you start going through this. I told Teresa, my wife, I said, I can't do this every evening, telling all these people. So well, let's write a book. And so we wrote a book about it, Pasture to Poultry Profits, and it came out in 1993, and it just launched this whole, and now there's an American Pasture Poultry Producers Association, a trade association. They have an annual trade show. They have a monthly magazine, and so there's an entire percolating subculture here now, as a result of that early work. And then of course people said, well, I don't want to do chicken, I want to do beef. How do you do this beef thing? Fattening them on grass instead of grain and all this stuff. So I wrote Salad Bar Beef in '95. And then people said, well, how do you start this farm thing? So I wrote You Can Farm in '97. And, the titles just kept coming as I'm responding to what people are asking. Then they started asking, well, I've got kids. How do I get kids to enjoy pulling weeds in the green beans and gathering eggs and, gutting a chicken, things like that. Then I wrote Family-Friendly Farming, how to structure and set up a family-friendly farming situation. And one thing led to another, and now there's 16 titles out there. The last one, for example, the time of this homestead tsunami. What I've seen in my career as a commercial farmer now is a microsizing of the things that we now do at scale. People are wanting to do on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 acres. I don't have 100 acres. I've just got a little acres. What can I do on my little acreage, or for that matter, even my Manhattan apartment?
Well, you're very brilliant with that, though, Joel. We're going to come back in a moment and take phone calls with you next.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Want to choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, the Clean Sleep Number C4 smart bed is only $15.99, saving $300. Plus, free home delivery when you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The Royals, the Murdochs, the Kardashians. They're mysterious, they're influential, and they're filthy rich.
Yeah, actress gets $400 million. So,
They get to be princesses.
Megan, will you take Harry to your husband?
I will. They get to break the law.
Rupert Murdoch is caught in a scandal that continues to grow by the minute, engulfing his giant company.
And deep down, we love them because behind closed doors, they're just like us. Okay, maybe they're not exactly like us. From Wondery, the makers of The Shrink Next Door and American Scandal, comes Even the Rich, a new podcast that brings you totally true and totally shocking stories about the greatest family dynasties the world has ever seen.
It's a show about power, how you get it, how you keep it, and what happens when it goes to your head.
And the empire's worth $1 billion? Just in perfume alone.
I'm Arisha, and I'm Brooke. We're comedians, former roommates, and best friends. We met parking cars for Hollywood big shots.
And if you don't think that makes us qualified to host a show about money and power, then you've clearly never parallel parked a Lamborghini.
And I went for Moby hiking.
We're rich adjacent, and we are fascinated by dynasties.
Even the Rich. More money, more drama, more fun. Even the Rich.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. It's time for your morning wake-up call. Here's Amy King.
It is 5 o'clock, straight up on your wake-up call for Friday, March 8th. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Thanks for getting your Friday started with us today. Got a lot going on. Of course, coming off the State of the Union, whether it's a good one or a bad one, kind of depends on which side of the aisle you're sitting on. We're going to be talking with ABC's Stephen Portnoy in less than 5 minutes. He was there, and so I think he's going to have like a really interesting and different perspective than those of us who watched it on TV. And of course, you can bet that Bill Handel's going to have lots to say about it coming up at 6:05 on Handel on the News. And on a more important local news story, we are still watching Jackie and Shadow. You know that I love the bald eagles that are waiting patiently for their eggs to hatch. And it looks like the window of opportunity for the first egg is probably over, but there are still 2 other eggs, and they're right in like prime time for them to start pipping, as they call it, is when they start to hatch and break out. So we're going to continue to watch that. And I know if you're watching it, and I'm watching it, and producer Ann's watching it, let's see, Oscar's watching it, Tony might have even turned it on. We've got a lot of people around the office watching it, and there's a lot of people around the country watching it. So I'm hoping that something good happens. Either way, Jackie and Chad are fantastic. Just so cool to watch. Here is what is ahead on Wake Up Call. President Biden, as you know, delivered a feisty argument for a second term in his State of the Union speech last night, referencing former President Trump more than a dozen times, but not saying his name. Biden says his predecessor espouses resentment, revenge, and retribution, and jeopardizes freedom at home and abroad. The father of a fallen Marine from Norco has been arrested for his outburst about the U.S.'s departure from Afghanistan during the State of the Union. Stephen Decoy shouted, "Remember Abby Gate," and United States Marines Kareem M. Decoy, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, before U.S. Capitol Police escorted him out of the chamber. A United Airlines flight on its way from San Francisco to Japan made an emergency landing at LAX after a wheel fell off during takeoff. The tire crashed into some cars in an employee parking lot. At least one car was destroyed. No one was hurt. Passengers, about 235 of them, were put on another plane to Japan. Let's get started with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Of course, President Biden has used his State of the Union address to urge voters to re-elect him for a second term. He says the alternative would be dangerous.
The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that.
Biden says the simple truth is that you can't love your country only when you win. Without naming Trump, he slammed his predecessor for not standing by American allies abroad and for embracing anti-democratic ideas in the U.S. Several U.S. government websites are back up and running after an outage during the State of the Union. The Department of Homeland Security, ICE, FEMA, and the Secret Service websites all experienced technical issues last night. The cause isn't known, but the sites started working again within a few minutes. A woman at a bus stop has been stabbed in South LA. Police say she got into an argument with another woman yesterday while waiting for a bus near Slauson and Figueroa. Police say the woman accused of doing the stabbing had a child with her. She was arrested. An arrest has been made in connection with a deadly shooting in a parking garage at the Redondo Beach Pier. A public works employee spotted the unconscious person in a stairwell back on February 16th. The person had been shot in the head. Police say the person may have been homeless. Investigators acting on a tip arrested a man from Inglewood on Wednesday. An investigation has found emergency responders didn't know exactly what they were responding to when a truck that ran on compressed natural gas exploded in Wilmington.
The driver of the truck had seen sparks in her cab, so she pulled over and called 911. Moments after LA City firefighters arrived on the scene February 15th, 9 of them were injured when one of the truck's fuel tanks exploded. In an initial report released during its ongoing investigation, the National Transportation Safety Board says emergency responders were unaware the truck was powered by natural gas. The agency says it doesn't yet know what caused the explosion, but says it hopes to be able to release recommendations to avoid similar events when the investigation is finished. Michael Monk's KFI News.
A large mountain lion has been spotted prowling around a neighborhood in Sierra Madre. The big cat was seen early Wednesday near East Grandview and Foothill. It moved through some bushes by one home before it hopped over a retaining wall and went into a neighbor's driveway. Then it just walked away. Not clear if the same mountain lion seen in the area a couple of weeks ago was the same one. Let's take an early look at your morning commute with Nick Pagliocchini. We've got slowing in Riverside on the 60.
It's going to already be a busy one as you're coming out of the Riverside Interchange with 6091 and 215 split heading toward Riverdale on westbound side. You're going to be a bit busy for you. Actually, let's take those lanes all the way into the Glen Avon and Herba Valley area as you come out of the Riverside Interchange, continuing toward Valley Way. Further westbound on the 60, not looking too crazy bad for you to continue through the Glen Avon stretch of the 60 as you head toward 15. Now, the data, what's causing those delays or anything else slowing you down, pound 250 on your cell phone. Keyword is KFI traffic, westbound side of the 91 Riverside to Corona. Going to be busy on the Riverside side of things so far this morning. And as you come away from Los Sierra heading toward 15, although through Corona, Friday morning light, at least for the moment, you'll see a few delays around the 71 and then again approaching the 241 toll road. Further westbound on the 91, not looking too crazy bad for you out of Yorba Linda to Anaheim Hills as you make your way out of Santa Ana Canyon, continuing toward the 55 5. Checking in on your drive on the 5 northbound as you make way through Boyle Heights. Already starting to see a few delays out of East LA and Commerce off the 710. 5 northbound through Boyle Heights toward downtown LA on the 101. KO Vine, this guy helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Polio-Keeney.
Thanks, Nick. It's 5:07 on your wake-up call. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Stephen was there at the State of the Union last night. So, Stephen, tell us your takeaway from the speech.
Well, look, the takeaway from the speech overall, it was an opportunity for President Biden to speak to not just the Assembly of Congress and the House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats, 6 members, active members of the Supreme Court. It was an opportunity for him to talk to the country. And he delivered a political speech.
Yeah.
Perhaps one of the more political speeches we've seen in the House chamber from the president. And
Yeah, we were like thinking, this doesn't sound like a State of the Union. This sounds like a campaign rally or a political speech, definitely.
Look, it were clearly lines written to appeal to his base. You saw it in the lopsided applause in the chamber. You saw it in the facial expression of House Speaker Mike Johnson. Republicans largely sat on their hands when the president spoke of things such as Ukraine and January 6th and immigration. There was bipartisan applause, the standing ovation from across the chamber for the families of hostages held by Hamas. There were some moments of heckling in the chamber which seemed to be now a feature of these events. The one was a Gold Star father who shouted at the president for not mentioning the deaths of service members during the pullout from Afghanistan. This is a man who I believe lost his son.
He did, and he's from Norco.
Oh, there you go. There was also the moment with Marjorie Taylor Greene that stood out. She in her MAGA hat. As the president was walking into the chamber, Marjorie Taylor Greene handed him a button that had the name Lincoln Riley. That's the nursing student who was killed last month at the University of Georgia, the suspect in the country illegally. And as the president was talking about the Congress's failure to pass the bipartisan foreign aid border bill that was the product of a Senate compromise, Marjorie Taylor Greene started heckling the president and goaded him into saying her name, Lincoln Riley, which the president slightly mispronounced as Lincoln Riley.
Oops.
And then he repeated what she said to him. It may have not been clear to viewers, but it was clear to me because I saw it right through my binoculars, staring directly at Marjorie Taylor Greene. She said, by an illegal, and he repeated the phrase, and yes, an illegal. And then he said something like, yes, but what about the thousands who are killed by legals? It was all a very disappointing moment for progressives. And you see that in the reaction to it, and the White House is going to have to explain or otherwise answer for it.
Yeah, okay, that helps because I was like going, what is he saying? Why is he saying that?
Well, they're right. And perhaps you didn't see, and I certainly did, that he was looking directly at Marjorie Taylor Greene, and he was echoing what she was saying. So hopefully that helps everyone understand how he came up with that phrase and what it was, where he got it from. He held up the button, by the way, that she gave him. Yeah. So it was a one-to-one moment right there. He and her, she and she, were having a little bit of a back and forth. The bottom line is Democrats are overall jubilant and very pleased with the president's performance. Apparently it was a record night of fundraising for the Biden campaign with donors giving money. But I think the progressive disappointment about that moment on immigration is something that they're going to have to speak to or answer for.
Yeah, and I know you got to go. So real quick, he went after the Supreme Court. That was weird. Was it weird where you were?
Look, this is not the first time that Democratic presidents in particular have tried to, in some way, scold the justices. Chief Justice John Roberts appears at these events. He doesn't have to. He chose to, and he brought with him 5 of his colleagues and one former colleague, a senior justice, Anthony Kennedy, who retired. So the justice sat stone-faced, stone-cold, did not react, did not show any emotion, as the president talked about things such as reproductive rights. And it is an increasingly awkward thing for the president to be in some way scolding the Supreme Court. But I believe Barack Obama started it after the Citizens United opinion in 2010. I want to check that, but that's my memory. And it's always an awkward thing for the justices to have to sit there and have everyone, booing or cheering, what have you. But they do it, and they don't like it.
Yeah. I just know that I used to feel inspired. No matter which side of the aisle it was coming from, I used to feel inspired by State of the Union addresses, and certainly did not on this one. All right. Stephen Porto, thank you so much for your information. It helps a lot, and really cool that you got to be in the room.
Holding a tradition that began in the late 1930s. Radio correspondents perched up in the gallery above the Speaker's rostrum.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A sudden thunderstorm that moved through Southern California lit up the sky with lightning, thunder, heavy rain, and hail. It was a weird one, wasn't it? The storm yesterday caused authorities to close beaches from Will Rogers State Beach south to Hermosa Beach. The Weather Service's temperatures should gradually warm back to normal levels today. I know we were driving around, I was listening to Tim Conway Jr., and he was like, there's a storm coming. Yeah, he sure kept you up to date on it, so that was very much appreciated. Two men who were wrongfully convicted of a shooting in 2004 are suing the LA County Sheriff's Department.
Both men were 17 when they were accused of firing shots into an occupied home in Lancaster. Attorney Eric Dubin says the lawsuit alleges investigators fabricated reports and hid evidence to frame his client.
It's heartbreaking. These are two wonderful men that were literally shock, shame, redemption, innocence.
An appellate court overturned their convictions in 2020. Both men have been paid about $900,000 from the state, and the lawsuit filed last Friday is an attempt to go after the county. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Renters facing eviction in LA now have more time to get square with their landlords following a unanimous vote by the city council. The decision means tenants waiting for city funding to help them with back rent can't be kicked out just yet. The Apartment Association of Greater LA's David Goishan says the barrage of retroactive changes is confusing to property owners.
Item 53 expands on the already restricted prior ordinance prohibiting evictions by owners who participated in the emergency rental assistance program and were subsequently forced to give up their right to evict for non-payment of rent.
The city is slowly working to distribute more than $30 million in its latest rent relief effort. Time for Nick's top picks for the weekend, because Friday morning, Nick Poliokini, you got Nick covers kind of like everything going on in Southern California with This Weekend with Nick, his podcast, and also on his social media, Instagram stuff. But he's just going to give us a little sneak peek. So what are a couple of the top picks for this weekend?
Well, the number one top pick that's going to be in our own backyard is something you and I are going to be experiencing.
Yes, we are.
It's going to be the Boysenberry Festival that opens today at Knott's Berry Farm in Gwynedd Park. Now, Boysenberry is something that pretty much the Knott's family, Walter Knott, made, well, I wouldn't say their fortune, but their famous existence off of Route 66 off of. So the Boysenberry Festival is the celebration of all things Boysenberry, which is pretty much where the Knott's family really got their notoriety. And so it's food, it's an incredible show that's called Preserves that actually celebrates the 100 years of the Walter Knott family, Knott's Berry Farm. That actually premiered back in 2022, and that still goes today, and it's a really cool show. Also, there's fireworks at night and so many things going on all over the farm, and food, lots of food, and we will have so much of that on our socials. Yep. Everything has a little bit of a boysenberry slant to it, so either it's sweet or savory or color-wise. After that, though, another really sweet-smelling thing is sakuras out of Japan, or cherry blossoms. It's the Cherry Blossom Festival down in San Diego this weekend. Nice. Starting from, actually it started yesterday, and it runs through Sunday, and that will be going on in partnership with the Japanese Friendship Garden and Museum in San Diego. And so sakuras are in season right now in Japan. It's a very, very popular time for a lot of folks to visit Japan. But right now they'll be celebrating pretty much our own version of that. And so there'll be a lot of different programs that started yesterday through Sunday, and it's a really worthwhile time. I know the weather's been a little bit sketch.
Now it's going to be perfect.
Thunderstorm last night. Correct. So it should be fantastic for you. And then your favorite thing, Amy, it's the Oscars on Sunday, the 96th annual Oscars. And if you're looking for a really fun way to celebrate, you can head over to the Academy Museum in the Mid-Wilshire area. It's Oscars night at the museum from 3 until 8 p.m. You can enjoy a one-of-a-kind evening experience, including the meal there at the event is being catered by Wolfgang Puck, saying that they'll be enjoying at the Governor's Ball for the Oscars. So if you really want to get that behind-the-scenes experience, no swag bag, unfortunately, but you will be able to enjoy all the things at the beautiful Academy Museum, which opened a few years back. If you haven't been, it's well worth the trip anyway, and a lot of times they participate in free museum Sundays. So that's another opportunity. Not this Sunday, but other Sunday is a great time to head over there.
And for that, I'm guessing you need reservations?
You do need reservations, and to get details and links to get admission to that or anything else, you can visit thisweekendwithnick.com, or as Amy said, Nick Poliokini, or This Weekend with Nick on Instagram. Check out the link in bio.
Perfect. Thank you, Nick. When we come back, summer's not far away. That means vacations. But this year, along with deciding what resort to stay at and the best beaches, you need to decide if the trip is worth your life. ABC Shannon Crawford has some tips on what to do to stay safe. Let's stay safe on the roadways and go right back to Nick. We've got slowing in Riverside on the 91.
You know the drill. It's going to be a busy one for you as you make way westbound right now. For the Riverside area specifically, you're going to see the delays from Fort Lauderdale almost as far back as Tyler, and that does remain the case. Heaviest to the 15 lane and patchy lanes now starting to show up for you through Corona. Beyond the 15 and the 71 as you continue toward the 241 toll road. Also, delays are starting to build for you in the Boyle Heights area, the northbound side out of the 5 to down to East Atlantic Commerce off the 710 toward downtown LA and the 101. Definitely starting to get a little bit busy for your drive there. And also check out your driving as you're making your way along the 5 in Norwalk, right around Imperial or Pioneer. Looks like you got an earlier problem. It's being cleared from lanes. KFI and this guy helps get you there faster. I think Paulie O'Keefe.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brandt, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omni-channel, so we need to be omni-channel. We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Meta is building a giant AI model. Facebook chief Tom Allison says that when it is done, it will power Meta's entire video ecosystem. CEO Mark Zuckerberg recently said Meta is investing billions of dollars in NVIDIA processors to build out the company's AI infrastructure. European Union regulators want to know why Apple terminated Epic Games' developer account. An Epic executive says it was done in retaliation for lawsuits. The Fortnite maker had plans to launch its own app store on iOS in Europe and relaunch Fortnite on Apple's platform. X owner Elon Musk says the social media platform is considering getting rid of a feature that shows how many likes and reposts a post gets. Speaking at a conference Wednesday, Musk said that info could clutter content on the service. Since buying the company, Musk has added a feature that allows people to see how many views a post has received. At a college in Southern California is the state's first to offer a degree in artificial intelligence. Miracosta College and Oceanside granting associate's degrees in AI. Tech Report, Mark Mayhew, NBC News Radio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It was an ordinary flight from Portland to Seattle turned extraordinary when a man in black registered as D.B. Cooper made a bomb threat.
The infamous D.B. Cooper hijacking occurred in the fall of 1971 at the height of an epidemic. During the 6-year span between 1967 and 1972, more than 300 commercial airplanes were hijacked worldwide, with over 130 of those occurring in the United States alone. This was the golden age of skyjacking. But it's Cooper's hijacking that we remember, because he provided the blueprint for how to pull it off and get away.
When I decided that I would skyjack a plane, I started to make preparations for which airport I would grab a plane from.
6 months after Cooper's legendary heist, a small-time crook from Detroit would attempt his own bigger and bolder skyjacking score.
Just grab a weapon, grab a note, go on the plane, and order all the stuff you need. Parachutes, money, and bail out.
This decision would set in motion one of the most epic American true crime sagas in history.
I said, okay, this is it.
One involving multiple aircraft hijackings.
So he reached back and grabbed her gun. They started wrestling. While they're doing that, the aircraft starts falling out of the sky.
And I do remember the fear. It was very scary.
Prison escapes.
We're running at full speed. And I'm thinking, damn, at any moment here, we could get shot in the back.
She told him what the real plan was for a prison break, and she had a gun.
Life-risking heroics.
I jumped on top of him and tried to grab his hands because he had a bomb.
She had to act on instinct, and coming from Vietnam, the battle in him just kicked in.
And sheer madness.
They took off toward that airplane, and it was very, very clear to all of us that it's going to crash into that plane.
Oh my God, he's gonna hit us.
From Imperative Entertainment and Pegalone Pictures, this is American Skyjacker, the final flight of Martin McNally.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Hey, it's Steve Gregory. This week on Unsolved, we meet LA County Sheriff's crime-fighting four-legged friends, specially trained black labs that help detect and track down hard drives and other electronics used in cyber crimes, financial crimes, and sexually explicit content. We'll meet the dogs and their handlers on the Hard Drive Sniffing Canines. It's part of our ongoing Crime Fighter series.
Unsolved with Steve Gregory. Tomorrow night at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's 5:23 on your Friday wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden used the opportunity of the State of the Union to draw a sharp contrast that could rally Democrats to the polls as he tries to make the campaign a referendum on his predecessor rather than on him. The president's poll numbers are low, and a lot of people have been questioning whether he can still be effective because of his age. Authorities in Orange County believe they have a serial ATM thief on their hands. The person's been using a tow strap tied to a white pickup truck to rip ATMs out of businesses and drag them away. And that's what happened at a barbershop in Orange early Monday morning. It also happened at a nail salon in Anaheim Hills in February and at a laundromat in Orange in December. Max is the latest streaming company to crack down on password sharing. Warner Brothers Discovery says yesterday it's going to restrict on users sharing their accounts outside of their household starting later this year. If users on Max do share their account with people outside the home, they risk having the account suspended or maybe even terminated. At 6:05, it's Handle on the News. The U.S. is going to put in a temporary port on the coast of Gaza to get more aid into Palestinians. Right now, let's say good morning to ABC's State Department correspondent, Shannon Crawford. Shannon, travel season right around the corner, and unfortunately, because the world has become such a dangerous place, we need to factor safety into our travel plans.
That's right. Well, we're headed into what travel experts project may be the busiest international spring break travel season ever. And as you mentioned, there are several top destinations that the State Department has issued new travel advisories for, like Mexico, Bahamas, Jamaica, and with 20% more Americans booking international flights this year compared to last spring's AAA, and 38% more booking hotels abroad. They're really looking to get information out so these travelers can avoid trouble in paradise.
Okay, and Shannon, you mentioned Mexico, which I know is a very popular place because it's relatively inexpensive and it's easy to get there. Is it all of Mexico or just certain areas of Mexico?
Absolutely not, and that's why it's so important to do your research on your specific destination, because the State Department actually breaks down Mexico into each state, giving a travel advisory for every particular area. Now, many of those popular destinations are still very safe compared to the rest of the country, but the State Department also advises that violent crime can impact tourist areas. So even if you think that, hey, you're going to a popular resort or you've had great experiences there in the past, that's good. The State Department doesn't want you to cancel your travel necessarily, but just be aware of all the risks so you can make informed decisions while you're on your vacation.
Okay, I know the State Department puts out recommendations. Does it issue any, do not travel orders that you just can't go there? Or is it all recommendations?
So what the thing? Can't go there is not necessarily something the U.S. government will tell you, right? So it's not necessarily going to be a travel ban. But what the State Department does is break down virtually every country in the world, and like I said, even some regions within countries, from a level 1, which means you can go and just exercise normal caution, to a level 4, which means that Americans should not travel there. We're talking countries like Afghanistan, Russia, North Korea, parts of Mexico are considered to be a level 4. But the vast majority are going to be in that 2 to 3 range.
Okay, so say you decide that you're going to take the risk. You're going to go to a 2 to 3 range country. How do you keep yourself safe and keep yourself updated while you're there? Because you're probably in a country where you might not speak the language, you're not familiar with the territory, but you can kind of keep track of what's going on, right?
Absolutely. Well, the State Department encourages travelers to sign up for the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, or STEP as they call it, and that's a free service for Americans journeying abroad that provides frequent updates about conditions in the foreign country you happen to be visiting. And the top official also told me that a traveler should jot down just the closest consulate or embassy to where they're going to be, because the State Department has the staff 24/7. They're always on hand to offer help to Americans, and it's a resource that, in case of emergency, it might not be top of mind.
Okay, those are such good things to remember, because, like I said, it's become a dangerous place, and you don't want to end up in somewhere that you don't feel safe, because that's not the whole goal of a vacation. So, State Department, there's a website that people can go to and just kind of do the investigation themselves.
Yeah, travel.state.gov. That's where you want to get started. And other things that State Department has pointed out, make sure you can get to where you're going. Check your passport expiration date, because a lot of countries require 3 months to 6 months validity. So even if you're not quite at that deadline, you can still run into trouble. So we make it relaxing as possible.
Okay, Shannon Crawford, thank you so much for the information this morning.
Thank you.
Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden has pledged to bring some American hostages home. They're the ones still being held by Hamas. He said during his State of the Union speech last night, Israel has a right to go after Hamas, but added innocent Palestinians are still being caught in the crossfire. He says Hamas could end the war if they release the hostages and surrendered. The European Commission president says a charity ship is leaving for Gaza as part of an operation to test a new humanitarian sea corridor that will deliver aid directly from Cyprus. The corridor could open as early as Sunday. That's the start of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. 10 illegal immigrants have been injured climbing over the border wall near San Diego.
Border officials say the rain may have made the wall slippery. Last Saturday afternoon, San Diego Fire and Rescue was sent to Imperial Beach, where officials say they found migrants with various injuries, including broken bones.
Patients were treated as they could here and then transported.
Battalion Chief Oscar Rodriguez told CBS they had to use 6 ambulances to transport the injured. A report from UC San Diego said there's been an unprecedented increase in the number of falls at the border, and officials say at least 2 migrants have died this year crossing into California. Steve Corregger, KFI News.
5 students have been expelled from a middle school in Beverly Hills for using AI to generate nude photos of classmates. The school district says the pictures discovered last month targeted at 16 8th grade students. Police are still investigating it. Pip watch may be over for one of the 3 eagles in Big Bear. The group Friends of Big Bear Valley says the egg laid in January is past the usual 35-day incubation period with no signs of a little eaglet yet.
So that first egg is probably not viable, but the other 2 are still in the window of possibility.
The group's executive director, Sandy Steers, who we've talked to a couple of times on Wake Up Call, tells KTLA that nature doesn't announce ahead of time what it's going to do. The live nest cam is set up above the nest. You can see it anytime on the Big Bear Valley website, or Friends of Big Bear Valley website. When we come back, we're going to be sounding off with Dean Sharp, our house whisperer. Southland weather from KFI, sunny with highs in the 60s at the beaches, Metro LA and Inland OC, 60s to low 70s for the valleys and Inland Empire, 50s to low 60s in the high desert. Some clouds tomorrow morning, then sunny, highs topping out around 70. A couple degrees cooler with partly cloudy skies on Sunday. Partly cloudy as we head into next week, warming into the mid-70s by Wednesday. It's 49 in Cypress and 48 in Anaheim. We've got slowing in Moreno Valley on the 215.
Before you go just almost as far back as Alexandra, it's being right past the 60 merge and continuing toward UCR. Definitely going to be busy for you there. Westbound side of the 91 delays do continue for you to build. Not really Friday morning light anymore. As you're leaving La Sierra, westbound side of the 91, you'll see a rough go beyond the 15 and the 71 as you head toward the 241 toll road. Also, possible issues for you on the westbound side of the 60 around Milliken. There was overnight Caltrans crews working in the area. You may be encountering a stall or a solo car crash in that general area as well. Westbound 60, still going off of 15 as you make your turn R12 delays further westbound from Central as you make your way into, past the 71 into Diamond Barge Road 57. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Poliokini.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Your electric bill is rigged. The electric companies have been raising prices while they make record profits. The answer used to be solar, but now the electric companies take the excess power you generate during the day and sell it back to you at night for top dollar. The final insult is they can black out your power anytime. But we have the cheat code. It's Semper Solaris. They're local and veteran-owned. Beat the electric company at their own game by using solar panels and a Tesla Powerwall 3. Your panels charge the battery during the day, and you use your own electricity in the evening. Right now, you can switch to solar plus Tesla Powerwall 3 with no money out of pocket. And Semper Solaris will pay your electric bill for up to 3 months. Call Semper Solaris at 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Eliminate blackouts. Escape corporate greed. Go solar now.
Welcome to Credit Publishing. Website for details. Offers starts 3/31/2024. See something number 978-152. In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer international necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
This subseason, Banana Boat is giving you a new way to spray. Introducing new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Better control for better coverage with a reusable sprayer and refill. From sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 coverage on Amazon.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
The Daily Calendar.
Today, March 8th.
Be a little less polite today, won't you? It's P-Nasty Day. Loser. Sorry, I didn't mean that. It's National Oregon Day today, even though they became a state on February 14th. We're Oregon, and we're weird. It's International Women's Day. Princess Zelda is one of those. Because it's also retro video game day. Happy birthday, actor Freddie Prinze Jr., tattoo artist Kat Von D, Dawson Creek's James Vanderbeek, and NBA star and analyst Kenny Smith. Back to the Daily Calendar. Now KFI AM 640.
It's 5:35 on your wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden delivered a feisty argument for a second term in his State of the Union speech Thursday night. He referenced former President Trump more than a dozen times, but didn't say his name. Biden called him his predecessor and said that he espouses resentment, revenge, and retribution and jeopardizes freedom at home and abroad. A United flight on its way from San Francisco to Japan has made an emergency landing in LAX after a wheel fell off during takeoff yesterday. The tire crashed into some cars in an employee parking lot, destroying at least one of them. No one got hurt. About 230 passengers were taken off the plane at LAX and put onto another plane to Japan. California is getting its first AI associate's degree. The AS degree in artificial intelligence will be the first of its kind in the state when it's offered this fall at Maricosta College in Oceanside. Careers in AI are projected to pay between $100,000 and $200,000 a year. At 6:05, it's Handful All in the News. You can bet Bill's going to have a lot to say about last night's State of the Union address. At 5:50, we're going to be checking in with Jason Nathanson. He's got a lot to tell us about as the last finishing touches are put on the big Oscar ceremony coming up this weekend. Right now, let's say good morning to the House Whisperer, the host of Home on KFI. It's Dean Sharp. Good morning, Dean.
Good morning, Amy.
Oh, you sound good today.
I sound a little strange. A little strange because I'm not actually in our regular studio. I'm sitting in a hotel lobby in Palm Springs where we're doing some design work today.
Nice. And speaking of design and speaking of sound, we're talking about designing or sound designing this weekend.
That's right. And it's something that a lot of people overlook, to be honest, when they're working on their renovations, remodels, or new builds, and you really shouldn't. Sound is one of those fundamental areas of design. And one of the reasons it's so important to get sound right in your home is that, unlike your eyes, you can't close your ears. You just can't shut them off. You can't decide to look elsewhere. So the sound that you have is the sound that is constant coming at you. And I always say this, every good theater takes relentless control of sound, right? You think about that. The first thing it does is it insulates you from everything that's going on in the outside world so that there's no intrusion there. And then it delivers only what it wants you to hear so that you won't be taken out of the moment and distracted from the story that you're being told. And since we're all about story in our homes, good home design is theater, and that means controlling sound.
Okay, so what are some of the things that you can do, and does it have to cost $1 gazillion?
It doesn't. It doesn't have to cost $1 gazillion, especially if you are already working on your home in terms of a remodel or renovation and something like that. One of the easiest things is that, and this is something that applies to maybe now about 90% of tract home owners across all of Southern California, and that is consider taking out those old hollow core doors that you have in your house and replacing them with solid core doors. It is just such a classic builder move, and it has been over the last few decades, to put in cheap hollow doors, interior doors. And those doors, visually, they block light, and that's about it. Tina and I joke all the time that, as far as sound control, you might as well just, tack a sheet up in the doorway, because you'll get a little visual privacy, but sound-wise, they don't do anything. And, the cost of a simple, solid core door is not that much more than a hollow core door, and the difference it makes by way of sound transmission is huge.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that solid block of wood would sure stop sound better than something that's hollow.
Exactly. So it's one of those insulating factors. Now, that you can do if you're not doing anything else to your house, because you don't have to tear into the walls, you don't have to mess with anything. You're simply swapping out door for door and making your home quieter. The other thing, though, if you are doing a renovation or remodel, undoubtedly you're taking drywall off some walls in some places because you're filling with electrical or plumbing or what have you. And even if your goal is just soundproofing the house, one sheet of drywall off one side of a wall, and then we insulate with rock wool sound insulation, insulate the interior walls of your home. Again, that's something that is never done when it comes to the actual initial construction of your home. The code requires builders to insulate the exterior walls, the shell of your house, in order to protect it from energy.
So you're saying, like, between the walls between two bedrooms, you should insulate those, not just the wall that's on the side of the house.
Exactly.
I gotcha.
We're not insulating it for energy.
Right.
Okay? Well, not that kind of energy. We're not insulating it to keep it warm or keep it cool. That's what the exterior wall insulation is doing. We're insulating those walls for sound transmission. And there is, this used to be kind of a rare thing. You're like, where in the world do I find that? Nowadays, though, you can go down to your local big box store. You can go to Lowe's or Home Depot and find rock wool sound insulation sitting right on the shelf, where you can pack that into the wall before you close it back up, since you're already renovating and remodeling and messing with the wall. It makes a massive, massive difference. You think most rooms in your house, you may have 1 or 2 rooms worth of walls in between you and the outside of the home. And every wall of insulation that sound has to pass through, it struggles, it weakens, and it dampens as it gets there, and it will quiet your entire house down significantly.
Okay, you have on your show notes, you're saying tuning for every room. So do you go room to room and say, what do I need to do for this room?
Yeah, exactly. And that's about the sound inside the room. Just like in the studio, we not only want to soundproof the studio so that outside sounds aren't getting in, but once we're inside the room itself, we want to think about, well, what is sound, how does it act in here? I might have a lot of hard surfaces like, hardwood flooring, and solid surface flooring is very, very popular these days as opposed to carpet. One good thing about carpet, and it's probably the only good thing about carpet, is that it does a great job of not reflecting sound. So it kind of deadens the sound in the room, doesn't have as much reverb or echo. If you've got hard surface flooring, you think about things like, well, could I put an area rug down in here? What other kind of soft elements can I put on the walls so that sound doesn't bounce around inside a room and sound hollow and reverby, probably like a little bit how I do on the phone right now. So we've got control of those things. That's kind of tuning. And we go so far as to say, you can even affect the sound outside your home, outside the walls of the house. When it comes to that, now you can't control the sound that's coming from the rest of the city around you, but you can mask it quite often. That's why I'm really big on like water features of flowing water in a backyard. Something as simple as a fountain, because it just so happens, I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but the sound of running water is very, very similar. It rides on almost all the same frequencies as the sound of, let's say, auto traffic, hard traffic, or freeway noise. One of the most wonderful examples of this is near my house. There is a Four Seasons Hotel in Westlake that has out and back in its open courtyard a massive waterfall. And, it's beautiful to look at, and it's lovely and all of that. But the real secret of why that's there is that right on the other side of that wall is the 101 freeway. You would think this luxury resort hotel, if it didn't have this waterfall, you would be hearing the sounds of the freeway. The truth is, you are hearing the sounds of the freeway, but you can't distinguish them between the sounds of the cars and the sounds of the water, and everybody is relaxing and just enjoying what they think is mostly the sound of the waterfall.
So you're just hiding it. Very interesting. So Dean's going to have tons more tips and tricks and other things that you can do to effectively sound design your home. And that's coming up this weekend.
Exactly.
And it's 6 to 8 a.m. on Saturday and 9 to noon on Sunday. It's Home with Dean Sharp right here on KFI. You can also follow him at Home with Dean. Thank you, David. Enjoy Palm Springs.
Thanks, Amy.
All right, when we come back, we're going to be talking Oscars with our very own Jason Nathanson. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Things were looking bad and then got quickly better on the 110.
Definitely for the drive actually going northbound right now, and it was again briefly in and out of lanes, like Amy said, before you drive on the northbound side. Not too far from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, maybe a little bit closer to Jefferson anyway. Was a crash in the express lanes there, and then partially blocked in the left lane. The main line looks like everything has been cleared to the right shoulder, and up against the center divider. But you're still seeing a bit of a sluggish drive on the 110 south through South LA from Slauson as you continue toward, well, almost to the 10 into downtown. Speaking of the 10 Santa Monica Freeway, westbound side past free drive overall, leaving Alameda Street to downtown beyond the 110 and seeing those stretches of slowing continuing through Mid-City to La Brea. KFI in the sky helps switch there faster. I'm Nick Poliokini.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio. Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Hi, we're not here right now, but we'll call you back if you leave your name and number.
If you aren't of the age to remember, the answering machine was a physical audio recorder that plugged into your phone line. You couldn't call into it remotely. You had to wait till you got home to check your messages.
America's produced like lots and lots of stuff. Just piles of stuff. The fact of the matter is all day long, every day, there are warehouses full of stuff getting just pushed off the cliff. All day, every day.
That's Ian Nagoski, who runs the Canary Records label.
A friend of mine said that what he loves is being the guy standing at the edge of the cliff, waving his arms, going, wait, no, let me look at those first before you throw them away. I think there might be some good stuff in there. I think there might be some stories. But I don't think we should throw all those away yet.
We have a season, 10 episodes of stories from that realm, of things that were just barely saved, and in some cases, not saved at all. A bizarre tale of two infamous New Yorkers.
Booby-trapped their home and turned it into a sealed fortress of ephemera.
A missing chapter of American music history.
There hasn't been a guess culturally that they matter, so they get thrown in the garbage.
A decade's worth of original television lost to the airwaves.
It's over. It's ephemeral. You're going to see something else the next second, and nobody's ever going to see it.
A piece of music that's defied convention for 70 years.
I had students write down the sounds they heard during it, and one girl said, I never realized there was so much to listen to.
And what can only be called an audio mystery.
It said nothing on it, and it clearly had been reported, which intrigued me. What is this going to be?
These stories and more, given new life, if only for a glimpse. Is this podcast a piece of ephemera in the making? A forgotten story about forgotten stories? Only time will tell. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you listen to podcasts, and learn more at ephemera.show.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture.
Prime Video is renewed its sci-fi comic drama Upload for a 4th and final season. Coming from The Office and King of the Hill's Greg Daniels and starring Robbie Amell and Andy Allo, it follows a computer programmer who dies but is then uploaded into a pricey but luxurious virtual afterlife, and how that creates complications adjusting to his new world and interacting with those who can't afford the high cost of the resort life Lakeview. Upload is critically acclaimed with an overall 92% certified fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes, and its first 3 seasons are streaming on Prime Video. No announcement on when the 4th and final season will drop.
Hi.
And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
This is the iHeartRadio Sports Report.
In the NFL, the Chicago Bears and star quarterback Jalen Johnson have agreed to a 4-year, $76 million deal that includes $54 million in guaranteed money. The LA Rams announced that they have re-signed guard Kevin Dotson to a 3-year contract for $48 million that includes $32 million guaranteed. The Kansas City Chiefs and linebacker Drew Tranquill have agreed on a 3-year, $19 million deal that includes $13 million fully guaranteed. Free agent tight end Jonnu Smith and the Miami Dolphins reached an agreement on a 2-year deal worth up to $10 million, and the New Orleans Saints agreed to a 2-year extension with veteran safety Tyrann Mathieu. And in the NHL, the Pittsburgh Penguins have traded star winger Jake Gensel and defenseman Ty Smith to the Carolina Hurricanes in a blockbuster deal. In the trade, the Penguins acquired forwards Michael Bunting, Billy Koivu, and 2 others, and a conditional 2024 first-round pick and a conditional 2024 fifth-round pick. The NHL trade deadline is 3 p.m. Eastern today. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Need more? Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand.
Canadian restaurant where we became friends with the owner. And I gotta tell you, that bread, second to none. Yeah, they'll handle.
That's really what you want to end the segment on.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's 5:51 on your wake-up call. My goodness, the hour has flown by, but there's so much more coming up. You don't want to leave because Handle on the News is coming up at 6:05. The FDA has given the okay to use LSD in some circumstances to treat people suffering from anxiety. Here's what we're following in the KMI 24-hour newsroom. The House has passed the Laken-Riley Act. All Republicans and 37 Democrats voted in favor of the bill. It requires the detention of any immigrant who commits burglary or theft, like the man suspected of killing college student Laken Riley in Georgia. The Anaheim Planning Commission plans to vote Monday on a roughly $2 billion Disneyland expansion. The project is called Disneyland Forward. It would add more rides, hotels, shopping, dining, and entertainment. The Anaheim City Council could consider the plan as soon as April 16th. Max is the latest streaming company to crack down on password sharing. Warner Brothers Discovery said yesterday it's going to restrict users' sharing of accounts outside their household. It'll start later this year. And also, if users on Max do share accounts with people outside their home, they risk having the account suspended or even terminated. Right now, let's say good morning to ABC's entertainment guru and the man who knows all things Oscars, Jason Nathanson. Good morning, Jason.
Hey, good morning.
So Oscars are Sunday.
Yes.
Do we think there's going to be any surprises?
There's a couple categories that there's a potential for some surprise. For the most part, Oppenheimer's going to win pretty much everything except for 13 awards. I have it leading in at least 8 categories. So I think it's going to be the one that we're talking about Monday morning. This was the movie that swept everything, and I'm fine with that, especially Best Picture. It's pretty much a lock to win Best Picture. But in one of the categories where it has no nominations, actress in a leading role, that's probably going to go to Lily Gladstone for Killers of the Flower Moon. But Emma Stone has been winning some things this award season for Poor Things as well. So
I think her performance, I think Emma Stone's performance, they were both good, but I think Emma's was really good, even though I didn't love the movie. But she just did an amazing job becoming that person.
Her performance is fantastic. Yeah. But Lily Gladstone has a chance to make history here as the first Native American, I think, actor or actress to ever win in that category. And I think the Oscars, for the voters, it's too much for them to pass up the chance at making that history.
Yeah.
And also, while awarding a good performance or a great performance that deserves it, not to say she doesn't deserve it. She absolutely does. So I think that we're going to see her on the stage, and that's going to be one of those great moments of the night, giving a very emotional acceptance speech. Then, you know, actor in the leading role, Cillian Murphy is pretty much a lock there, but Paul Giamatti has won some stuff for the holdovers.
I vote for Paul on this one.
Okay, great. I think, Cillian Murphy leads a 3.5-hour movie and does it superbly. So I think that's really the shot there, and I think that's what's going to happen. But there's a lot of love for Paul Giamatti, so that's possible as well. And then actor in a supporting role, Robert Downey Jr. pretty much has a lock in that one as well. But Mark Ruffalo, for Poor Things, has won a couple of things so far this season as well. In a role I don't think he deserves to win there. His performance of that film, I just didn't warm to it. So I really hope to see Robert Downey Jr. on that stage. And then actress in the leading role, that's pretty much a foregone conclusion. It's going to be Da'Vine Joy Randolph from The Holdovers.
She was good.
Yeah, and she's won everything so far.
Yeah, okay, so I've been trying to, and I don't know if you guys have been trying to do this, but I've been trying to see as many of the movies that I can before the Oscars. So if you haven't seen Oppenheimer, obviously, because I was a holdout on that. I didn't see it till really late in the game. But are there any that people might have kind of said, I'll wait on that one, that you think, Jason, they should go see before Sunday?
Well, I mean, it's tough because Oppenheimer's going to win a bunch. If you've seen that, then you know that, and that's one that you probably need to see. Barbie also might win a couple, but
but everybody's
seen that already. I think The Holdovers has, like we talked about, has a shot of winning a couple, so you might want to check out that one. And it's an easy watch.
It is.
Of all of them. I mean, not that it's not serious at parts, but it's got comedy and humor. As opposed to something like Anatomy of a Ball, which a lot of people love.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I don't love as much as a lot of people did, but it's a very serious movie, and it's kind of a heavy movie. If you want to watch that, and on streaming, but you're going to have to pay for it. The Holdovers is available on Peacock, so if you have that, you can watch that for free.
Is Past Lives is nominated, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the next one I was going to mention.
Oh, okay.
I loved Past Lives. I don't know that it's going to win anything on Sunday.
Right.
But it is a beautiful, maybe a little slow for some people, but it's just a beautifully done film. It's just a kind of a meditation on the choices that we make and how things can go one of two ways in life, or three ways, or four ways.
Yeah, and I couldn't remember who the actress was. Like, you watch, when you see a show and you're like, who is that? And she's on the morning show. She's she was great.
And I really love, because I don't like her character so much on the morning show. I'm not a huge fan. But in Past Lives, she's fantastic. Completely turned me around on the actress herself, which, it's great to see somebody do something different. And I think that this role is a little different for her. So that Past Lives is streaming on Paramount Plus. So I would say check that out. I would also say Poor Things has a chance at winning a couple, and I loved it. It's the satirical, edgy sister to Barbie, which
with a lot of nudity and sex.
With a lot of nudity and sex. It's not for kids.
No.
But that's streaming on Hulu right now, and I would say, if you just want to see something different.
Visually, it's so interesting.
It's singular, it's unique. George Lanthimos, who's the director and also co-writer, he does things on his own, and he's got a vision, and I really respect that. His films are not always easy to watch. One of his past films that I really loved, The Favorite, which got a bunch of Oscar nominations as well, is really, really good. But Poor Things is also very good as well.
All right, Jason Nathanson, and you're going to be at the ceremony on Sunday, right?
I will be there Sunday.
Good for you.
Backstage eating the shrimp.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Jason. Have a great time.
You too.
All right, let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom has announced a faster timeline for a mixed-use and affordable housing project in downtown LA.
By offering judicial streamlining to the plan development, Newsom says any legal challenges would have to be heard within 270 days. He says the usual timeline is 3 to 5 years. The Fourth and Central project is expected to create up to 10,000 construction jobs, more than 1,500 residential units, including over 200 affordable ones. Newsom's authority for the project was granted through infrastructure legislation adopted last year. The plan includes 10 buildings, hotel rooms, office and retail space at the site. It's between Little Tokyo, Skid Row, and the Arts District of DTLA. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The House committees voted unanimously to advance bipartisan legislation that would force TikTok's Chinese parent company to divest its ownership of the app within 165 days. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher says he supports it.
It's TikTok's choice whether to continue and not be hosted on app stores, or just to divest, separate from ByteDance and TikTok, and then people can continue to enjoy the app.
TikTok sent a notice yesterday warning users of a total ban. Users were asked to enter their zip code and then were directed to call their representative to let them know what TikTok means to them and tell them to vote no. And the latest diversity in Hollywood report from UCLA shows a decline in the number of women in key roles.
But women and people of color were among the largest group of people to go see a movie last year. The 11th annual report also shows the number of women behind the camera and in front of the camera has been going down, despite the success of female-driven films like Barbie.
We focus on the directors and the writers, and behind the camera and in front of the camera, we focus on the lead actor.
Dr. Ana Cristina Ramon says overall diversity is getting better in Hollywood. She says the industry is still trying to find its groove following the pandemic. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
This is KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Southland weather from KFI, lots of sun today. Highs in the low to mid 60s at the beaches. Mid 60s to about 70 for Metro LA and Inland Orange County. Upper 60s to low 70s in the valleys and Inland Empire. 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. And it looks like we're going to see partly to mostly sunny skies tomorrow and Sunday with highs around 70. It's 44 in Diamond Bar, 50 Newport Beach, 35 in Palmdale, and 45 in Pomona. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. For producer Ann and technical producer Tony, I'm Amy King. This has been your wake-up call. Thanks so much for joining us today. If you missed any of it, you can listen to Wake Up Call anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We've got slowing in North Hills on the 405.
If you happen to have an update of what may be causing the delays, contradicting yourself on keywords, KFI traffic, southbound side edge coming away from the 118. It's a mess for your traffic in San Fernando Valley, and seeing those delays continue straight on through into Sherman Oaks as you make way beyond the 101, passing Ventura Boulevard, almost into the Spectrum Bastard Bowl under Stroll. Not quite all the way, but definitely seeing a really rough go for your drive. Also looking at the drive for you on the northbound side of the 405, nowhere near as bad as the southbound commute, but you'll see some delays on the south bank as you come off the 110 through Torrance, the Lawndale toward Hawthorne Boulevard. For the northbound on the 405, out of Hawthorne and Lenox, leaving the 105 is going to be light patchy for here and there through West LA toward the 10. Westbound side of the 105, slow going for you on the Lindway for before Long Beach Boulevard stretches beyond the 110 through South LA and West Athens as you head toward Crenshaw Boulevard. 91 West is an alternate to the 105 westbound. Seeing a busy one for you off the 710 and stretches into Gardena toward the 110. And checking in on a few delays for you in Santa Ana on the Vine southbound 17th Street. You'll see a sluggish drive toward the 55. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm in Paulie O'Keefe.
This hour of the Bill Handle Show is brought to you by Advanced Roofing Systems. Now pound 250 and just say Advanced Roofing.
We all looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living. Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Attention parents, is your child struggling with reading? Watch their confidence soar as they jump a whole grade level in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It's simple and fun for kids. Engaging lessons with catchy songs and games keep them hooked. It's easy for you. No teaching experience needed, just 15 minutes a day. Guaranteed results. See at least one grade level improvement or your money back. Get your first month for just $1 and free access to Hooked on Math and Hooked on Spelling apps. Visit hookedonphonics.com now. That's hookedonphonics.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year. Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
The concept of raining cats and dogs.
It dates back to the 17th century when streets were filthy and heavy rain would carry dead animals down.
A lot of dead animals. Yeah. Well, they originally said it's raining poop and roadkill, but it just didn't take.
And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. And good morning, everybody. Bill Handle here. Friday morning, March 8th. Fruity Friday, and it's going to be very interesting. Well, there goes my cat. Oh, just right at the beginning, the coffee stand goes. Wow. I usually wait until I'm like in the second hour before hopping goes. Okay, we should glue these down, but I never do because I just enjoy hearing the as they go down. Oh, okay. So Fruity Friday today is going to be very interesting because you're going to hear Neil, and he's going to sound like he's live, but I recorded it yesterday. So Neil is not here, although I will say he's here, but think again, it was yesterday, so today is yesterday. And instead of Neil, Petros joins us. Hey, what are they? Hello, everybody. Who is a sportscaster extraordinary. People don't know Petros had a storied career as a football player at SC, except for the fact that his foot blew up. Yes, thank you for remembering that. Yeah, I he would have been, a pro ball player. He was at that level. There was like no issue. By the way, there was a lot of issues. Well, yeah, there were medical issues. Pro football does not solve people's problems, right? I learned that after many years of working the sport. But thank you for remembering my football career, Bill. The longer I go, the less people remember. And that's probably a good thing. But it's wonderful to see you, and you look beautiful this morning. Everybody does. It's great to see that your thing is still a well-oiled machine. Yeah, it's a well-oiled machine, even though we're hearing an echo right now. It's that well-oiled, so we have all kinds of technical difficulties. So, okay, who is... I did it, I muted. Oh, that was you. Okay, you get a pass. Anyway, I'm sorry, Bill. No, I'm new to the morning zoo. I know. The morning zoo. When I started this show, there's a quick little bit of history, and then we'll get to say hello to everybody else. When I started morning show, 1993 is when this show started. And it within a couple of years, it actually, thank goodness, it became fairly successful. And by the way, people go, "Oh, you're so good." I'm not good. It's just that everybody else is bad. That's the reality. Is everybody else sucks. So, please. And so the show became a success. And all of a sudden, it was the first issues-oriented show, basically, in the country. Because it was always the morning waka, waka, waka morning zoo stuff. And this was an issues-oriented show. And all of a sudden, failed morning shows around the country, and I'm not kidding you, fat, bald lawyers. And they thought that would do it. Didn't. All right, anyway. You're the only fat. Well, you're not as fat as you're still spear bald. Yeah, I'm spear blank. Spear-y. Okay, and Petros, really quickly, you're on AM 570 right down the hall. Right. Afternoon. And the afternoon, I always get confused. Petros and Money. Right, I know I knew that. It's only 20 years. I know that. See you all the time. I know, and I mentioned, I always call Matt. Good morning, Amy, I'm sorry. Yeah, and I always ask Matt, his partner, how did Petros get first billing on this one? Okay, so anyway, Petros, thanks for joining us. A pleasure. You'll be with us for the news. Amy, good morning.
Hi, Bill. How are you?
I am good. And by the way, your guest, Steve Portnoy, this morning about what happened yesterday or last night at the State of the Union, it was phenomenal. So what's the first thing we yelled? And let's get him. Let's do this. Yeah, that was very, very helpful of you. All right, Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
And Tony, who was there asleep in the chair. Kono comes back when? The end of March. End of March now. The extension. So
did you see the excitement in his face?
Yeah, Tony's. Nice. Yeah, must be nice. Well, you know what? It's I only did 30 days or 3 weeks of drug rehab when I went. Kono is man, he is really milking this one. If they double you up, usually you go from like Betty Ford, which is like they watch you, and then a group home. Yeah, I might be in the group home phase. Yeah, I did one at Santa Monica Hospital. Is what I did. The CDC, something dependent center. Anyway, so everybody, we got it. I said hello to you, Ian. Did I not? Okay, we're ready to go. Let's do it. Handle on the news. Where did I put it? Where did I put the coffee? Remember, you knocked over the file thing. Yeah, I know, guy. It could have happened in that fray. Where the hell?
Did you throw it away?
No, I don't. Oh, here it is. No, it was under some other papers. Here's the problem. I was looking for copy, and let's not forget, copy stand. Okay? As a normal course of events. Okay, let's do it, everybody. Handle on the news, Amy Petros this morning, and me, late story. And of course, it was Joe Biden's State of the Union address last night, and the State of the Union has gone from a very exalted, which it should be, delivery by the President of the United States, to a free-for-all. Marjorie Taylor Greene screaming at the top of her lungs, the Democratic caucus, or the Congress people screaming, 4 more years, 4 more years. It's a political rally and a game fight all in one fell swoop. It's insane. And we're going to have,
Stephen Portnoy?
Stephen Portnoy, I forgot his first name. We're going to have Stephen Portnoy up with us at 7 o'clock, who was there. He was there. And it's a small room, and it's not that big. It's not that big.
Really, yeah, it's not.
And it's jammed. because normally just Congress sits there. It's the biggest hall, but I mean, they have to cram the seats together. You got the Joint Chiefs, you've got the entire cabinet, you have the Supreme Court, in their robes, so they can go commando. It's the only people they can in that hall, and you cram everybody in there, and you had George Santos show up.
How was it weird? I thought the selfie thing was weird. Usually it was just handshakes. For years and years, you just saw handshakes, but it's weird to see these really, in many ways, incredibly old public servants. They know how to do the phone. Even Mike knew how to do the phone.
Yeah, it was interesting.
I was impressed.
Also, do you know, as he goes down that aisle and shakes hands with people and hugs and all that, Joe Biden knew a lot of people there because he'd been in Congress for 40 years. Do you know that it's first come, first served in the chamber when it comes to the Congress people, except they do different aisles. So the people along the aisle have been sitting there waiting for 6-8 hours.
Like a Star Wars.
Yeah, it's like a Taylor Swift concert, to get the best seats when it opens up. And they just so they can shake the hands of the president.
And yeah, it's always a shock because no matter how unpopular the guy is, in whatever moment, I remember George Bush, and there's always so much acrimony, but the president becomes a really exalted figure.
Well, he's the
mood, yeah.
He's the president of the United States,
and everybody you see everybody
stand up. You stand up for one thing, and you applaud, which everybody did. But you're right, everybody clambers on top of each other just to shake his hand because they running rats. That's exactly it. Oh, by the way, here's a quick factoid for everybody. Do you know the State of the Union given every year? Does it have to be given every year? I don't know. It does not. If the Constitution calls from time to time, the president shall report to Congress the State of the Union. It was all done in writing until basically the turn of the last century. It would just be sent up, and it doesn't have to be sent up every year. A president can just skip it. Of course, he can't politically, but it's kind of interesting.
Well, he wasn't going to skip it this year because, like you said, it was a campaign rally. It wasn't a State of the Union.
It was crazy. We were going to talk to Stevie Portnoy, who was there last night. I can't wait to talk to him. And he's ABC News correspondent, national news correspondent. Okay, we're going to take a break, come back, and really get into a handle on the news. Let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A wheel has fallen off a United Airlines plane that was on its way from San Francisco to Japan. The plane made an emergency landing at LAX late yesterday morning. Everyone on board's okay, and there were about 230 people. They were all put on another plane or other planes. Several cars in an employee parking lot at SFO were damaged by the falling tire. 4 LA residents are in police custody in connection with the death of a 96-year-old woman in Santa Barbara County. The woman was found dead in her home in Montecito in May of 2022. LA Mayor Karen Bass and a delegation of city leaders are in Paris, France. Leaders from both cities are meeting as they prepare to host the next 2 Summer Olympic Games. Of course, the next one is this summer in Paris. We'll take a look at the roads next.
For well over 10 years, I have recommended the Life Source Whole House Water Filtration System. And this is a filter system. Boy, it is a step above. It delivers highly filtered, obviously insanely safe, delicious water from every tap in the house. Effectively, what it is bottled water. It's that good. So imagine cooking, cleaning, drinking, doing clothes, dishes in what is basically bottled water. That's what the Life Source system is about. Now, they've been in business for 40 years. Oh, by the way, I've had one in my house for 10 years. I bought a new house, as you know, I downsized, and putting another one in. I'm not moving into that house until I get a Life Source system. So as part of their 40th anniversary, they're giving new customers a free AquaPure worth over $900 with the purchase of the Ultimate Package. Call them for details on that one. And this offer ends March 31. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit LifeSourceWater.com, LifeSourceWater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
Sunny with highs in the 60s to low 70s. This report brought to you by Caltrans Clean California. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got slowing in South LA on the 110.
Not that we're not being recorded in lanes, but northbound side, you're going to feel the pinch from Manchester to Midway toward at least Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Further northbound on the 110, at least for the moment, not too bad for your driving downtown. From the 10 to the 101, just like patchy here and there, nothing too crazy right home. About westbound side of the 10 Santa Monica Freeway. As you come off the 60, leaving Lorena, you will see a rough go for your drive through downtown. A smidgen of relief and busy again for you further westbound on the 10 as you make your way through Mid-City from Vermont Avenue, continuing toward the 405 in West LA. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Polio, TV.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It was the night of May 5th. Joe Campos Torres stopped by the 21 Club in Houston's 2nd Ward.
On Cinco de Mayo in 1977, the city of Houston was rocked by an appalling death at the hands of the city's own police.
At the time, Houston's police department reputation being out of control.
Jose Campos Torres, an Army veteran, had been arrested at one of Houston's Latino bars. But instead of taking him to jail, police took him to a secluded spot on the bank of Houston's Buffalo Bayou.
Our source says the officers decided to teach Torres a lesson.
His body was found floating in the water 2 days later.
Mama, they found the boy. Mama, somebody killed the boy.
But when the officers involved were cleared, Houston exploded.
Black jackets and shields were handed out.
Oh my God, they wanted to burn that place down.
The arsonist wrote the name of Joe Torres on the wall.
People responded with rocks and bottles, shouting, "Viva Jose Campos Torres."
The community's demand for justice led to an audacious experiment. 5 young Latino officers were pulled out of the patrol cars and offered a chance to become America's first Latino homicide squad.
And he said, how would you like to go to homicide? I didn't know what a homicide was.
With little training and even fewer resources, they were tasked with solving homicides in Houston's Spanish-speaking neighborhoods and rebuilding trust. They were given 90 days to solve as many cases as they could. This is a police story, but it's not the one you've gotten used to hearing. This is the untold story of a homicide squad tasked with the impossible.
There'll never be another squad like ours.
I'm Cristela Alonso from Frequency Machine and the Vox Media Podcast Network. This is Chicana Squad.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
This week on How to Money, thieves are trying to steal your tax refund. Plus, Bitcoin is going to the moon. Does that mean you should be investing in it? We'll talk about all that and more.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Sundays at noon on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI! AM 640 Bill Handle here. Sorry, I'm still chewy. I always get the timing wrong. Been doing this for a long time. Yeah.
One day you'll get it.
No.
What's for breakfast?
The grilled cheese sandwich from the machine down the hall. Oh, really? Yeah, 4.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, they had PM mini. I mean, that's only if the chips are really down. Yeah, I head down there. Chips are okay. All right, back we go. More handle on the news. ABK vinegar. Right. Petros Papadakis, who is heard Monday through Friday on AM 570 Sports, just down the street or down the hall, and it's from 3 to 7 p.m. So you guys can listen to him as long as he doesn't compete with me. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be here. And I let John get upset. And Conway. Right. Let's do it, guys. More handle on the news.
So the U.S. is stepping in to help get aid in. During the State of the Union last night, President Biden said the U.S. is going to set up a temporary port along the coast of the Gaza Strip, and they're going to put in a pier that will allow ships to come in and drop off aid shipments that are needed, food, medicine, all that kind of stuff for the people of Palestine.
A couple things on this. Done without the permission of the Israelis, of course. Biden said there will not be one American soldier with his foot, her foot, on Gaza soil. And what is Israel going to do? Right now, Israel controls, of course, Gaza effectively, and has controlled the ports. No ports work in Gaza without Israeli permission. And they're still basically playing chicken. And Israel's not going to be able to do a damn thing about it. And good for Biden and the people of Palestine. I mean, outside of all the politics and, of course, the war and Hamas starting it all, hey, you have tens of thousands of people there, well, hundreds of thousands of people. They're starving to death. You know, at what point you say, okay, kids dying of malnutrition, there's, you got to take that into account. And, of course, Israel is totally intransigent, as is Hamas, and it's just going to go on and on. So we talked about that just a bunch of times, which we will again. Oh, here's one, Petros.
Oh, yes. The shooting victims in Uvalde, the families are furious after an independent investigator clears the officers of blame. There was an independent investigator that probed the thing for the local police response that was highly criticized. The guy's name is Jesse Prado, retired Austin police detective, did not identify any officers who violated the policy in his report, but he said they acted in good faith, whereas multiple other agencies, Bill, have previously agreed that law enforcement botched the response to the massacre. They just stood outside while people died.
Yeah, 77 minutes standing outside while the shooter was shooting kids, some of which were on the phone with their parents saying, we're being shot, please help me. So you've got these cops, and they acted in good faith. I assume that if a cop had simply just run away, that's in good faith for fear that because you have to save yourself. The cops have to do that. Okay, good faith. Let me tell you, the parents were not very thrilled with that one, nor should they be.
No, they're not going to stop talking.
They're not either. And it's not as if active shooter episodes are not practiced. They were already in place. Any other police force, they rush the shooter. Especially when it's a question of kids. They would just throw that door wide open, slam it open, and then go in shooting.
That's what you'd assume.
Yeah, and they didn't. And the investigators said, no, they did nothing wrong.
Well, the FDA is greenlighting LSD in some circumstances. So they've done some clinical trials and say they have had encouraging results. So the U.S. Food and Drug Administration is approving breakthrough therapy status for LSD to treat anxiety disorder.
Oh, that's why I did all that LSD when I was younger.
And you're not anxious.
Not
you don't knock things over.
Not anymore, because I did all that LSD.
Wasn't this a thing in the 60s?
Yeah.
Like that this, they studied it in Stanford.
Yeah, well, they did, sort of the U.S. government did. It's LSD. It's just kind of fun unless you're having a bad trip.
You got the Ken Kesey stuff and the Merry Pranksters and all those books.
Yeah, now you have to be careful because there are a couple of instances in which people have gone up on the fifth story, top of the parking structure and thought they were a bird and took a swan dive off. But, that's few and far between. It was,
it used to happen with cocaine, too, back when they used to prescribe it all the time. Every once in a while, somebody would take a dive. Like a Russian guy, they just fall out of a window.
LSD, magic mushroom shrooms, which get disgusting, get sick, and MDMA, mollies, and now being considered treatments, which is good.
Timothy Leary.
Yes.
George Santos announces that he's running for Congress again. He was there last night. The former representative was expelled from the House last year. He announced Thursday night that he's running again for Congress, this time to challenge a Republican congressman in New York. You want me to read his quote?
No, yeah.
Tonight, I want to announce that I'll be returning to the arena of politics. Man in the arena. Challenging Nick for the battle over number New York 1. Santos wrote on X, referring to GOP rep Nick LaLota.
Now, he is going to skip some of the campaign appearances because he'll be too busy doing his neurosurgery because he's a neurosurgeon. No. He is, what is he? He's
on OnlyFans.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he's a neurosurgeon, an OnlyFans. He's also a master plumber. He's a college professor. He's basically a liar, is what he is.
A polymath.
Yeah. So anyway, the fact that he showed up, I mean, the chutzpah that he had, even showing up, I mean, it's breathtaking.
You think he'll get reelected?
No.
I mean, it's not very bad.
That's true. You're right.
So Boeing has a new bonus structure. They're overhauling how it pays employee bonuses. It says because it needs to emphasize quality and safety over meeting financial targets. So currently, the financial bonuses are structured that 75% of their annual bonuses are tied to making money. 25% was tied to operational objectives, including quality and safety. So they're basically swapping that. And the safety and quality is going to account for 60% of the annual bonus.
You know, that's a problem because that culture that they have, we're talking about Boeing now, was bought by Douglas, I don't know, in the 1980s or early 90s. Boeing was bought by Douglas. Boeing was an engineering company. William Boeing set this up as an engineering company that produced as best quality aircraft as they could, and then money came secondarily. Now you have bean counters that come in from Douglas who had taken over Douglas, and it changed completely. And that's why planes are falling out of the sky.
Well, they're not all falling out of the sky, just parts of them.
Yes, that's true.
Tires.
We have a door. Recently, a tire fell off a United flight after takeoff from San Francisco.
Although this is a 777, yes, maintenance again. And the 777 has been around for a long time. It's very close to being retired. As a plane, this extraordinarily. And I'm a pilot friend who flew with the IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, who went on to fly for El Al, and he flew 777s, and he said it's the best plane he's ever flown. He just a joy to fly, safe as hell. And he's still around. So I guess it is.
Well, I'm sure the people who had their cars crashed at SFO by the wheel raining from the sky.
Yeah, no.
They're so lucky no one got killed.
Yeah. You know, I tried to tell him, because he told me when his last flight was as a pilot on El Al, and I said, Doobie, here's what you have to do. Please do it. Doobie, D-U-B-I, that's his name. And so I told him, and he's a captain. I said, Doobie, Captain Doobie? Yeah, gotta get on the horn and announce to the plane, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be flying at 38,000 feet, but for you, 32,000. Okay. Let's take.
I mean, just hello, everybody. It's me, Captain Doobie. I don't know about getting on that plane.
Yeah. That's a name. It's a nickname. I use all the time. All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. More handle on the news. Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
President Biden has delivered his third State of the Union address, laying out his vision for the country as he runs for another term. He warned of threats to democracy at home and abroad and cited the war in Ukraine and January 6th. He also called on Republican lawmakers to back a bipartisan border deal negotiated in the Senate. Biden talked about crime, China, Social Security, voting rights, education, taxes, housing, and more. The father of a local Marine killed as the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan has been arrested for disrupting the president's State of the Union address.
The biggest increase in history.
Capitol Police escorted Stephen Nakui out of the House chamber for shouting several times. He yelled Abbey Gate, which is the entrance to the Kabul airport. Nakui was against a Florida Republican Congressman, Brian Mast, who says that Biden has refused to say the names of the 13 U.S. service members killed in 2021, including Marine Lance Corporal Kareem Nakui from Norco. News brought to you by Semper Solaris. A psychologist at Twin Towers Jail in LA County has settled a lawsuit alleging retaliation for reporting inmate civil rights violations. Lawyer Michael Kent says instead of violations being corrected, Dr. Sarah Howe was put on administrative leave for 3 years.
She comes back from administrative leave and they suspend her because of bogus charges that they brought against her. And then they also demoted her.
Kent says Howe reported issues like an inmate who was kept handcuffed for 24 hours, inmates not getting proper clothes, and inmates not getting proper suicide watch. LA County Mental Health has not responded to requests for comment. A mail carrier's been attacked in Gardena. Security video from last month shows a man yelling at the carrier who was punched in the back of the head as he tried to walk away. The two men got into a fight. Neighbors say the attacker is well known in the area for breaking into people's homes, stealing property, and basically terrorizing the community. They say it's upsetting to see that he's not in jail. The happiest place on Earth could soon have enough unobtainium to create an Avatar-themed land in Anaheim.
The new attraction could be accompanied by more Avatar movie sequels and could rival Avatar's Pandora at Disney World. Disney CEO Bob Iger this week confirmed Avatar Land as part of a $1.9 billion Disneyland expansion.
And we have thousands of acres of land. We can actually build 7 new floatlands around the world, including the ability to Disneyland in California, which everybody thinks is kind of landlocked, by 15%.
Anaheim set to vote on the expansion in May, which Disney promises to keep within its current 500-acre footprint. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
We'll check the 105 with the KFI in the sky next.
Been a friend for so fun. Friends, you, your co-workers, loved ones, so we introduce you to Zellman's Minty Mouth Mints. This is a mint that's not just a mint, it's a breath of fresh air. It's a tiny little capsule that you swallow, clinically tested against the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. You pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck on that minty coating, and then you swallow the capsule. Fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours. You can also bite into them out. And it doesn't just cover up that breath, it cleans your breath in a way that other mints simply can't. The parsley seed oil in the capsule goes towards inside your gut. Very, very different way of cleaning up your mouth. That's Zellman's. Gives you a money-back guarantee that I know you'll never use. Free shipping if you order 3 packs or more, and I know you're going to want to order more. And I've known folks behind Zellman's for over 30 years. Matter of fact, I bought into the company. That's how much I believe in Zellman's. Go to Zellmans.com, Z-E-L-M-I-N-S, Zellmans, Z-E-L-M-I-N-S, 15% off when you use the code KFI. That's 15% off, use the code KFI at Zellmans, Z-E-L-M-I-N-S, Zellmans.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunshine, highs in the 60s at the beaches, Metro LA and Inland Orange County. 60s to low 70s for the valleys and Inland Empire. 50s to low 60s in the high desert. Some clouds tomorrow morning, then sunny with highs topping out around 70. A couple degrees cooler with partly cloudy skies on Sunday. We'll see partly cloudy skies as we head into next week with some warming by Wednesday. It's 48 in Orange, 52 in Laguna Beach. We got a crash in Linwood on the 105.
They have a little crash just off the side of the freeway here. It's the westbound side of the 105. At Wilmington, definitely seeing some slowing getting away from the 710. Though the CHP says the crash is on surface streets, so we're going to go check it out, but definitely some slowing there. It's also a bit slow northbound on the 405 in the usual spot, getting away from the 105 on up towards Culver City, about Venice Boulevard. Looks like some problems as well on the 101 southbound right there at the 110. Possibly a couple of vehicles involved in a wreck. Maybe at least, well, it looks like at least a solo vehicle crash causing some delays for you. And the northbound side of the 5 kind of slow getting away from the 710. Just a reminder, over the weekend, the El Toro Y is going to be shut down. Northbound 5 connected to the northbound 405 in South Orange County, closed from tonight at 8 o'clock all the way until 5 a.m. Monday morning. So plan accordingly. Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Make a memorable meal this Easter with low prices on ham from your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get a hickory half bone-in spiral sliced ham for $2.49 per pound while supplies last. Flavor is in full bloom at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Find a store near you.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Give back to your local community and strengthen the bonds of your neighborhood with Neighbor to Neighbor, a California Volunteers Network designed to empower you to get involved and strengthen your community. To find out how you can lend a hand, visit caneighbors.com today. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men will experience domestic and sexual violence, but you can help raise awareness and funds to support survivors and stop abuse before it starts. Sign up today for the annual No More Week 5K. It's simple to do. Run, walk, bike, swim. Take your dog for a stroll. Any step or movement counts anytime between March 3rd and 9th. And no matter where you live, you'll be part of a global team, making a difference together. Go to nomore.org/5K now to sign up.
Hey, LAFC fans, listen up. Steiner Brothers is giving away 4 tickets to the LAFC versus LA Galaxy match, a hotel stay, pre-match sideline access, autographed soccer ball, and more. To enter, head to Steiner.com/LAFC or click the banner.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance. How was I look?
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Time to level up your kitchen game. Technique all the week on the Pork Report. Saturdays at 2 on KFI.
You set my world on fire. It's all on you. Watching flames get higher. Can't move on. I just got
KFI AM 640 Bill Handel here. It is a Friday morning, Foodie Friday. Love Foodie Friday, first of all, because it's Friday. Tomorrow I'm back on 8 o'clock in the morning, so tomorrow's really my Friday. And we just we're having a fun Friday today. Had a lot of good stuff going on. Let's continue with Handel on news, and we'll get through a little more stories quicker because I know we're lagging a little bit. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It is your fault. That's Petros, by the way. Petros, who's joining us today in lieu of Neil, who is on from 9 to 1 o'clock this morning with Marla Tellez from Fox News. Okay, so let's do it. More Handel on the news. Amy, Petros, and me.
Well, a lot of people, including me, a little heartbroken today. The first of 3 eggs that are incubating in a nest high above Big Bear Lake is probably no longer viable. So don't make fun of this fish.
I love it. I love birds. Yeah, eagles are great. By the way, an eagle egg, all you need is 1 for an omelet. You know that, don't you?
Stop it.
Stop it.
I didn't do that.
They're very big.
Well, you can go climb up the tree and grab that one that's not going to hatch.
Yeah.
What about the other 2?
They're still within the window of possibility. So Pip Watch starts on after 35 days, and the second egg is on its 36th day, and the third egg is on its 39th day.
Pip Watch?
Pip Watch. So you're watching for the eaglet to start breaking through the shell.
All right. So people that watch are peeking pips.
Here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, there's two more, and Jackie and Shadow are the parents, and they're fabulous. And you can watch the Big Bear Eagle Cam, and there's like 35,000 people watching it at any given time.
All right, that's a lot.
A good-looking bird.
Beautiful.
I don't know. I feel like I might be getting old because when I see a bird, I'm like, oh, is that a red-tailed hawk? You know, and I think that happens at a certain age.
No, bald eagles are just magnificent, and they're pretty tasty too.
Oh, Bill! Oh, God!
Okay, let's move on.
Yes, the LAPD has more applicants in January than any other month in the last 2 years, according to Mayor Bass. So everybody wants to be a cop, and they must be doing what I've been doing, which is watching Bosch on Amazon Prime, which is like a show from 10 years ago that I just now caught.
Yeah, and the good news, they haven't lowered their standards. I mean, in terms of tattoos, far more accepting.
Used to be tatted up.
You can be tatted up, and I mean sleeved up, and it doesn't matter anymore.
It used to be just for hookers and bikers and people who've been in jail and the Navy, and now it's for everyone.
Yeah, and it used to be that if you ever even looked at a joint, a marijuana doobie, see, we're back to that.
There's doobie.
There'd be the pilot.
Yeah, I used to be a pilot. And then they reduced that. Now they don't want you to use marijuana. And then they got to the point where you could actually walk into the interview smoking a joint, you're fine. So in terms of those things, the standards have, if you want to argue, they've dropped. I don't think they have. And the bottom line is that for the first time in a long time, they have enough applicants, which is neat.
So apparently, former President Trump's not the only one who thinks elections are rigged. Mario Katie Porter, who just lost in her bid to become a U.S. Senator, is saying that the election was rigged and that, the people with the big money were really kind of hedging their bets to make Adam Schiff the candidate who would be in the top two.
Yeah, because he raised the most money. It's not that complicated. Politics is the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules, and you win. And that's how, after Citizens United, the Supreme Court case, and said unlimited money from PACs can now go into a campaign. Okay, done. Now we raised the money. And she can bitch and moan about big interests. She can bitch and moan about how he got his money, which he did from big corporate interests, yada, yada, yada. And saying it was rigged. Come on.
Although he did spend a lot of money attacking Steve Garvey.
Right, that's not rigging yet. That, first of all, everybody knew it. It was a campaign.
You see the commercial?
Right, it's a campaign ploy. That wasn't a secret. We all knew he was spending all that kind of money. He goes, this is strategy, and it is strategy.
Yep.
It's just got off. We reached that point where now the Democrats have joined the Republicans, the MAGA Republicans. You don't win, it is rigged. When are we going to hear about the general election? When does Trump come out and say, if Joe Biden wins, it is rigged? At what point prior to election, November 6th, does that come out and say? What do you think?
God, I love election years.
Yeah, they're great.
And this one's going to be really long.
Yeah. No, I'm serious. What do you think the first utterance is going to be? If Joe Biden wins, this is going to be a rigged election.
It will make up for its length with its volatility.
Yeah, that's true. I say I'm guessing a month out. It is the accusation.
October.
Yeah, I'm saying October. That's when it's going to happen. If not sooner.
Let's talk about Sweden.
Let's take a break and we're going to go back.
Oh, come on. I want to talk about the Swedes.
Okay, talk about Sweden.
I'm kidding.
No, go ahead.
They officially joined NATO on Thursday after Russia's invasion of the Ukraine spurred them to rethink their defense policy. The Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson said,
That's funny.
And that was
no, it's good. He was up there last night, State of the Union. He was in the gallery.
Chewing whale blubber.
Yeah, he was. He just came from a sauna. He was still dripping.
Sauna.
That's true. All right, now we'll take a break and come back and finish up handle on the news. All right, Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A Riverside County Sheriff's deputy has been injured in a crash east of Temecula. The CHP says a Toyota Tacoma hit the deputy's Ford Explorer after it ran a red light and trapped the deputy inside. Fire crews were able to pull him out. He's in moderate condition in the hospital. The other driver wasn't hurt. A bill that could ban TikTok has been approved in committee. It would require ByteDance to sell TikTok if it wants to keep operating in the U.S. If the bill makes it all the way, ByteDance would have about 5 months to sell TikTok before a ban would go into effect. A new study shows a single dose of LSD could provide lasting anxiety relief. The study found the drug was generally well tolerated and found the most common adverse side effects when patients first took the drug were hallucinations, euphoric mood, and nausea. The FDA has granted breakthrough therapy status to the drug. We'll check some problems on the 405 with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you decided to sell your house a year ago, if you decided to sell your house, you'd sell it in 30 seconds and 30 minutes and probably get more money than you were even asking. Well, those days are gone. I mean, completely gone. Because, well, first of all, mortgage interest rates have exploded, so the number of people that would qualify for your home is way, way
What's up, Clint? How are you?
What's up, man? You look like you're running away from the cops right now.
Huh?
What up?
How are you? What a
Are you
bacon.
running away from the cops?
Why would you say that? No.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
No. How are you?
Good, man. How's that app?
Which one? That Azar?
Yeah, you were out there
That's
sharing.
good. Were you? Yeah, so we did it last night. We got some other people in there. So that's cool. We got some new members of the community. And yeah, it was good. Dude, this lounge has it's cool that people are in here. I'm glad. How are you, Baked Beans?
Well, he's washing his ball sacks right now.
Okay.
He's in the shower.
That'll do it. All right. Well, how are things for you, Apollo? Good to hear.
You're saying about my lounge? What's wrong with it?
Oh, nothing. It's really cool. I like it. It's like one of 3 places that are active in my telegrams. Like, there's this one, and then you told me about, or you had somebody who told me about another one. Hold on one second. I'll tell you what it is. I'm trying to find it. Just one moment. I was going to say, it was something that I wanted to mention to you. There is a feature in one of these lounges that allows for. There you go. What up? What up? How are you?
I'll be down one sec.
Excellent.
He's going to show you his ball sack after he's done. Oh, my God. How shiny they are.
That's what I like to hear.
How shiny it is.
Huh.
Come on, Rabbi, you gotta laugh, man.
I am. I mean, it's funny. I'm doing something at the same time, trying to find something for you, actually. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Are you a member of Bitcoin Ass Vision?
Yeah.
They have the coolest.
I just had ass munch in here.
Okay, they had the coolest. I thought you did. They have the coolest feature where you can do this image thing. Is that free? How did they do that?
I don't know. Tag ass munch and tell his ass to get in here.
Absolutely. And then I was gonna say you should do it in your crypto degens lounge.
I will. Tag ass munch again.
I'm doing
He
it.
was just in here. I asked him some stupid question and he left.
To crypto degens lounge. It's really cool though.
What does it do?
It uses AI to create whatever picture you want, but they can be really seductive.
Seductive? Oh, the women? Like the images of the women?
Everything.
That he uses over there?
And it's all AI and it's all generated. It's amazing.
Yeah. We have something, but I never introduced it because Mark wants to capitalize on that. What am I capitalizing on? I think did you share that thing with Asmunch on how he can create women, AI women? No, he's not an idiot. Huh? No, he's not an idiot. I like it that way, but I don't know. But I don't think I did. Why? Because Rabbi here thinks it's a cool thing that what he has going on over there at Asmunch.
Oh, it's definitely cool.
It's just a bot.
Okay.
Is it a bot? Can you explain that to Rabbi very quick? I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yes, maybe. Oh, just there he is. You explain. Asmunch, you'll know better than
What up, Asmunch? You have the coolest bot that makes these images. It's very cool. What is that?
AI thing. It makes granny porn for you.
I know. I love it. You should see why I'm using it.
Oh yeah, I love it. Oh, keep it up, bro.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's really cool.
Hey, can you share it with us? Keep up the great work.
I appreciate it. So I was talking to Apollo and I said, look, if possible, get it in the Crypto DJs Lounge.
Yeah, can you share it with us? Can you share with us, Facebook? Yeah. Hold on.
It's baller.
Do you want to set it up? Or is it hard to set up or what? Bye-bye. Huh? Do you know how to do like the bye-bye? I don't know. Can I give you admin? You want admin? That's much? Yeah, that's fine either way, bro. Yeah, I'll give you admin and you set it up. Just don't fuck up my chat, motherfucker. Whoa. 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 Some fucking... Nah, playing. Well, I want this fucking token, dude, and I got right. This is bullshit. Like the fun little ones, right? Yeah, man, it's fucking bullshit. Now I feel like a straight ball. Man, it's bad to say. I told you, anything that, like, he makes a video for, I stay away from. It's like a dime that just says, like, yeah, funny video, I'll laugh at it, but fuck that. That token's running in 20 minutes. Fuck, man, I cannot believe this. Fuck it. Alright, as much here you go, buddy. I'm gonna add you right now. Okay. I want you to make sure don't last bunch community takeover, buddy. Fuck you. If somebody here drops me, I'll do it. Fuck it. Alright. I'm seeing it. Nah, boy, I need to try fucking buttholes on her own, dude. Dude, I bought a bag, and then I won 500,000 tokens, and I was number one, and then they closed down the TG. I was number one, dude. There you go, Aspen. Where if I feel my competition, it's kind of like last run, like, yo, that's bearish now. Fuck that, I want out. Maybe. I was just like, it was just too new. I was stuck in traffic. I missed the whole thing. But that's just bullshit, dude. Just whatever. There you go, Ashmuch. Okay, let's see. So what do you do with this thing? Like, how do you request it?
I'm doing it right now. You / image, and then you type your name or take the name of what you want, and it's really pretty good.
What? This guy posted this chart. Fire, dude. This shit is fire. Let's go. Yo, I don't know if you'll ever get that back, though, dude. That's like a once in a lifetime shit. What, that, huh? What is this? Image? So what do you type? Like, what do you type? Like,
You can, I mean, it's really for like sexual stuff, but it's for everything. Is this a free bot? I may ask for Sonic Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu to use it. It's amazing.
yeah, so is it your bot, or because it says processing image for, so anytime anybody processes, like, asks for an image, it'll have their name on it? I'm going to get processing. What the fuck, dude? What do I type? Like, what do I say? I don't know what to do. You do image, like / image, and then you type whatever.
Just one moment. I'm going to get someone from the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email community in here. I want them to see this. This is really cool. I'll be right back. Hey, what's up, JH? How are you? Excellent. My friend has this group, and he has this really cool aspect of it. I'm trying to find an admin who will come in here and see it. Okay, let's see here. Maybe Vamp can. Bam. Oh, thank you so much. How are you? Hey, Bam. This guy who I know on Telegram has a Telegram channel that has a really cool feature of it. I think it's a really cool feature, and I want to show it to you. It's an image generator, like an AI image generator. Exactly. So if you come in here and just press like image Sonic on skateboard, it generates it for you pretty quickly, and it's free. And I don't understand why we don't have it in our Telegram. Once you see, it's really good. I mean, here's Sonic on a skateboard.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. The thing is, if you do that in the main chat, it's just spamming, okay?
It is. But people do that anyway.
On the other side, do it anyway. Creating pictures, so everyone's even using different AI.
I mean, when people do the /tits, that doesn't do anything positive except just, release a little serotonin in people. But this at least is creative. And you can use it for jokes and things as well. No, you don't. It's a bot. It's a bot. So it just sits in there. And then when you do Ford. Okay. That's the thing. People would like it. Wow, you are just negative Nancy, fam. Look, I mean, the same stuff happens when you press /chart, when you press /tits, when you have I mean, if we want to talk about spam, our buy symbol is giant. So I'm not saying that can't be cleaned up as well if we want to keep it super clean. Right, it just really easy. Well, I mean, if they do, then that's great. That means people are using the Telegram a lot. It's just another feature of the Telegram. What do you mean? The Telegram can crash? These are good problems to have. They mean that people are using the feature and using the chat. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking before out of a development perspective, and I like the idea. I was thinking about that too. But this is something what would be interesting if we would have Discord chat, for example. Because then we have a separated server. You just click on and all the images are in there. If you want to do that on Telegram, we have to open again a second chat. And one has to look through that chat.
Yeah, no, I know. I get that. It's if we're to me. I understand.
It's not that I say that it's stupid, but yeah, maybe it's try to get someone, yeah.
Well, I don't. So here's the thing. I asked about this at one point, something similar. I wanted a radio bot in here, and I want people to just know that this is an option. And this person is. Oh, come to VC.
Raimi.
Yeah. I just want to run it. I just want them to know that it's an option. If it is.
Is Dana hanging out here? I like
let's see here. I've asked Glenn. Oh, is it Grammy? Okay. I'm writing. I have a request regarding a feature. SSCP. Can SSCP do it? SSCP, are you an admin? SSCP. Very cool. Oh, get me an admin. Like, okay, so, man, here's a good example. The / meme Harry Potter Obama thing, it's like that.
You guys remember Periscope?
Yeah, Twitter purchased it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's not around anymore.
Well, Twitter Live is now runs on its infrastructure.
I talked to David Rothschild a couple times on Periscope. That was obviously a few years ago, 3 years back. Absolutely brilliant person.
I really thought that Twitter dropped the ball with Periscope. They purchased it. They own it. In fact, when you use their infrastructure to stream, sometimes it still shows Periscope. Yet they didn't bring in the user base, and they basically killed it off. I'm glad that you were able to make good connections on it. It's unfortunate that that wasn't able to be that long lasting of a platform.
It was a cool platform, though. As long as it lasted, I got something now called Bigo. Heard that?
I have. Oh, Bigo?
Yeah, Bigo.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. That's a popular one.
It's the most ruthless app I've ever seen. It's like you got always women like showing their camel toes pretty much. Like God forbid you drink a beer or have a cigarette or let water or something, you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. You can get banned on that one pretty easily.
I know, it's crazy. A little hypocritical. Show your goodies, show your camel toes. Take what you got. Pretty much show everything you have. Like God forbid you have a beer.
You got that right. GB joined. GB, you can maybe see this. Yeah, I want you to see this. I'll send you a link. Just a moment. Okay.
We had the idea to implement the Fit journey in Telegram, but I think it's gonna crash.
And you don't think you're negative, Vamp? Listen to yourself. It's crashed it in the past?
Negative. Sorry, Rabbi, but I heard. I do a lot of stuff at work. Also,
Wait, Vamp, then you should raise the same concerns about the meme bot when you / meme bot. You should say, I have the same concerns because it's a meme bot that / and it can crash the Telegram. That would be the same thing. It's the exact same kind of bot.
Yeah, I know that meme bot has its own patch. That's why I get clocked up sometimes. So
yeah.
it probably would be on mid-series and it would or just be like I know it's passed around before. It's yesterday. I don't know, AI did, but you did. I don't know if you ever seen what he's point or what. It's not exactly productive. It is, but
I did miss Rabbi on a big group. Yeah, but that's someone else has to hook up in the channel that nobody's crashing that one. And I say to Rabbi, who told me negative about that, if people would infiltrate the chat again, this thing is gonna die.
That's negative, Vamp. Hold on. Everything can be weaponized. It's the exact same argument, Vamp. I completely understand what you're saying. But in the same framework.
Why is it the same argument? The problem is you have much more passion words.
You don't, let's agree. You don't know anything about this bot. You don't know how it works. You don't know how it processes. You don't know what it's called. You've never even seen it work. I've only suggested it, and you've already here shot it down. No, I just want to take your idea and say, why don't you say the same thing about the meme bot? The meme bot perhaps can cause the same kind of lag. It gets jammed up. It's perhaps a security flaw. Like, why don't we get rid of the meme bot? Okay. Well, it's been suggested before. That's good. I don't understand why we don't have it. It's a cool feature. I see other Telegrams using it.
Out of AI, making it something else. Like AI images with the lowest, not kind of low tier meter, and taking to that level and we encourage like a little bit of Photoshop and a little bit of creativity. I think that's what it's for.
Now, that I feel is a better answer. I can live with that. What you're saying makes sense. I live with that.
The association of AI images is often out with like low effort.
I get that. That makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense to me is saying we can't use it because it's going to overwhelm the Telegram memory. That doesn't make sense to me. What you say makes sense to me. It's low effort art. Well, here's the thing. To me, it's the same kind of like, you know, when you do /ticks, that doesn't help the coin. It just spams stuff basically. And so when you have those kind of features, it's like, okay, well then why don't you add another feature that allows for at least some creative things. Like when you do /tits, it's the same tits every time. At least with the image, it's different boobs every single time. And then you can meme it.
Tits are more like a flex that we have girls that wrote the picture or the website on their chest. Pretty much.
Okay, that works. Hey, you're making good arguments. Don't people just do the same thing with Midjourney now, though? They just take Sonic, put it in Midjourney, and then post it into the chat? So I'm basically just making it easier for people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which would proliferate more AI.
I mean, if we're making that argument, we should say then no AI art in the stream. But then that's like most of what we get.
Yeah. No, it's yeah.
Basically, what I'm trying to do is just make it more efficient for people, and I understand people. Here's the thing: people just wouldn't use it so much. I think to overwhelm it.
Yeah, probably. I don't know like how most things work on the back end.
Well,
Just the main bond is a cache that got clogged. And a little while ago, they realized that like why it was on for a while. But I don't know if it's a scaling payment thing or I don't know. More cache.
it works really efficiently in other streams, and yeah, but I understand. All right, well, I can't win them all, baby. Right. Yeah. Well, you make really good arguments. Vamp, thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. So after talking with GB, what he has said makes a lot of sense. That this AI art is low quality art. We already get enough of it being spammed in the chat, which is not what we necessarily want. We want creativity. We want people actually using Photoshop and things like that. And then the other part, you make an excellent point as well. We don't necessarily need that on the back end. So it makes sense to me. And I can see how it works for some telegrams, but perhaps not necessarily ours. Yeah. Well, and that's a good point. And I don't know all of that, meaning previously I've asked for bots. I asked for
even on Discord, creating them takes a lot of time. And if you don't limit prompts, you can generate 4 pictures at the same time or even more. Like I say, it would work if we have separated room for that, separated telegram, but nobody will do that. Because you even have to look through it.
Oh yeah, no, nobody wants that. No one wants that. No. Oh, you're absolutely right there. No. So basically, the best way to do it is if you have that type of desire, is just generate it in Midjourney and then manually paste it.
And I would at least give one of my hands say that at least one person will be annoyed to choose that AI and not another.
That's a good point too. That's a very good point too. Yeah.
Sorry, but people are thinking that I use another page as Midjourney and other people like Midjourney and yeah.
What do you use? What do you use? Image AI. Okay.
Yeah, I think. I like it. Yeah, I like it because they're like blockchain.
That's cool. Is it $20 flat or monthly or?
No, they just they give me free ones, I believe. I did a bunch of free ones. I was like, you know what? I just want to go. Yeah, I got nothing to do. So I don't spend my pay. You pick whatever you want.
So you get tokens, okay. I gotcha.
Yeah, and I like the page because they have a range where it's generated just from like random pictures and you can upload them and yeah. And they build on it. So I don't know, they are building a community. They even have an open board for that. You present all your pictures. Talk about the AI itself. I see they made a few changes even in the generated part. There are new features in even more features for people with premium. Yeah, but I don't even pay for it, and I got nice things with Dragon I did, where I made the Harry Potter with the dragon here and so on. I make all that. Yeah, no, just imagine giving people the power to use the AI, the chat system. He will crash it. As one person.
He does it wherever he does it. I feel very confident.
Yeah.
He's obviously got some kind of setup. It's like, images.
Yeah,
but it's, yeah.
My page. You do that with my page. You can pay on it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing. Image and AI, and then you can make, generators that come off the advanced tools that you know. It's not even the advanced tools. It's not like more agency. And when you open the advanced filters, there's even negative ones before in, and if you delete them, you get much more mutations or something like that, you know? That's be that's all in the standard. Yeah.
Yeah, that one might go Obama.
Oh my god, Obama. It's kind of Obama in some parts of the space. Before they got really rejected, and 1 second after that he was activated and nobody to watch, so he just jumped into the project and trying again and again and again.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple of days ago, they used the same one. The guy probably wrote yeah, that was so funny. The crap like laughing.
Yeah, Ross is called Hunter.
Yeah, I thought he wrote
He's cool. I like him.
He was very commented on that definitely did with Glenn. Got 16 calls. Yeah, that was good. He got to see it all in the way, like all the doing this thing that he could actually put Mama. Hey.
Yeah, I bet.
That's like we're just showing evidence.
Yeah, I wasn't in space when I was out in the morning and I just joined the video chat with Rabbi before I guess and went home on camera. And then I was in the space later because I was still awake. And he was in there with someone else. 2 people out of that space joined me after that because they literally asked me like, is this your real voice? I was like, yeah, fine. Do you have any acting background? I said, you're shitting me, aren't you? And people have been like, no, that's her. That's seriously. Okay. They have been so baffled that they joined. Chat. So, worked. Whatever I did, it worked.
Yeah.
Don't do something like a whole nerve. We didn't even take something. Nothing.
We're gonna go we're here to especially this week, but hopefully David
Yeah.
it's important. She's a great one. And this is Kansas not even. I don't know if you know. And he just got back in for $30 a month money. And his team got tarnished and shit. The wrong scammer group there type thing. But he just got caught up. Everything.
That was fine.
You might go on the screen, just look up the website, and you'll be.
Yeah.
It's like tens of thousands of people in this box.
I liked really so much you had the guy sitting here. What the hell is this? Harry, what is wrong with this? Oh my god, I feel so honored. Have you seen Johanna?
Sorry, just kind of there just a little bit. What did your husband say? Sorry.
Made my paintings as the background of his phone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's perfect. You're right. Yeah, see where that's pretty. We're being pretty hard. Pretty good. That. The shield. Don't start hip hop. And the Chucky video on Will Scott.
Oh. Wow. That's video.
Yeah.
I don't know who lost that. Someone in this space tried to work together with Chucky. Warned them. Like, good luck.
What do you mean? Like good luck with Chucky or the enemy?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, that's.
You're in.
Yeah, they have no experience. No, they're doing it their own way. I have no idea how they
People have been expecting actually to see how real colors we are. This is what I heard a lot. the train. Maybe that would be cool, like in real, not in VR.
Yeah, the VR of the little thing, pretty corny.
Dude, I don't know. I mean, I never worked with meta or such things, but I don't know. I don't know with whom they are working. But I don't know, people who do this in prior and it's better.
Yeah.
In such a time. And I bet they had a good one. But in the end, I think I have to watch the video itself. Drink.
Yeah, I think but yeah, the tech guys, and that's probably cool guys.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive. But yeah, they're definitely combination of things that make it easier, like they're using not just Blender, but Unreal Engine probably. And there's a bunch of assets. It's like this 2D video they built the whole ground up, like validated as many assets from like a bank. So like there's something to that, but then the dark stuff, everything, lighting, all it.
I'm just wondering from musician perspective that they are paid with them. You know? I mean, it's still the Busta Rhymes song.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if I would do that, to know about names and so on, like that.
Mm-hmm. The comments, man.
I didn't really watch them. How they work with the band.
They're all equal. So.
Okay, let's see that. I didn't read them. I'm just scared. I think now is enough time that I can look at it again. So I'm pretty a bit sad. Like, come on, we need something very cool visual of this. What you can do.
Yeah, it's super corny. It's like just odd.
It looks like, I don't know, not even GTA 2000. I don't know, it looks like this. This first use of video games was there. No shit. I played a lot, so.
Yeah.
There's almost no with comments from Rodos. Let me go down.
Oh, okay. I don't think you can do the one World Star. I heard it in chat.
Okay.
Like 4 minutes ago. I'm reading
the comments already. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and this so maybe this is not but one guy the trash cans that I tried watching this because plus the visible Xbox visual threw me off. Along the word chippy. Yeah, that shit ain't taking the that shit ain't catching on the word chippy. That's called him. Must be bad. There's nothing to do with anything. It's chippy. Song coming free to download it and dump it in your review. Some guy like this, like, I was boring as hell, Phil loved it, glad to see you still filming. Obviously, I'm giving girl hormones, but I don't know if that's that.
The song itself, I don't think it's bad. I think it's catchy. It's good when you just have it like in the background. It's okay.
Yeah, it's not bad. I have this good, like, not courage, on my own.
Yeah. No, I enjoy it. I'm like, Yeah, I was thinking about when I made myself food for college. And
Yeah.
so I want to put on like a full coach like this will be. I want to be the runner for full run. If the hey, come on, the food pictures made it good, and I don't really have food like this good. It was, I think it was literally just the picture itself, with the ticket in front. It was the joke. I would like to work around something like that. Not to just naughty or something like that. For that we have the other girl, you know, Spotify.
Everyone.
Dude, how many meetings do we have with her now? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. People ask her. She's probably not coming back.
So, but she is it now.
Yeah, she could come back.
The blue shit face. Oh. So that's good. We need that. Yeah, so I'm gonna take the jacket off my suit. I have a Gryffindor skull. I have to take a big point bikini. I have the elder one. This is getting hot. And I have my sonic gun now.
That's true.
So I have my sonic gun in one hand and in the other hand the wand. Like, who's gonna fuck me?
Yeah, all you need is the hat, the sonic hat that will like it's on Amazon and shit. The cost.
Yeah, but that's too big for me. That's like, if I put that on, I can swim in that.
Yeah, well,
I'm even tinier than Warlight, and he looks like swimming.
yeah.
And I think it's one side.
There's probably multiple ones.
But I was thinking about making myself just some sonic ears.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Like on my Frodo, you know? Because I wanted to do my Frodo makeup. Dude, it all will fit together.
I like it.
And I need a pin. I need an American pin for Obama on my suit jacket. So I say, okay, I just made a little flag, just scribble like red and white stripes on it, scribble some stars on it, and then just put it with a glue strip on the jacket. So if I can just do it on.
Something like that.
I make it myself. Easy. I just don't know if I have. Make the ears fabric. I have still fabric, but I'm not sure if I have yellow fabric, but I could use white.
How was your experience at Disney?
Yeah, that's not.
No problem.
Followed by 100 sit-ups, and started his speech.
GB. Is there like 3 jobs? Like without money, without have that reputation.
You get a conference like this.
Yeah.
Just pretty much my dream. Just shit. Just shit posts, make memes, make videos for myself. What I have. Yeah. Like support every sport in our community kind of thing.
Yeah, it's community.
As a collective.
Like
Yeah, I like being collective. Like today with this and everything. And yeah, this is it.
Yeah, well, that's
like all my, pretty much all my uptime. That's not all of it, but pretty much. What about you, Van? Yeah, something.
I really like what I do. I just wish a bit that I would get better soon, that I can do more. Yeah, I'm like the very so I just push down my limits a bit, not overdo it. Yeah, I want to do art, but even in between, if I do art form of I do now with makeup or crafting, or I go the other way around with crafting and then I want to continue to build my barrier. Because we don't really have someone here who does that. So yeah, of course, have people who like purples or like even normal craft art. Yeah, a lot of people have different dragons. That's the main thing, I guess. Besides Python and Goa and Python. Yeah, and then of course crazy guys like me with the wizard. Yeah, but people don't dare to try to make physics librarian because it's work to get it set up. You have to think of what to put in it, and I could prepare that, you know, like 5 and you don't have to go big. Let's talk about this little librarian you can only stand. And you just have, for example, a little stand, a glass bowl, and a light on top. But what do you put in it? I mean, you maybe might know what would work in there, so you don't really have to do so much. You have a lot of time, you have the experience, I guess. But I mean, there are a lot of people who kill everything, and they don't know what to do, but they want to have that.
It's mostly. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't work with animals, or if you sell animals, you don't have much to look out for. Checking. Because it's nothing where I have to have standard for taking care of animals.
Yeah. You get them all set up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's even that I can point out the back part. Yeah. Of course you can buy stuff, but you can never buy like ready inside set or so much gallon. I would know how much I did there. And people underestimate they mostly when I started with such things, they give me like the first this dude that don't even know what should get in there.
They are measured, it's not set up.
Yeah, that's the thing I like to do. I like to build it. I could just create big panels and all the wood, all the cocoa fibers already prepped on. You literally just put it with silicone, like you would use for glass or bathroom. Put it on the back side of the vivarium and press that
deer have to just living walls for art. Not even for
Yeah.
art.
Yeah, just imagine how many people would be happy to have that Pokemon. Yeah.
They go to have a friend who's got a demo. Found another friend who's got it, just got a tarantula.
And I believe that a lot of people don't like it. I was at a professional where I got my gecko from. He out there solarium because more he has it very clean, so it was nothing I would be sad about because the animals are doing good. He really takes care, but he has like empty terrarium. He is more positive on the keeper side. Like easy access to the animals, very clean. But I don't know, they're like behavior. This behavior you get through. He has one present gecko, and I looked it up later. Some of the present gecko they just go crazy. There's like in 1 out of 10 eggs, there's one little crate. And they jump, they run, they're just hyperactive. And he was holding him in a very, very small tank. And I was just like, okay, why don't you put it up there? It was empty, he has double the space. There he can run around, take his more out, and he's getting tired, I don't know. He was like, yeah, I don't know what to do. And I was just like, dude, I don't know, man. I buy this for the first time from you. And you have like, I love them.
You just put that word in, just, must be something incorrect. Just have the crazy one.
Yeah.
Everybody has a crazy cousin. Think about it.
I mean, I have a crazy cat. I could have 3 small cats. I wanted the small cat. My husband wanted the other cat. So now we have a crazy cat. No, but I would never change.
My cat saw a squirrel.
Oh.
A huge squirrel. I didn't expect when I got back. Tail. She ate it the whole thing.
Oh, shit.
That got lots of cards.
Wow.
Yeah. He was not hungry.
I bet you were not hungry at the time. She had this fucking grill. Oh, did you tell me those days?
Nah. The tail,
Oh.
it's funny though, like, he was like, oh, take that tail over you or use it for something, because it's just like cool. That's it, like I think, no, I didn't say.
Yeah, take the tail and make a lucky dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a rabbit ball.
Yeah.
The hell.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know. I mean, hours.
Yeah.
But I have old child, so I don't really like to buy stuff because I believe we have already enough to make fire. And I hate it when those extremists say, yeah, no, it's better burn. And I would say, like, no, because that's a skill now. The animal that burn is burn. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
It already went through pain. Yeah, like, when some people got destroying health. Yeah, that's sometimes when you go to the city, you have to look out there. Sometimes people out there in this time have with pain. Or just Yeah, but everyone is quick. Yeah, but everyone is wearing the fucking top. Have you ever seen how they're made? Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Very bad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but this is the way how they do. They're going really bad experience for animals. Yeah.
Yeah, they gotta ask her like start to outweigh them.
I don't know. Like today's new traditional work over like I'm vegan now. Yeah, what are girl?
It'd be really hard.
I couldn't be vegan because I'm a lot of vegan. A lot of raw stuff, things vegan.
Yes. And I just everything for me you're hungry. Like you're really hungry. Like
Yeah.
You're not gonna mind at all. There's terrifying as fuck on Reddit. The other night. Yeah, it's a picture of
Oh yeah. I watched the movie. I'm out now about that.
Wow.
It's a good one.
So like, they're like thinking everything there's not even fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But that at the end, that was creepy at the end. Those when they found them, yeah.
For these people already.
Yeah, so it started with first died in the crash and they separated the corpses, but at some point, of course, the food went out and they went back to say, okay, we have now sufficient supply of food that we don't have. So, 3 people went out of this area, laid them out in front to fry them, and some people still got lost.
Yeah, any updates for the Bitcoin token? Any roadmap for?
Yeah, what up, Pam? Hey, what's going on, Andrew? How are you?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So any future roadmap for the Bitcoin token? Any listing?
Oh, listing?
Yeah. Yeah, any future listing for the Bitcoin project?
Oh, future listing, I don't know, but we have like a short, who listed us short? There was one. But a short I think he wants to know the listing. Just buy it on YouTube.
Do you need any listing plan for the Taiwan instance? They're working whatever they can. Because I have connected connection with Taiwan and then that's something I do. Because most of the exams are gonna listing Bitcoin for free, no cost. short for AMA on Twitter Space and many other marketing campaign and activities because they want some user on the next end.
I mean, you're talking to users, dude.
Yeah, we're just oh. Yeah.
So I don't like to talk about that because I cannot make any.
I thought you guys are for the admission. It's okay.
Yeah.
Hey Rabbi, what is the link of your YouTube channel? I want to see the 2 years of live stream.
Absolutely.
Can you give me the link?
Yeah, definitely. I'll send it to you right now.
Sure, thank you.
Welcome.
I appreciate it.
Welcome, my friend. Word Mockingbird. That's absolutely true. The man speaks the truth.
One umbrella. That's awesome. Yeah, my rabbi is Twitter.
Yeah, if you just type what I have here, Rabbi Rothschild, in YouTube and filter by live, all my accounts come up, but I'll send you a direct link right now as well. That's the kind of service that you get here in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-new Telegram. Woo woo!
Hey. So,
Yeah, baby.
yeah. When I joined the Bitcoin group, I always said you are always on live.
I am. That's true.
Yes.
I've been live for 2 years online now. Okay, so it says you can only send messages to mutual contacts at the moment. So here's what I'm going to do. Do you know the main Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-new chat? I'm just going to post the link in there. You're welcome. Now, you're going to see yourself live on 5 different YouTubes, but additionally, you're live on now 11 different platforms. 11. So that means it's 55 different platforms at once. There are 55 different accounts on 11 different platforms at once. All day, every day. Absolutely. On 5 different streams. Go to the link that I just sent. That's right. Listen to Vamp. She's a smart person. You see it? Tight. So you want to know you're live on YouTube, you're live on Instagram, you're live on Twitter, you're live on Twitch. Yes, sir. Go ahead. I have. How do I do what? I'm sorry, how do I do what? Andrew, what did you say? What up, baby? BN E2?
process aqui, amigo. Keep still that shit slow. I'll go back somewhere. Don't hang up the CD. Go eat it for now.
Whoa, wait. Seriously?
Listen, it's right.
Isso eu não sabe. Esse Guinness não é pouco, né, velho? Não é pouco, né?
Those spam calls you get on your cell phone, they hate that. Just put yourself in a status of reaction and they'll hang up.
Nice. French, Canada, but Spanish.
Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
No. Do you speak French? Okay.
I can listen, but
Yeah.
so it's a long journey from my brain to my mouth. Learning languages, have that. Hey guys, do you have any connection in school?
That's cool, yeah.
Yeah. Because connection with the external team. Because I have a project, they want to get grants or they want to get hardware on Expo. Do you have any connection or do you know someone who trends on Expo? Hey, we're on Expo. Okay. Yes, I don't think anybody here is going to do that. I think we're on Expo now, I know where that is.
Yeah, you can just type in Bitcoin. Find us.
Yeah.
The one with no tag.
Next goal is definitely control what's trending today, but we don't pay. So sometimes we're trending. Sometimes we aren't.
We have been trending like 11.
That's good. That's good. And they're really sweet. What's going on? Especially last summer, there was kind of that. So, because we had like the most volume on.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a strategy. I wonder if they'll ever, how long it's not that bad, how long it goes with that family around. Like this year, this summer probably.
I don't know.
Still use it anyway.
Yeah, I was actually used, and that's very unusual. Because they don't use the worship. Yeah, and the 80s kind of died out. Good. My company where I started my work, they have freelancers out there, and these freelancers have been paid weekly to a chef. So we even had every Thursday one check went through. So the first post office service that they carried getting them stamps and so on. Fuck. Yeah, and I had I had to put them in envelopes and yada yada yada. pay anything with a check. Like checks, that's an American thing. Yeah, because I think because the paper itself is not important. Want the cash, but you want it directly.
Yeah.
You don't just want to have a piece of paper saying, yeah, that person needs to have to pay this amount. If the account is
Yeah, exactly. People come.
Yeah.
That was my.
Yeah.
It's kind of bad. But he also like where the house everything from. So everything passed for a while, and then also. It's like urgent. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, now I don't know if that actually I think I saw I don't know if ever hear debit card and also be like the Visa online and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that came around, right? But I think you guys have
We have that.
Yeah, we just got that maybe like 6 years ago.
No, this is very new. We have a debit card that works like a dollar on the card.
Yeah, we're just getting the chip.
They changed now the system in health insurance. Normally you would go to the doctor, give in every quarter your card for registration and system, and then you would have your health insurance, and then you would get printed out any where your medication is on. Dude, they don't do that anymore. They'll save it on your tip card. They just put in your health insurance card, and you go with your health insurance card to the drugstore and get the medication. That's cool. Save some paperwork, yeah.
That's, yeah. Because you know that the whole
yeah, of course. But just imagine when you are sick, you have here the reminder you have to get in a doctor's note one day afterwards. So you have literally on a day you were sick, you have to go to the doctor and get your letter that you're sick. They don't do that either anymore. They directly send the information now to the health insurance and everywhere where it should be. So if your company wants that, they have to, you don't have to give it to them anymore. And I'm already sitting here every time thinking like, okay, just imagine you're really sick, okay, you have diarrhea of health. And they force you in one day to go to the doctor. Like, fuck the. You want me to shit on the street? You want me to shit like in the taxi? I don't know. Who is able to go on the first day being so fucking sick that you cannot go to work, able to go to the doctor? Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And still they won't do.
Yeah, healthcare is going to be a thing for a bit here. So you're right, it's right to say that. Kinder, but here in the Christmas living down, and they like support millennials.
Yeah.
That's kind of like that's like they all this working for anybody.
Yeah, when I see all the birth rates, actually I have hope that humanity will die. Something makes me think. That's great.
No.
That's the process like income. They didn't quite let it out. Yeah, sorry.
Ever you see those portals drop? Sure. Yeah. It's like we should have this. No, I need people back. You laugh. After the day.
But TV, this is like happening off the fly, off the tap. It's like,
That bothers me. No, don't you need them though? You guys are very pathetic.
yeah, sure, real or yes, vegans, that cocktail.
No.
Yeah.
Because
yeah. What?
Okay. The one lot?
What?
And it's spelled
ELWR.
Rothschild. Like, just no accent really.
No, yeah, like that. You speak like you spell that like it's like the O, the longer one. So a lot, for example, and it's written just with an FL. Speak that like a double O or that's true.
Yeah, they come through now. Over here.
I mean, photons, for example, live in my area.
They're coming just on those pyramids here.
Yeah. And I bet I will meet up someday with Photon because he's hanging around the same bars where I have friends being residents. This one.
Crazy German word for motor vehicle liability insurance. Repairs.
For what exactly?
Motor vehicle liability insurance.
write it down. I would check this then.
Got a list.
No, it's actually no, there's no list.
Well, it's like a raw bag. It's raw bar.
No, I can speak it without closing my lips. It's all in the throat.
Yeah.
I got it. I said it.
Yeah.
Said it. I wrote it down again and it's that was good. That was the right one. Like,
Yeah, I think they're not closing her. Okay, so long to sign up for the giveaway. Any back giveaway. Like struggling at the next call it. Like that every day. Hope you have fun. So like now. God damn it. That's almost pure.
pure what?
Pure.
It's Purim. Yeah, definitely. It's later this month.
Rather, we gotta get you one of the forms that I played.
A shofar? Well, I've got one. I'll dig it up.
Pure of the Book of Esther.
Correct.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. And closer. I slept the overcast over here in Western Kentucky as well. Some states don't take. Yeah, I like 6 too. Lost Harry, definitely. That's not even an A cup.
That's definitely a B cup.
That's a B.
Ball rank assessment. Bad bear pig.
Try some.
You should always write that down. Look what you've done to the idea. Lost them.
I have some connections that I would have that who I was inspired by, like yeah. So they are connected, you know. Coom or whatever, go back subreddit. And it's a verse that they did. So they
Oh wow, now I get all the dragon balls. Fuck.
yeah, that, you know.
Oh my god.
Like all that.
Oh, that's cute. My husband just told me. Oh.
Yeah, and now you're right, and this sounds good.
Oh, I can remember so many times playing with the neighbor's boy. The map game. Oh my god. So I think that the whole one of the game.
Okay. I never played it. How did you use the whole nature?
Oh.
And I think
Oh no. Oh, we had a wash up in Fred.
that was cool. And you're Andrew. Yeah. Well,
Just imagine 6 days. There's nothing. For Japanese ones, even more. Ah.
This Michael? Sure. Does he want me to do it today? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right. Bye.
already written my intent for a while, so I can't go back to that. I wish you well on that journey.
I definitely am. Okay. Okay. I never do too. I always do. Right.
It's from my first job. He was he is actually much more.
Yeah, the TSM is great.
Yeah, please, blue. Like strict blue.
Hey, the guy's got some heat right now. I have actually like that right now. But like I took a break. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I took a break last summer. We do like a rave in town. Hey, like when it's on the walk there. Oh, fuck it in. I can't. I just too overwhelmed. It was very overwhelming. Just the fact that the girl I was with, it just like it was that.
Positive experience on the bad when you have obviously an alternative reaction. Some people who have the drama and they just despite the bad vibe.
Yes, that could happen. You want to be at the right time, right place. For sure. Mushrooms, hallucinogens in general.
And you gotta know when to cut yourself off.
Yeah, too. Yeah, last summer I did quite a bit with mushrooms. They call me crap really down at all. And they actually try to combat it, but.
These all California, aren't they?
That's awesome.
And Colorado. And Michigan.
Okay. I lived in DC and British Columbia, and they just look the other way right now. They just let a store reopen. And after being shut down, they could illegal mushroom store, but they let it reopen.
Oh, that's cool. Obviously, there's Native American crowds up there as well that use that beautiful guy.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Like shaman.
They use alcohol here, actually. I told one of the guys in my area of things, but here, like alcohol, you get like once in your life. Like, well, these people buy around these. Like, typically blackberries or some shit.
Fermented blackberries?
Yeah, blackberries. But yeah, I think so. It's something like that. There's French dude too.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, the mushrooms, they're just there's no harm. It's species like place in Canada where they just looked the other way for weed for decades. Right? And then when it got legalized, it was not just here, but changed it. But cases on the like smoke weed in the streets and not have to worry. Come from these. No?
Maybe one day.
Yeah.
I really have to go there, you know.
It's really, you got everything right here.
And then, reminds me tropical, or some tropical climate here wasn't done. I think I'll go to where it's freezing right now.
Oh, just check it out. Great Lakes are cool, I guess.
This I got walleye.
Oh, okay. Hey, yeah, you like Northern Ontario.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why I hear. My dad is the one of the cabin before he did a big trip up there in Ontario.
Is there still same that you never?
I think they have a farm salmon type deal.
Okay.
I don't think they're free range or anything. It's just like enclosure where they release on it every year, and that's obviously good.
You got any skunk game encounters?
Any what, Tom?
Skunk game.
Oh, no, never seen that, but it's on the end of fair share, like, fucked up things, you know, just wants to fight you or break you or poke you or stab you or scratch you or all kinds of weird things, street crawling, you know, go take these rounds and do answers in the air. Black widow spiders. Horrible caterpillars that look cuddly, but they're like little furry balls down into your hand. One like your entire hand was like, you know, fall off.
Whoa.
He's like walking around the forest, brush past the leaf that has it on it.
You guys have poison ivy too?
Oh, that's all over. Poison ivy runs rampant.
Yeah.
They climb like three.
That's crazy.
Why Abe Lincoln was such a badass. It's really tough country down
Yeah, I can say so.
Not to mention earthquakes and tornadoes that are by far the worst in the entire world.
Yeah, I love to see a tornado. We get tornadoes where I grew up, but it's something I just want to keep at once, but it's someone. Even hailstorm.
All these tornadoes, they give you some sort of warning before they come. Kind of know they're anticipated, like forecast when they're around. You know what I mean? And drive through and all that kind of stuff. You got radar. You got the sort of precautionary measures for earthquakes, which is by far the most messed up there is because there's no foreseeing them. You know, it's a slip and fall. Almost like, I mean, there. And it's the inevitability of what's going to happen on Earth is kind of moving anyway.
Do they always think there is that one of the rapid things related to that?
No, I live next to Dog. It was good quality.
Okay, it's true. Oh my, it goes through.
Yeah, like it was good quality. It goes through several tri-states.
Okay.
Like 30, it's like that.
That's why it's the mountain there.
Oh no, this mountain is the Houston part of Kentucky. That way.
Right. Indiana. No. Yeah, it was good. You probably seen it, but you colored it as the piece of chicken, the shackle with the plate.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
That's so good.
It's a pretty good talent.
It's just so easy to bring it up.
We got to talk to Derby here and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Or not.
I like it further in it. Like, see, the whole area. The whole south.
It's beautiful, great. I love the geology.
Yeah. I love dropping Google Maps. And
The rivers and all that. It's quite beautiful.
Yeah, right.
I was pretty far
Not
south.
so study. Look more like you imagine like Ohio looks like. We're like.
I'm in Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio, you know.
Ohio, it looks flat.
Yeah. And that's kind of like there's like maybe valleys, you know, but like it's all because they're in the lake, like at grade.
Come on.
Yeah, then it's like this flat land. So it's full of nutrients and shit. Pumpkin farmlands around there, but man, it is boring.
Yeah, it does. It's boring here in Kentucky. I got to do a lot of Chicago, so I'm not from here. I just read here about 10 years ago. It's interesting. It's the methamphetamine down here is insane. The people that use them just completely out of their minds. No, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, that's girl for down there. So because of the trailer lifestyle, there's some bad stereotypes. Yeah, and it's also called like farm boy.
But there's more to life. Do something else.
Yeah.
See, it's very must have. Something other than just trying to like gratify your needs for existence, like amplify 200 million times for no reason. I didn't stay up for a week straight. You know, we all need to stay up for a week straight.
No, man, it's so bad. It's not right.
Yeah, they got like 19 for like no reason or it's just why.
Yeah.
I mean, probably not for a week, but still, I mean, a day or 2 months after, like, who the hell needs to be up? Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to be up that much. I mean, you're not in entrenched in warfare with getting shot at by the enemy. You need to be alert 24/7. I mean, that's where it actually comes into play. It came from.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like up in here, big cliff here. You see that stuff drop?
Yeah, I should put myself for 5 and everything. So, I mean, I'm still in control of my own team, my own self. And it's not addictive or habitual.
Yeah, it's not it's good that the medical drug that has an effect, but it's not as detrimental as there's everything here, like no way.
Yeah, I've never been on a schizophrenic rage, but that's what we're doing.
Yeah. It does happen. I'll be honest, it's like coming out. Yeah. We bring them. We'll have friends out in it. Like, if the rest of the shit, that's chances are why you get upset or paranoid or whatever on me. Because it brings anything or something. Like, what's it bring money?
Come out or something. But that's completely a self-endeavor, though, obviously. And how language well, it's personal thing. Individual. How they react to it.
I always wanted to have a house with a front porch, you know?
Rocking chair or something, and then that's bottle freezer or moonshine or something.
Yeah, even living in town.
We live through it like this, you know?
This guy named
Yes, it's a fucked up movie.
Yeah.
Y'all know. What's crap? Hey, that's it, boy. You got some party lips. Yeah. Like Tennessee, there's a sign that says we don't rent pigs, which really piques my interest in why is there so much demand locally for renting pigs that they need a sign that says we don't rent pigs. What are they doing to those pigs that need bigger? That's what renting pigs says. We're gonna have to like that pig, like ideal.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. Yeah, I'm thinking it's corrected. Like, we don't tolerate dishonest people. I don't want to find this son. Like that.
It's the superior Tennessee.
Yeah. Like, there's a chat.
41. No one.
Is it 641? How is it 641?
Yeah.
I found one in the chat. It just means more trusting. It's like, yeah, you got egg.
I found that so weird to have that portrayed. But why is the point with them? It's fine. They we don't rent pigs anymore. It's renting pigs. Why is there demand so much that they need signs to tell people we don't do that anymore?
We don't rent pigs.
It's not making me feel sorry for the pigs. Like what they've been through, what traumatic experiences. But we don't want to have fun with them and bring them back all like depressed and shit.
Yeah.
That's why we don't rent pigs no more. Ever since 55 went through some divorces, you know, he took out old history back there.
Well, they made a barrier before.
That's
America's, I love Americana. I love Americana. Oh, my favorite. Wide open roads, new fields. How the country changes. I've been there a while. It's neat. The weather's so much better than Canada. Shit is winter here, bro. It's got the good side.
we got really deep floods. We only get like a sprinkling of snow every year. Literally, we get crop dusting for that.
Yeah. That's great. Really, like, having, like, you don't have to fight. Here you got to fight.
Here's more like the ice on the road. That's pretty much it. With all these like rolling hills, you know what I mean? Like you really can't stop if you're on a pack of ice. And you're going 1,000 miles an hour. You're not doing nothing but going in the same direction when you start. No matter if you break or not.
Yeah, it's, you have to adjust your driving style. That ice comes around. Yeah, brake ahead of time. Change the pressure of the brake.
Yeah, people have to take that into consideration. All these curves, you know, they're going to keep going straight. Why have any friction to make the turn? You know, it's just why something. Yeah, people don't understand that because they're used to driving. Because they're used to driving on like more or less flat surfaces. Or more level.
Yeah.
Here, these roads are definitely not level.
No, yeah, they're not designed to come around. It's not made for it. That would be easy. Craziest white highway. Or hang around the mountains and shit. Like, by the time, you know.
That
there's not really many runoffs. They way more from runoffs. Like there are highways in Canada, like you just shop and driving across.
Feels pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
What do you for the theory?
God. Get lost in the 2 months there, in a car, driving around. And the one that did it is sick.
I want to play off Mammoth Stage during the fun.
Oh, yeah.
You can take a little kayak, paddle around caves, see some black lights and all that. Pretty cool stuff. Bioluminescent fish. They go along the well, the stories, those stuff like.
That's cool. And it's like going.
Roll this time.
Yeah. The cave system that you're running. Supposedly repurposed ones for military use. Like, fuck digging a cave if they're getting giant caves up there. You know what I mean? Bit of a shit.
That would obviously save a lot of money. Repurpose things.
Yeah. With piles of dirt coming out. I hear about all kinds of cool stories in the cave Kentucky and that region. What being image generators. Go on. Sometimes being details in it, but not that. Doesn't tell you to do anything you want to do.
Well, so Rabbi said die almost.
I'm here, just one moment.
Want my dog to be here. Take care of my brother for a minute.
My friend, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you so much for being so sweet, JH. And we will see you later. Blessings to your dog, and we'll see you tonight.
Take care, man.
Baruch Hashem, baby. GB. How are you?
Yo.
Dude, do you know we have money printer in here? Do you know we have money printer? Money printer OX? How you doing, money printer OX? Money printer. All right, man. Very cool. Well, I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to stream on Instagram. I'll be right back. In the meantime, have Joe Rogan going. BRB.
Cool, sounds good.
Thank you. Actually, it might be like the secret history of like UFOs or something. It'll be interesting. Nevertheless.
Scandinavian or a Norseman, that's what you're going to draw. So, whatever there is. Then there's Area 2, which is now Area 2 had a concentration of Native American pottery, which are bad. That's all pottery. Did you find any evidence of a giant? No giants. However, there's still plenty of good places to dig, and there's plenty of really interesting artifacts to find. Let's do it. Let's get it. All right. Sounds good. My search for proof of pre-Columbian Norse or Viking contact with Minnesota is ongoing. I've got an active gig looking for evidence of Norse giants at the Sacred Farm. And a sword I need to get in front of a medieval weapons expert. Now it's time to look for runes carved on the foundation stones of the old farmhouse on Ted Esselman's property. A hooked X on one of those rocks could be a Norse review.
Hey, your mom said she's dropping off some extra macaroni and cheese they have in her office, so if I'm not here, I can take it upstairs. If I'm not here, she'll she'll put it on. I'll text you. It's here. Let's see. On here. Let me see it. Okay. I see it. I see it.
That's your call. The house is not down. Now we got to check out the last one.
Okay.
Well, they got some rocks here, but this is what we're looking for. So a dark gray or sort of a bluish gray rock. Look for that step fracturing and maybe a smooth polished surface. These are glacial fieldstone or glacial boulders. That's not what we're looking for. Wow. That didn't work out the way I planned. Here's a broken surface, but it's really not the right rock type either. This is all granite. And I would think the pieces are going to be pretty big. Watch out here. I don't think so. That's a basalt. Well, here's a big flat one. It's not ready to. We got this pile we saw when we came in. How about we check those ones? You know what? I see something right from here. Because the step tracks. It's on the rock. It's our rock. Oh, look over here. Perfect. Do you see this flat surface? It's got the glacial striation, just like this. And there again. You know what? I see something. No way. Look at that. There's a line there, and there's a line here. Now, is that man-made? I think we have a couple of man-made characters here. That could be what your friend was talking about. If he saw this, I absolutely believe that's probably what he saw. That looks man-made, and this is sort of like U-shaped. It's not as regular and clean and obvious as the runestone, but that does look like a man-made part. But they don't quite join, I don't think. You know, when they were blasting this, I wonder if they had some tools and they were moving this around. Maybe they scratched it. Well, you know what? That sure is interesting. Wow. We did the foundation, that pile, this pile. I think maybe we got it. You know, we found a couple of what look like characters. This is probably what your friend was talking about. We were able to absolutely identify this. The story was right. He saw something and we found it.
Oh, go on. Yeah, don't bug you, but tell you, my neighbor told me you knew a little bit about runic writing.
I'm Scott Walter. That's my dad. Nice to meet you. Give me any information on that. Those are runes. That's a hooked X. What the heck? What's this doing here?
Oh, I went down to Alexandria and looked at the rune stone.
So these are Kensington runes. Well, let me see if I can figure it out.
Okay.
All right, that's an E. Now that's a backwards L with a slash, so E, W, well, the hooked X, of course. I never know that one. That's an A, R, that's an E, Edward.
There you go.
Ah, Edward. No way. That's awesome. You know, Olaf Bowman found the stone. He found it with his two sons. The younger son was the first one to notice that there was something carved on the stone. Guess what his name was? I'm not making this up. Edward.
Really?
Well, hey, it was nice to meet you. Short but sweet. This is cut bone. It's been worked. It was grooved. That would indicate cutting is work bone. Okay. That's bone too. So we can. I got another piece here. Is this that's nice. This was some sort of a bifacial tool, or it's in the process of making a tool or a projectile point, arrowhead. Yeah, so this is evidence of prehistoric tool manufacture. Native American, most likely? Almost certainly. It's starting to look like a minefield here. At least we gave it a good effort, but Roger, I think we're done digging here. We found a lot of stuff. Yeah. You've got a great multi-component site. You've got historic artifacts. You've got prehistoric artifacts, but we didn't find any more materials. Let's go. That's what we're looking for. Thanks for that. We got it. Thank you, Roger.
I've seen a lot, but the question remains, was there a giant on Roger Saker's property? Mike and I didn't find any Norse artifacts, but that doesn't mean there was no Norse giant. Before I question the state archaeologists about the cover-up, Roger insists he was part of it. I need to get to the bottom of the sword Benfield ate.
Hey, Craig.
I'm investigating the possibility of ancient Norse, Vikings, and even giants being in Minnesota in the distant past. And Minnesota being my home state, I get calls all the time from people who think they found artifacts or maybe inscriptions. I have another one here. I was recently in northern Minnesota, and you've got the pictures that I sent of this sword that was found near Ewan, Minnesota by a farmer. So I'm anxious to hear your thoughts.
I'm sad to say it's not a Viking sword. This particular type of sword was produced by WK and Company in Germany in the mid to late 1800s. They would have produced thousands of these. They also would have sold them to the Ames Company in the United States, who was the largest sword company in the U.S. at that period of time. Sold to the military, to individuals, to organizations, and I actually have pages from the catalogs of both those companies.
When I look at both of these pictures that you show,
Yes.
I mean, that's a spot-on match right there.
That's that sword.
Yeah. Can you show me what a medieval or Norse sword should look like?
Certainly. Okay. Well, hold that for a second there. That's what a Viking sword would appear to be in most cases.
Boy, that's light for how big it is.
Viking combat is very much a combat of agility. Speed is not two guys standing there pounding each other on their shields.
So, Craig, are you surprised that it's modern and not old?
No, I was not surprised. In the course of our studies here in Minnesota, we've seen several instances where people have brought in artifacts, fence finials, axes, the Kensington Runestone, all convinced that it's proof of ancient people prior to them being there.
Well, you know, you bring up the Kensington Runestone, that's something I know a lot about. You did a really good job pointing out factual evidence and the features of that sword that have convinced me that it's absolutely modern. However, that has not happened with the Kensington Runestone. It's absolutely a genuine medieval artifact and proves that there was a party that came to Minnesota that included Norse back in the middle of the 14th century.
I doubt this artifact is true. An artifact that would exist from that period of time being found documented in a context that is defendable in the kind of academic world of the word would make a big deal. Yeah, that would be something that would really give us a big conundrum to solve of why these people would have been out here in the middle of nowhere.
Craig, I know you're skeptical about the runestone, but there's still the unanswered question of the bones found at Roger Saker's farm. My next stop is to visit with the state archaeologist Scott Anderson, who did visit the farm, saw the dig, and should have the answer to that question. So, thanks again. Okay, Scott, I'm going to cut to the chase. Roger Saker says that he has a Norse giant on his property, and he says you're covering him up. The bone specialist that was out at the site didn't want to talk to me, referred me to you. Roger was very adamant that when they exposed the lower legs of the big guy, that she said that these were the bones of a very large male. As a state archaeologist, what's your response to that?
As for the giant, I can't say for sure. There are some large people in the past, and we've seen giant claims before, but because I didn't see the bones, I can't say if there was a giant there or not. And there's some large Indian people too. As for the Norse claim, I think I can answer that better. There's absolutely no European artifacts in that mountain. We haven't found any on the property. We haven't found any European artifacts in the Red River Valley and in the vicinity of his farm. So I would say there's a 99.99% chance that this person is Indian and not Norse. Whether he's extra large, I can't say for sure.
Are you saying Roger Saker's lying about his claim?
Roger Saker's just claiming this. I think he's sincere in this, that this was a Norse giant. But I have no lines of evidence to say that it is either a giant or certainly Norse. You know, our bones in our body are articulated in the joints, all the way from your toe, all the way up here. Everything is fitting in a socket. When you find bones and you lay them out on a table, you don't fit them back into the socket. You just sort of lay them in their anatomical positions. Well, if you don't fit them back in and you measure it, whoa, this person was 7 feet tall. Very experienced forensic anthropologist who has looked at the bones has told me that they're 5 foot 3 inches, I think, is the tallest. So I would call that a giant.
Roger Saker is adamant that the Norse came to Minnesota prior to Columbus. And if this was true, this would be a huge story. I mean, absolutely huge. But at this point, I haven't seen anything convincing to me that there's a giant there. But that door is still open a crack. Hey, Roger.
Hey, Scott.
See you again.
Oh, nice to see you.
Well, didn't interrupt your dinner, did I?
Oh, I just had a little snack here.
Well, I thought I'd stop by and tell you I had a little visit with your friend.
You're interested?
Yeah, and talked about the site over there, and he said that the bones that he looked at were not a giant. They were from a 5 foot tall Native American, typical of what he sees all the time.
Oh, good enough. Son, I want to see it. I'll take a lie detector's test, stick the nose in whatever you want. I don't want to see it.
I have to say that I appreciate your enthusiasm. I appreciate the passion. I understand that. I feel the same thing. When you know you're right about something, you stand by your convictions. And you've done that, and I respect you for that. So,
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for your help and all that. But this isn't right. I mean, these people, they're up to something. I'm going to keep doing it.
I can tell you this, I'm not going to give up on my search to try to get to the truth behind all of this stuff. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything else here, but I tell you what, we gave it a hell of a good try, did we not?
Yes, we did.
Promise me one thing.
Yeah.
If you do find a giant, or if you do find a runestone, will you call me right away?
Definitely will.
All right, Roger, I got to go. But thanks you again for everything.
Yeah, thanks for all the help.
Go ahead and finish your dinner.
Yeah.
See you later.
I've lost my appetite now.
My search for Norse giants in Minnesota allowed me to dive deep into the myths and legends that are woven into the fabric of my home state. For many people here, the question of whether the Vikings made it to Minnesota isn't a question at all. My own research into the origins of the Kensington runestone has proven, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that a group of Norse voyagers did make it to Minnesota in 1362. The New World wasn't as new as we've been led to believe. is Scott Wolton, and I'm a forensic geologist. There's a hidden history in this country that nobody knows about. There are pyramids here, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over this country. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history isn't what we've been told. Because of my work, I get lots of calls from people who find unusual relics. A lot of times, they're easy to explain. But there's one that's bothering me. And for the last 2 years, I haven't been able to figure it out. Holy cow. I'd be honest. When you saw this, did you kind of lose your mind a bit?
I did. We were down there looking for dark points, fossils, things of that nature. We run across this, and I couldn't believe what we were seeing. And being, a bit naive on the subject, at first I believed it was a bison. Until we started getting some opinions back that no, that's definitely bovine, definitely some sort of cat.
Okay. Nick Johnson and his brother stumbled on this incredible artifact. They had seen one of my lectures and called me up. The horns are very interesting. They're very prominent. They come up. They're symmetrical. So let's get this bad boy inside. All right. I had seen the symbol before, and I know the bull was used by ancient Egyptians in their rituals. But that was 3,000 years ago. It just doesn't make sense. So I examined it to see just how old carvings were. You see this? Probably some mineralization that's on the surface. It's actually in the grooves too. See, it's sort of transition and then it lightens up here. So what you could say is that the carving was done before this black material was deposited on the surface. If in fact that's what that is. Initially, I can tell you right now, this wasn't made recently. This shows some early signs of age. This looks like a vein of some kind flowing down. For 2 years now, I've been studying this symbol, trying to get some answers. Bulls have been used as symbols by many groups. Native Americans here, the ancient Greeks over in Europe. But I really think that this carving could be an Apis bull, used extensively by only one civilization, the ancient Egyptians. Which leaves me with the question, how did it end up here? Nigel, I have something very special for you today. A guy named Nick Johnson, who lives down in Oklahoma near Tulsa, was walking along the Arkansas River, and he was looking for artifacts, and he found this large stone that has an interesting carving of a bull. And there were several people I showed it to that think it might be Egyptian. Being an Egyptologist, were bulls popular in Egypt, or what can you tell me about Egypt and bulls?
Very popular. It's basically stood for strength, validity. So we're talking 5,000 years ago.
Okay.
And it leads all the way back through to something you probably heard of called the Apis bull, which is where they hold cult to the bull.
I've heard of the Apis bull. It's a sacred Egyptian deity that symbolized the strength of the pharaoh and was a protector of the dead. Well, I guess now's the time.
Yeah, I've come a long way to see this, so
So you can take a look?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Immediately, first reaction is that it does look like an Apis ball from the top.
Tell me, what do you see that tells you that?
Well, of course, a ball's a ball ultimately, but the horns here like this, immediately when you first just look at it, that stands up. The Apis ball, sometimes there's a ring through the nose, but that's later on. So, yes, obviously it's a ball, which I agree with you on that, but this is very unusual. What do you think this is?
Well, some people have suggested that this is an adornment of some kind, something they put on the bull as part of the ritual.
Is this any good for dating?
Well, it can be, but not knowing the history or the provenance of where this thing has been over time makes it very difficult. One thing that I can say, and I'll show you with the picture right here, you can see the layers here, and the only way that's going to happen is if you have either lengthy or aggressive weather. The question is, how old is that? Well, the honest answer is I don't know, because I don't know where this thing has been.
So therefore, the obvious thing to me that jumps out is that why Egyptian? Why not Native American?
The Native Americans, especially in the Central Plains region, they would have revered the bison more than the bull. So that would look very different when we have the high horns. So I haven't seen anything like this Native American. Some archaeologists in the local area immediately dismissed it. What they assumed was that it was a modern creation, and it could be. The only thing that makes me pause is I see significant weathering of the grooves. Let's say a group of Egyptians that came over here to North America in this case. Would it make sense for them to carve a bull?
No, they always leave the same inscriptions. They leave the name of the pharaoh in something called a cartouche, which is a rope which encircles the king's name. Because he wanted people to know how important he was, how powerful he was, where he could go, that he had visited that place. Secondly, it's a hell of a long way. They don't like the sea. They're terrified of the sea, in fact. They don't want to go on it. So when they do want something, say from Syria, Israel, that kind of places, they always subcontract it. They got merchants to do it for them.
So what you're saying is, based on what you know about the Egyptians, this carving here in Oklahoma would not be consistent with the Egyptians.
No. I mean, they would have made a bigger stamp about it. They would have made a bigger impression. There would have been other artifacts if they were here. A lone traveler, possibly, but it's a long way to get lost.
Well, at this point, I think we've determined a couple of things. That's definitely a bull. It may or may not be an Apis bull. We have to go see the site of this cave. I want to get samples of this rock and compare it with some of the rock there to see is this rock in Tulsa. I have some doubts that bull carving is Egyptian in origin, but it does look old. A sample bull from the same environment where this was found could help me figure out if it was carved in Oklahoma. My next stop is Tulsa. I want to know if this is ancient. And if it is, I want to know who made it and why. It's been almost 2 years since Nick Johnson came to me with a 500-pound stone carving of a bull. Bull symbols are found in ancient Egypt, but why would one be found in Oklahoma? I'm heading there to find out for myself.
Hi, Scott.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
The reason that we're here is we're trying to figure out, is this thing really old or not? I mean, is it weeks old, a few years, decades, hundreds, thousands of years old? And if it's thousands of years old, this is a big deal. Where did we find this thing?
Aaron spotted it first and said, "Hey, did you see this rock?"
So you actually saw it first?
Yes. And it was something I thought would catch your eye immediately. So I walk over there and look at it, and here's this big bull carved on the rock. We didn't know what to make of that. What is a big bull doing
here past these rocks? So what is now in the water?
Yeah, probably about 20, 30 yards out past the water's edge. There's a hydroelectric dam upstream. They started letting water out probably 11 o'clock or so it started to fill up pretty fast.
So after you found this thing and you got it safe, then what happened?
Well, I started taking pictures and emailing anybody I can find that might be able to tell me something about it, what it's doing out here, if anybody had ever seen it before, if anybody had any clue how old it could be, whether it was authentic, whether it was modern.
One of the issues that I have is we've got a flowing river here, and water is a rapid eroder. It makes rock break down very fast. So if it's sitting in a river that's going up and down and it's flooded, let me ask you this, would it have been underwater today where you found it?
Yes.
It would. Well, I got to tell you, Nick, that concerns me a little bit if the boulder was carved out there. In other words, if that boulder was sitting there and somebody carved it, and if you had the water flowing over it, it could have made those grooves, in that weathered appearance relatively quickly. So that's a concern to me. What I'd like to do is grab a couple samples and eventually get them back to the lab and just compare it with this, the rock that you had, and see what turns out. I know that the bowl carving is on a piece of sandstone, which is rock that has a number of unique physical and chemical characteristics that can help establish where it came from with reasonable certainty. If I can find the same rock type here today, it could help get to the bottom of where this carving came from.
Scott, what do you make of this?
This would be a great piece to take back to the lab to maybe do a little comparison with your carving, the Civic Control Center. I think I have what I need.
There's a spot 5 miles downriver called Turkey Mountain, and there's supposed to be some other inscriptions and carvings along the cliff face that people have reported. You want to go down there and check that out?
Let's go.
All right. Here. Should be probably about a quarter mile. We're going to want to kind of keep our eyes in this direction. There should be a fairly tall cliff. Apparently it's pretty high up, anywhere from 15 to 30 foot up from the ground. So.
There's a cliff wall there.
Yeah, there's a trail right here, so let's check in here. Might be back up in here just a little bit.
Does this feel right to you?
This should be about the right area, yeah.
All right.
Watch out for the snare here. It says Bad Dog right here.
Bad Dog. Well, I don't think that's very old, but it's interesting you use a pecking technique.
We're in the right area.
It's not over there. Still all the way over here. Wait, what is that? Right there. Oh, that's water defeated.
There's supposed to be a face around here.
Face.
Human face.
Looks like there might be something here.
That's it. That's the face.
This looks like it's a head right here. Is this a profile of the head?
This is a face.
Which way is the face pointing?
This the back of the head is here. Some sort of headgear or something protruding out in front of the face. You can see a nose here.
Yeah. You know what? I gotta be honest with you. I don't like this. I think this is modern. I think we should head down. Let's take a look at this over here, guys. These lines right here. This looks like it could be Ogham. Ogham is a really old written language that uses vertical lines. Irish Celts used it between the 4th and 10th century AD. There are more than 400 open sites along northwestern England, Wales, and Ireland. A lot of academics, however, are skeptical about open in North America.
Apparently there's a guy named Barry Fell from Harvard who said that this was open and that it translated to G-W-N or Gwen.
Gwen. Well, Gwen, the name Gwen, if this says Gwen, one possibility is it could be the Celtic explorer Gwen. And the Celts, they were here, certainly would have used open. You know, as I look at this stuff, I keep thinking about that river that we've been, walking along all day today. And, these early explorers, they were down in the Gulf of Mexico, and they went up the Mississippi. The first large river to the west is the Arkansas River. And so that's the way they would have traveled. And this is literally right on the river. So it makes sense. Guys, I really like this. This looks good. And we've got a lot of other stuff here that we can use to compare. And I don't know if this connects with the bull. It might not. So we have a rock found in a river with a bull carving that could connect to ancient Egypt. And not too far away, we have a possible Celtic ogham inscription carved on a cave wall. It seems like these clues are unrelated. So I need to figure out more about this ancient language and how it all fits together. And for that, I need to travel to Ireland. I'm here to try to figure out if the Irish Celts came to America long before Columbus. And I'm also here to try to find out if this ogham script that we found in Oklahoma could possibly be evidence of their voyage to the New World.
Well, if we could find an ogham inscription in America, written in Irish, then we would have absolute proof that the Irish were living in America in the early medieval period.
Well, I tell you, the reason I'm here is we have these people saying ogham inscription in Oklahoma, and I want to try to learn more about it.
Ogham is an alphabetical script, which is unique to Ireland and to places where the Irish settled. It was a fashionable way to record names of people in stone in the 5th to the 7th century.
Can you describe it? What exactly does it look like?
It's made up of straight lines, and to the untrained eye, it looks like tally marks. But the lines are arranged in a very specific way, each set of lines representing a consonant or a vowel. We have a beautiful example here in the library of an inscription from County Kerry, and I'd be delighted to take you and show it to you. This is about the standard size of inscription of this kind, which date from the very birth of Irish Christianity.
So, what does this inscription say?
This inscription records the name of the man who either was buried here or whose property this is. Follow the vowel line up the center, and then the consonants are on either side, and it's important that they're on the proper side, because if they're on the wrong side, it'll mean nothing. This is the proof that this is an Irish ogham inscription. You know you're reading in the right direction, and you know you've got an ogham inscription. That's what you need to find in America.
Only the Irish Celts used ogham script, not all Celtic people?
This particular alphabet is used only by Irish Celts, and is found, as far as we know, unless you can prove otherwise, is found only in Ireland or in areas that were colonized by the Irish.
Do we know how far they traveled, and where do we find this?
We know with reasonably certain that they got as far as Iceland. Did they go further to America? I don't know. You find the stone, you prove it.
Well, I tell you what, I have some pictures I'd like to show you on my computer, so maybe I do have an ogham inscription? So, Damien, here we have what some people claim is a short inscription here. This is at a site called Turkey Mountain in Oklahoma. Not far away, there was a very beautiful Egyptian-style bull carving found. I don't know if they're associated with each other, but it wasn't far away. What do you see here?
I have to say, from what I can see, I see 5 or 6 lines, almost all of them vertical. And there simply isn't enough in that to be able to say this is an old inscription. This bears a superficial resemblance to what we get that is a straight line.
But let me ask you this. If we were able to find a legitimate early Irish inscription, we could say that that was evidence of early medieval Irish contact?
Correct. A legitimate inscription, absolutely. Provided it is legitimate, it works the other way, and it is the Irish language that is on it, you have absolute proof that the Irish were there. And if there's one there, I certainly would like to see it. I'd encourage you to look. I believe that in Oklahoma, in the Guinness caves, there are inscriptions that some people claim bear a resemblance to the other. Why don't you check that one out?
Hey, Phil. Scott Walter, how you doing? Thanks for meeting me out here. Oh, you're welcome. I'm trying to understand how a 500-pound slab of rock with what looks like an ancient bull carving ended up in the Arkansas River just outside of Tulsa. Not far from that site where this bull carving was found, we also looked at some oakum. And I understand you've got both oakum and carvings that include a bull here. Is that true?
That's right, Scott. I think our carvings and inscriptions that we have here are probably the best example of old world Celtic explorers coming to the land long before Columbus. And I'd love to take you to the caves. I've been researching these caves, the cave we call the Anubis Caves, for over 30 years now.
Anubis is the jackal-headed Egyptian god of the dead. He was associated with mummification and protecting the dead as they journey to the end.
In the late 1970s, a local rancher brought another researcher here to these caves, and she recognized the figure Anubis on the cave wall. And that's the name of the Anubis Caves.
So you've got Celtic writing and evidence of religious practice of the Celts. You've got Egyptian symbolism and iconography consistent with them being here, a presence here. And you've also got a bull carving. This whole investigation I started began with a bull carving. I mean, if this is what it could be, this is a huge discovery.
I think it is. This is cave number 1. Okay. I want to show you over here cave number 2 and 3.
Okay.
This is cave 2, and you can see the markings.
Oh, yeah.
Right up on the wall from here.
Boy, they look great. Here we go. I got her. Wow. Well, these are amazing.
Now, here's some of the marks that I'd like to show you. Here's the bull, and you can see the ribs drawn in Celtic style, and the horns.
I mean, that's clearly a beast. Looks like a bull to me. And these lines right here. This looks like it could be oakum. So what does all this mean?
Well, this was put here 1,500 years ago by Celts, who came here and made a monument to their god Mithras.
I only know a couple of things about Mithras. It's an ancient religion practiced around 100 to 500 AD. Its god, Mithra, was also known as the sun god, and it also incorporated bull slaughter. Mithraism, it was a secret, a mystery religion, and this is a practice of the Celts, and it was also a practice of the Celts. Come over here, you can see the rising and setting sun, and then we have the sun god with his rayed head crown, and then we have the god of Memphis with his white crown and the flail stuck in his back, just as he appears in Egypt. Clearly Egyptian. And I do see some modern graffiti, obviously right here. Modern graffiti can be very helpful in dating. It gives us a comparison. I do see, some of these look like they've been aging for a while. What's your take on the age of these carvings? Well, we have dated this to approximately 300 to 500 AD. That's very possible. There's a series of alignments here that only occur on the day of the equinox. So you're talking about archaeoastronomy? That's correct. Well, that's a little something I know about. I mean, many cultures did this for thousands of years and aligned their buildings and structures to align the planets and the heavenly bodies. And you're saying we have that here? What happens? It's just like going to the movies. We've often referred to it as the world's first motion picture. The shadow comes up across this panel into the setting sun. It tells a story of Mithras. The Celts believed in Mithraism and that their soul came down from the heavens and then returned back to the heavens and to their god Mithras. So there's a shadow play here on the equinox, which happens only twice a year, in the spring and in the fall. And it's when both day and night are roughly equal length. It was also a significant day for many early cultures. Just as it was summer turning into fall, it also represented the change from life into death. If this shadow play illuminates these symbols, then it clearly represents something fundamental in the spiritual beliefs of whomever carved this. So this is the cycle of life? Yes, it's the cycle of life from beginning to end. So Phil, what you've told me here, and what I've seen, is a very detailed, very complicated equinox alignment here that was made by explorers that came long before Columbus. I know it's not far from the equinox. We're coming up close. I would love to come back. This is an important site, and it changes history. We'd love to have you come back. Let's do it. Johnson down in Oklahoma found that it's in the Arkansas River. We don't know how old it is. I then talked to an Egyptian expert about the possibility that maybe this was an apis bowl of the ancient Egyptian religion, and he basically said, yeah, I see some things that do look like it could be an apis bowl, but then he said he saw some things that he didn't like. They weren't consistent with that. And then I went down to the Panhandle in Oklahoma, and I went to a site where I saw some oil. I saw another bull carving, and the whole discussion of possibly the Celts coming here and carving something based on the Mithraism religion.
We really know the Mithraic religion through symbols and images of its god, Mithra. He had a solar crown and was holding a sword or a large dagger and was sacrificing a bull. Here we have a bull. It flourished from about the 1st century to the 4th century AD. And practitioners, they believed their souls came from the stars.
What would they go through? I mean, what are some of the rituals?
Torbolia was an initiation where a pit was dug and boards were put over the top of the pit. You, as the initiate, would be brought in underneath this grating. And a bull would be taken over the pit and and sacrificed for 15 liters of blood or over. You physically got new life from this blood from the bull. Now, if that is not a visceral initiation, I don't know what is.
Well, if you're sitting in this pit and a bull is slaughtered above you and the blood is just draining out and covered, one of the things when I was talking to the Egyptian expert was he couldn't make heads or tails of this flowing lines here on the back. Could that be blood?
I think you're definitely on the right track there. You know, if you're looking at Mithraism, the bull symbolism was an extremely important symbol.
This bull seems to represent almost an amalgamation of two things. One is Egyptian Apis bull religion and Mithraism. I mean, is it fair to say that one sort of evolved from the other?
Absolutely, without doubt. Mithraism actually was a reforming of the Apis religions of Egypt.
Now, this is all starting to make sense. If it wasn't the Egyptians who made the bull symbol, it was somebody who was influenced by the Egyptians. Right now, all signs point to the Celts. The site that I saw in Canyon, because of the presence of Oga, they're thinking that the Celts were the ones that were responsible. But they were the ones that came over here. The question is why?
Christianity was around. People get chased out, and certainly it's a very strong possibility that the Celts were simply Celtic Mithraic practitioners were chased out.
People will go to amazing lengths to find a place to practice their faith. And isn't that what North America really has evolved into? I mean, that's what the United States is. But the idea that people were coming here hundreds and thousands of years ago for the very same thing is really pretty incredible.
Well, I tell you, this is an absolutely extraordinary stone.
When I was down on the river, looking at the site where Nick told me he found the stone, one of the things I wanted to do is to see, did this rock come from that area in Tulsa? And it appears that it does. This is a piece of rock that I collected that is sandstone. It's virtually identical to this slab that the bull was carved in. You know, it answered the question for me. I believe that the bull was probably carved somewhere near where it was found. Maybe not exactly at that site on that island of the river, but somewhere nearby. It seems to me that really the most likely candidates, if this is indeed ancient, it has to be the ancient Celts. Joe, I've been invited back to the Newton's Cave on the equinox to see this alignment that occurs at that time, and I want you to come with me.
I will be there.
Someone was in that cave thousands of years ago, and someone with an advanced understanding of archaeoastronomy put those carvings there for a reason. If the cave illumination is anything like what I've been told, then we're in for something spectacular. It's really going to be, I'm sure, an amazing experience to see this whole Celtic Mithraic religion that appears to have been brought here. And if that's true, then we have a real game changer in this whole history of the North American continent. I'm about to witness what sounds like a spectacular illumination here in the Oklahoma Canyon that may explain the mysterious bull carving. The alignment is taking place during the autumn equinox, when day and night are of roughly equal length. Not only could this be proof of an advanced understanding of archaeoastronomy, but possibly the presence of ancient Celtic travelers in America's heartland, practicing their Egyptian-influenced religion. What I'm hoping to see is the story of Mithraism played out in light and shadow right before our eyes. Well, Joe, according to the researchers, the Celts carved this site sometime back around 300 to 500 AD. And if that's correct, it changes history in a huge way.
But you know, Mithraism was around for centuries. Centuries of time where the Celtic tribes would have been influenced by Mithraic mystery religion and Mithraic practices. So, you know, if what you're saying is that you found evidence that is old, and it's showing symbolism of that's 1,500 years old in Mithraic, what other conclusion can we come to? But that there are Celtic tribes that were here long before Columbus. Yeah, definitely long before Columbus.
Hey, Phil. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, it's my friend Joel. He's the expert in Mithraism I told you about. And very interested in seeing the alignment today on the equinox. And what do you say? Should we get after it?
All right, Scott, let's get on.
Joe, is there evidence of Mithraism here in your eyes?
It's clear. I mean, it's absolutely clear to me that, I mean, these symbols are so distinct. Here you have this canine figure, possibly Anubis. You know, Anubis, the Egyptian jackal god, as he's hunting for the bull. We have the sun. The sun is connected to his nose. And we have this figure that is clearly a Mithraic-style sun god. Right here, we have this deeply etched bull.
Well, I'm starting to see that this bull symbol is really important. We see it as the Apis bull in Egypt, in Mithraism, and bull that Nick found in Tulsa along the same waterway that would lead the people to come here that also has the bull. There's a very good chance that that's part of this whole thing as well. Well, really what we're talking about here is another example of archaeoastronomy. I mean, talking about a geographic spot that is aligned with the heavens. And this is something that ancients have done for thousands of years. Well, Phil, we're only moments away here. So can you tell Joe what's going to happen with the alignment here?
Sure. There will be a wedge of light between two shadows that will progressively pan up across this panel. And as the lower shadow comes up, there will be a little knob of shadow. This is going to move halfway up the sun god's face, half obscuring his face, and the sun will be half obscured below the horizon. And as the shadow completes obscuring the head, that's the moment that the sun finally dips below the horizon, and the lights go out. You can see the shadow has moved up and is now right underneath the sun god's chin. And that reflects exactly what's happening on the horizon. The sun is touching the horizon.
So it's happening right here.
This is incredible. It's extraordinary. I mean, look at that. It's so clear what I'm seeing here. I mean, it is clear that Mithras, at this time, in the autumn, he is sinking down into darkness. And there is Anubis who's going to be risen above. And Anubis, of course, you know, the jackal-headed god, he was the god of the dead in the underworld. And as he is risen above, symbolically right there, as he's risen above the sun.
The head of the sun god is almost completely in shadow. Anubis is nearly fully illuminated, and it's already starting to go dark.
That is a really complex alignment.
Someone with a great deal of knowledge and precision has been able to make this map, watching the shadow creep across here. They've laid out their lines, and they've had to have known something very special to have the skill and knowledge to do
this. This is incredible. Here again, we have a brand new chapter in American history right in front of our eyes.
Phil, your theory that the Celtic tribes that were practicing the Hebraic things came here, I mean, this is all just making so much sense now. It's really something. So let me ask you a question. How does Egyptian symbolism, Mithraism, and the Celts all connect? You know, every single one of the people that you mentioned, they revered the sun, the moon, and the stars. They knew that it was their way to keep track of everything that was important to them.
I agree. This site was as important as the Dead Sea Scrolls are to biblical history as this is to Celtic history.
Well, I tell you guys, this has been incredible. We started with the oil in Tulsa, coming out of the Arkansas River. Not far away, we saw Ogun Script. And if we follow that trail up the Arkansas to one of its tributaries, it takes us right here. And this incredible story of Mithraism that we just saw play out on the wall. It was amazing. And really, the only reasonable people that could have done this were the Celts. 1,500 years ago. I can't think of any other candidates. And for that reason, this site here should be, I think, designated as a National Historic Site, and it absolutely changes history in a profound way. My search to uncover the meaning and origins of a 500-pound bull carving strongly suggests ancient Celtic explorers brought their religion to America. Celtic worshippers of Mithraism who entered into their faith through a baptism of blood of a sacrificed bull may very well have made their way into Oklahoma. The stone carving found in Tulsa could hint at their gruesome initiation. Trails of blood running from the bull's head and back. I saw the story of Mithraism play out before my eyes in a spectacular illumination on the autumn equinox, a testament to an advanced understanding of archaeoastronomy. Everything I've learned could mean that America's first pilgrims may actually have been Celtic explorers who left clues behind. It's up to me, and to all of us, to figure out what those clues mean to the history of this country.
In 1983, a prospector arrived in a river valley in Glacier Bay, Alaska. He was following rumors of a large, untapped vein of gold, hoping to make his fortune. The man was experienced in his work and set about to locate the treasure. But instead of striking it rich, he disappeared. Months later, a hiker came across his abandoned supplies. But the hiker saw something else, too. A hulking, masked figure watching him from the woods. His description matched a warrior tribe known for decapitating those who intrude on their territory. And that tribe disappeared thousands of years ago. Since that sighting, this area has had a dozen more sightings, reports of frightening moans, and 3 more people have gone missing. None of them have ever been found. Inside the vast frontier of Alaska is a mysterious triangle, where each year, 5 out of every 1,000 people go missing. Three investigators look for answers.
Jax, a former police officer. Ken, a specialist in strange phenomena. And Tommy, an expert on Alaskan legends. Together, they uncover mysterious sightings and ancient legends, exploring the possibilities of those who go missing in Alaska. The team treks into the thick wilderness near Glacier Bay, heading to the spot where the missing prospector's belongings were found.
You know, guys, being back in this area, that injury, makes me really wonder if there's something that doesn't want us to be here. We initially began investigating the mystery of this missing prospector 3 months ago. We just entered these same woods where people have seen this warrior. I suffered a freakish accident.
Are you getting your reasons over there?
Hey, Ken, check this out.
Oh.
How'd you hit?
Oh, I broke my ankle. Just looking at my shoulder. I slipped and caught my foot in some rocks and completely fractured my ankle. I actually had to be carried out of the wilderness to save me. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It was honestly one of the most painful and unsettling events of my life. I was laid up for 12 weeks. My theory is that we're dealing with evil spirits out here. Now that we've returned to the same forest, it has me on edge.
You saying that something caused you to fall?
I've been investigating the unexplained most of my life. Bigfoot doesn't scare me. UFOs, aliens, doesn't bother me. Something about ghosts, spirits, paranormal, the unseen. Scares the crap.
Witness descriptions of this mysterious warrior match an ancient tribe known as the Nahanni, native people who existed more than 1,000 years ago. Stories describe them as larger than normal men who wore masks and wielded curved blades for chopping off the heads of their enemies. Little else is known about them, other than that they mysteriously vanished centuries ago. Equally strange is this reappearance in the Alaska Triangle, since their home, the Nahanni Valley, is in Canada's Northwest Territories. Could the Nahanni rulers still exist? And if so, why might they have come here?
The Nahanni stories originate in Canada. We're a long ways away from there, huh?
Yeah, look at all the similarities. We're talking about prospectors looking for gold. And then there's this weird masked human-like figure. And they're almost identical.
In the late 1800s, gold was discovered in the Yukon Territory of Canada. Thousands of treasure seekers poured in for their share of the bounty. Farther east in the Nahanni Valley, gold diggers weren't having the same success. And things got worse in 1908 when prospectors William and Frank McLeod were found with their heads cut off. Were the Nahanni warriors behind it somehow? Or was someone protecting a rare find?
You're just dealing with somebody that's trying to scare someone off of their claim or their potential wealth, and it's as simple as that. If a married person goes missing, then you have to look at the spouse. If a gold prospector goes missing, crime and greed is a likely bet.
The team makes their way to the river. It was there that the mysterious masked figure was seen.
Well, that's moving. Easy, falling in.
Still think it's worth testing on my theory. I think we'll go down there, find a little spot, just a little scratching.
Even if Jax doesn't find traces of gold, he might find an indicator material like magnetite or hematite, known as black sand, that suggests gold is around. That would support the idea that someone could be protecting a claim and might even be willing to kill to do so.
I'm going to look for signs of bear up here.
Okay.
One of the first series you have to consider when somebody goes missing in the Alaska Triangle is wildlife. Bears are very common around here and can be quite aggressive.
maybe this prospector got attacked and then buried somewhere.
I'm going to take some readings with the thermal imaging. All right, that's cool. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just curious whether, I pick up any kind of temperature anomalies or anything like that. It's well known in the ghost hunting world that spirits display thermal signatures, generally registering as cold spots. But I've also heard that if a spirit is evil, it might show up as a warm spot, revealing its demonic nature.
While the mystery of the prospector and others who have gone missing here is strange, the mystery of what happened to the Nahani is stranger, even when compared to other ancient tribes that have vanished. The Indus Valley civilization in Pakistan was a society that achieved amazing technological advancements, such as a uniform measuring system, dental drilling, and urban drainage systems. But by 1500 BCE, they had disappeared from their massive city of Mohenjo-Daro for reasons unknown. The Anasazi of the southwest United States, famous for their cliff dwellings, were similarly lost to history some 800 years ago. They seemingly left in a hurry, abandoning cooking pots and baskets in their former abode. And it's unclear what fate befell the Minoans of Crete that drove them out of existence around 1450 BCE. Scientists have speculated about everything from a volcano to a tsunami to explain their sudden disappearance, which has drawn comparisons to the legend of Atlantis. But these other civilizations are known by the architecture or tools they left behind. The Nahani's only legacy is a gruesome oral history told by neighboring tribes of a vicious people who would chop off their enemies' heads. Maybe the Nahani never really existed, but then what was the legend based on? And what are eyewitnesses seeing out here now?
You find any clients of gold yet?
Nothing. Hey guys!
Yeah, buddy.
Getting something kind of weird on the thermal imaging. As I'm scanning the river with the thermal imager, I record a slight heat wisp coming off the water. Now, this is glacial runoff, so I have no idea how this could be giving off warmth. While you were standing there, I was taking some readings, and by the way, 39 degrees is the water temperature right there on the shore. See those red lines that are kind of coming up? What is that? To me, it looks like some kind of vapor, like a mist or something that's kind of coming off the water. If the water's 39 degrees, how are we having heat radiating off of the water?
Really could just be looking at some underground magma that's, undiscovered straight downstream.
Oh, all over southeast Alaska and around, we're on the ring of fire, so there's hot springs out there definitely. But as far as I know, there are no hot springs in this area.
The southern edge of the state sits on a ring of fire, a volatile line of volcanic activity that outlines the tectonic Pacific plate. As the plate shifts, heat from molten rock can escape from thermal vents at the surface.
When you consider how much of Alaska hasn't been explored, there has to be some geological features that haven't been identified or mapped out yet. So maybe magma is causing this temperature differential.
In the paranormal world, we look for temperature inversions that are dramatically different, and that's an anomaly in my mind. I can't explain it.
Can you hear that? What? Not hear that?
What do you hear?
Listen. You have your audio device on it?
Yeah.
Shield me. Why don't you record this one? So this will pick anything up. As we're standing there, I start hearing this soft moaning sound. I don't want to make too much of it, but this Nahani legend involves people hearing spooky moans. So I want to see if we can identify what this sound is.
Okay, recording. It's kind of a murmuring. It's real like kind of a whistling murmuring. Yeah, I hear that. It's probably the wind, right? It's not the water.
It's coming down the river. We can't get out of here. We're not going to be able to get through here, so let's go back. We'll come back and find another spot to come up to the river.
I'm just hearing wind now, guys. I'm not getting that noise anymore.
Yeah, I don't hear it either. Check that.
I suppose I got there.
Hell, I mean, we think something from down upriver.
There's no road here.
Old prospector's truck, I think.
Yeah.
The body style of the truck suggests a 30s era model. That's consistent with the time when the Great Depression spawned an increased number of prospectors, and the amount of rust suggests it's been here since that time.
Now that once again reinforces that there's a belief that there's gold in this area. Do you think this is where the sound came from? Yeah, listen.
I think it's just the wind playing some tricks through here.
The way the wind moves through this bend of the river gives it an increased resonance due to the constricted passageway, which could have created the sound they heard. Now the question is, does this truck provide any new evidence?
Why don't you guys go down there and check it out? All right, I'm gonna hang around up here and see if I can get that sound again.
Why don't we tell this truck has been here for a long time, many decades, so it probably predates our missing prospect. And the fact that the river's constantly rushing through it, there's going to be very little evidence left to show us who owned the vehicle.
Okay, check this out. I'm not sure what's going on there. As I'm scrolling back through my photos, I come across a picture of Jack's Panther over the river, and I noticed something pretty strange.
Go back in again?
You what is that?
Like an anomaly on the film. It's a curved half circle. Streaks of light like this often show up in photos where people believe spirits are present. No, it's just like a sight. This anomaly looks unsettlingly like the Nahani's weapon of choice. Maybe right there in the net, brother.
The number of people reported missing each year in the Alaska Triangle defies the odds. Native lore is steeped in stories of otherworldly creatures who might be contributing to this epidemic. But could a legend from outside the triangle be partly to blame? Strange sightings of a masked figure, which may be an apparition, have evoked images of the ancient Nahani warriors from Canada, known for decapitating their enemies. And the team's investigation into a possible victim has generated a bizarre find.
It's a curved half circle. It's just like a sight. Maybe right there in the net, brother.
That's probably something messing with the light. All the river, water moving.
Next one. Oh. There it is again.
To Ken, the anomaly suggests the same type of curved blade the Nahani were reported to use.
This is the exact same moment when I was getting those thermal readings.
I'm not convinced. I think there are more practical reasons why that prospector went missing than ghosts. I mean, obviously we're in bear country. And obviously we know at some point there's been gold prospects in here. We need to talk to people who've had more recent sightings.
Yeah.
At this point, I still believe there's a real person or persons behind these Nahani encounters. Maybe the tribe still exists. Hopefully someone has seen something that can open up this case for us. All right, together.
As Tommy takes the team's evidence for a more in-depth examination, Ken and Jax track down local named Cody. He recently filed a police report about a suspicious individual he saw in the woods while camping.
Hey, here he comes.
Oh, hey,
How you doing? Jax. This is Ken.
Yeah. Hey, nice to meet you, man. We just have a couple quick questions for you, man, about this experience that you had. When I was out solo camping for a night, I had just sealed up my food to keep from attracting bears. I took my camping shovel and I was scooping dirt off the fire. I heard a low humming sound. It sounded like it was coming from all directions. So I scanned my surroundings. I caught a glimpse of what looked like a large man walking on the trees. It was dark, so I couldn't see his face. But what I could see looked almost wooden. That sounds weird. He just immediately disappeared. I didn't hear any more sounds after that. It's interesting. It sounds pretty scary. Appreciate you kind of opening up for us a little bit. Thanks a lot.
Yep, good.
Thanks. You mentioned the moaning sound in the direction.
Well, check fits with what we recorded. Oh,
And you described the faces looking wooden. That's pretty bizarre. It kind of sounded like a mask.
Yeah, immediately thought mask.
There's always a possibility that this apparition could just be some person who's trying to scare people off for whatever reason. Cody's story makes me want to look at these photos of Jackson again. I think there might be a pattern here.
Alright, here we go. This is photo number 1.
Here it is. That's a pretty bizarre anomaly. Okay. It's not there. There it is. It's only when you're scooped over and Cody say he was digging the dirt up to put out the fire. That's when you heard the sound. Maybe this has nothing to do with gold that may not exist. Maybe it has something to do with the actual act of digging in the ground, disturbing the ground. Theoretically, if there are these spirits, could they be protecting their sacred grounds?
Sacred ground has always been a part of Native American culture, and it isn't limited to burial sites. Locations can be revered because of events that happen there, because they have unique natural products, or even because they allow communication with spirits, such as the Aurora Borealis. And since natives have been in Alaska for 12,000 years, there are likely far more of these areas than anyone could ever know.
I don't give you this. When I got the pan in the dirt, it's like it's above my head. But, you know, I gotta look at the other side too. I mean, photos have issues. It's always a lighting issue. Who's talking? Hey, Tommy. Good, buddy. What's up? Okay, we can be there in about 20 minutes. All right, later.
All right, so, yeah,
let's do it. Having identified an intriguing pattern to the photos, Ken and Jax joined Tommy to see those tests have uncovered.
So, brother, what do you got, Tommy?
Hey guys, check this out. The recording down by the river, the sounds they were checking out, I sped them up.
Is that a voice?
The language expert told me it sounds like the name phrase Septia, saying beware.
Hearing that voice hidden in the wind, it honestly gave me chills. I mean, I feel like I've been warned to stay away from this case a couple of times now. Ah! Oh my God! I'm not sure what we stepped into.
Is that a voice?
The language expert told me it sounds like the name phrase Septia, saying beware.
So what is the name?
It's a dialect blending French and the natives from Canadian territory there.
But to me, that sounds pretty articulate, right? I mean, do you hear it?
It is the wind, though. I mean, if you can start tinkering with things and moving things faster or slower, you can probably make whatever sound, whatever you want. This case is getting weirder by the minute. Now I'm talking about voices in the wind having subliminal messages. I just don't buy it. The problem has been no hard evidence yet. No hair fibers, no DNA, no footprints.
So let's backtrack a second. We have the audio recording you just played us, which you said is a warning, and we have the anomalies on the images. When you're digging in the ground, should these spirits be protecting the ground?
The ground.
Is it sacred ground?
Like sacred burial ground.
Exactly.
A famous case of burial ground curse is the Spiral Mounds of Oklahoma. Discovered in the 30s, this site had so many artifacts, it was called an American version of King Tut's tomb. But when men started taking relics illegally, several died in mysterious ways, including one who somehow drowned in a stream that was dry. Could the prospector have met a similarly bizarre fate by disturbing the wrong area?
I'm pretty sure this area that we're investigating is not a burial ground. But you never know. New ones are discovered all the time.
Alaska has over 200 tribal communities living in the state today, and there have been hundreds more throughout history. Anywhere you go in Alaska, there's a good chance natives have been there before.
I'd really like to test this theory out at a known burial site.
Nearby, there are actual burial sites. I think it's worth going out and maybe using our equipment and see what comes up.
Do the Nahanni have a connection to ground that's been disturbed? Brandy his wife Charlotte thinks so, based on a strange sighting they had in 2007.
Well, spring had just arrived, and we had bought plants planted in our backyard in our flower beds. I was digging a hole. My wife had walked inside the house. I heard her call my name. I went inside, and she was having trouble getting a picture down from the top shelf, and that's the picture we usually use when we're out in the backyard when we haven't lived any water. We had turned and were ready to walk back outside, and I looked through the window, saw a very scary man kneeling over the hole that I just dug in the garden. He was wearing some sort of ancient costume or a primitive ancient mask. Hard to really see what it was. In his hand, he had some sort of machete or blade. Very intimidating. I grabbed my wife, who was supposed to move over to go outside. She did not see the guy. And I grabbed her and pulled her back. This guy looked insane. We sort of gathered ourselves back inside the house, still looking out the window.
Rabbi?
And we watched him as he slowly went back into the forest behind our house. To this day, I have no idea who or what he was.
Tommy leads the team to a local wooded area not far from where the prospector went missing. Recent excavations nearby have confirmed the presence of the native resting place.
Obviously, we would never disturb an actual grave site, but we don't have to. Based on Jack's and Cody's experiences, theoretically it should only take a light scratching in the ground in an area nearby in order to prompt a response from these spirits. You guys ready to test this theory by breaking ground?
Ready.
Okay, we're gonna capture some audio here, guys.
Again, don't see anything abnormal in the pictures.
No anomalies?
No, nothing on the thermal imager. EMF hasn't gone off. Really getting nothing.
You know, maybe it doesn't really have anything to do with burial grounds. Maybe we just took a detour, man. Maybe you're right, Jax. Maybe those heat risks that you're getting off the river, maybe that did have something to do with magma. I admit there's a decent chance that those heat risks could have a natural explanation. The problem is, magma doesn't explain how this prospector went missing. It's not like the rescuers found a volcanic vent when they went searching for him. So I'm thinking there could be another explanation. Magma is often associated with the underworld, right? Maybe it's from the Hani being grim reapers, pulling souls down into the underworld.
Depictions of the underworld have long portrayed it as a realm of fire and brimstone, as if it were embedded in the scorching core of the earth. And while demons are said to rule over it, one figure is responsible for bringing people in: the specter of death, often known as the Grim Reaper, who carries a sickle. Could the Nahani be a manifestation of this widespread belief?
I don't know, Ken. I mean, you want to test this theory? Let's really test it. You know, getting some higher ground, possibly see the thermal imager can pick a hot spot up. I don't know if spirits are real. It's certainly possible. But if there's an actual hidden tribe still lurking out there, maybe the thermal scanner will show where they're hunkered down.
The team makes their way toward a vantage point that offers views of all the surrounding woods and beyond. If there are any more heat anomalies present, they'll be able to find them.
There it is. Wow, look at that. You can tell why they call it Glacier Bay.
That's what it's like.
Ken brought along an instrument for just this sort of examination.
Jackson, you monitor for me?
Absolutely.
Guys, of all the gadgets we've used in our investigations, this may be the coolest in my opinion. Thermal, long-range, binocular transmission unit.
These thermal binoculars are capable of detecting the heat from a warm body as far away as 3 kilometers and will relay the feed to the team's tablet in real time.
Can you go back?
That way?
Yeah. See something there?
What are you seeing?
What is that? There's a heat signature there. But it looks like it's coming from the glacier. You see that?
It's rising. You know, that doesn't look too different from those heat wisps that were rising off of the river.
The The anomaly the team has spotted is similar to the one from their initial investigation, this time on a much larger scale. But what could be causing a glacier to give off heat? Is there a natural explanation? Or is it something more?
What could that be?
I have no idea.
Well, I know this much, guys. It's somewhere where I want to go.
I agree. We need to get over there.
Alaska is notorious for its cold winters and icy tundra. The bitterly low temperatures could be one reason so many people go missing each year in the Alaska Triangle. But could another reason be related to heat? The team spotted a bizarre heat signature coming from a glacier, which seems impossible. They have calculated the GPS coordinates of the thermal image and are on their way to investigate.
How's it going? Hey, good. Welcome. So my name's Shaggy. Jax. Hey, Shaggy. And Cat. Welcome to the lake.
The team prepares to kayak to the glacier on Glacier Bay. They believe the unusual heat readings there could be connected to similar readings where the prospector and others have gone missing. Could these images be the signs of spirits, a potential Nahani hotspot? They hope to find answers while the phenomenon is still active.
I'm trying to bounce around some reasons that we might be getting heat in this particular area. Maybe it has something to do with the rock formations over here. Are those rocks capable of absorbing enough heat to radiate energy? And would that energy somehow, I don't know, transmit to the ice?
As the team edges closer to their landing zone, they know the dangers of the glacier cannot be overstated. The frigid waters of the bay are fed by the continual shifting of the glacier. Enormous chunks of ice could shed off at any moment. The team must tread carefully.
Well, all right. Let's get moving.
Shaggy, what are these holes here? So those are rulons. Yeah, rulons create a network of wet tunnels to the ice.
The creation of a rulon begins when a glacier shifts and develops cracks in its interior. Meltwater from the surface seeps down into the fissures, finding paths of least resistance, which are widened into passageways. The end result can look like a giant sinkhole, a spectacular but deadly glacial feature.
GPS is pointing us right in that direction.
Just a little over 1,000 yards.
Just over 1,000 yards.
Well, we're almost there. Hey, Shaggy, we need to get at least 1,000 yards that direction.
Okay, so it's going to be a little bit of work, but that's all right.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Ted, how's that ankle? Doing good, brother. Thanks for asking.
Hiking over this treacherous glacial terrain, I can't help but think about our first investigation several months ago. I broke my ankle. Coincidence or evil spirits? It's definitely something I don't want to repeat.
How are we looking on the GPS, Jackson?
Hey, guys, we're closing in on it. Hey, we're getting close. This is it. Oh, what is this?
What I got, words of caution.
Holy cow.
Look at that. Oh, my God.
How does that go down?
There's no saying. It's likely that it goes all the way to the bottom of the glacier, which right here is hundreds of feet thick.
It's to the bottom.
This is the spot.
We're right on top of it. That's our spot.
According to the GPS, this is where heat was rising from the glacier. If the prospector's disappearance was connected to similar thermal activity of the river, this alone might show the team how.
That's a huge hole, man. Holy, that's crazy.
The mystery of the missing prospector has been tied to frightening visions of masked warriors in Glacier Bay, Alaska. Descriptions of these men fit the legendary Nahani tribe from Canada, which vanished thousands of years ago. But Juneau resident Naomi is among those who believe they may have returned.
I was out for a jog before work, and I was on a wooded trail outside town, and I started to feel the ground shake a little tree next to me. A few seconds later, the ground stopped shaking, and I looked over in the distance, and there was this huge man wearing a mask that I'd never seen before, really creepy. I've never seen anything like it. And the second I looked at him, he was staring at me, and a second later, he was gone. I don't know where he went, but I started running again pretty quick. And later on that night, I ran into some friends and asked them if they felt the earthquake because it was a little weird. And they said they had not felt anything, so whatever happened out there, no one else felt it.
Are you guys feeling any warmth? Nothing at all. That doesn't make sense. I mean, if this is the spot where we're getting the readings, we should be feeling something. All right, well, check the thermal images. Yeah, this is definitely. Yeah, I guess. Nothing. That is strange, guys. I mean, the conditions from yesterday to today are exactly the same. Overcast, gray, everything. There's no reason we should be getting a different reading than we were yesterday. Makes no sense. Well, here's something we haven't tried yet. Pull out our camera and send a camera down there. Send it down online. See what's down there. All right, brilliant. With the bottom of the balloon not visible to the naked eye, the team will attach a camera to a rope and lower it into the hole. Watching the live feed sent back to the surface, they'll look for signs of anything that might create a heat signature, such as a thermal vent in the bedrock below, or even something man-made. The audio is going to be, we've got a built-in mic on the camera. Plug that in, I guess we'll just monitor it through there. Yeah, what do you think about the theory of the magma? If it really was, something from deep down inside the earth, we'd be feeling it right here, right? Well, magma that's closest to the surface is minimum 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So the question is, how much of that heat would diminish by the time it traveled through ice that was 29 degrees to the surface? So that's a residual. It might have residual. Yeah, I'm kind of canceling that out. I mean, it's still heat. Okay, guys, we're ready to go. Drop the camera. Come on. Okay, and then now you can hand over hand feed that down. You say it, Tommy. Nice and slow. Okay. Oh man, we're moving right past. Right light, Tommy. It's darkness. Volume. I'm hearing the water running. That could go down there forever. Man. Yes. Indeed. Here, I'm hearing something. Hear that? That sounds like the neighbor. You hear that, right? Yeah. Am I crazy? What is that? What do you guys hear? The wind blowing through? I want to say it's like a muon or a wind tunnel or something like that. Yeah, maybe water down there. Maybe no water running through it. Bigger water from here. We're recording this, right? Yeah. We can advance it later. Later. The guys are hung up on something over here. What's that, buddy? It's stuck. Stuck? It's stuck. I can't see it. It's dark, man. Give a pull on it. The guys are hung up on something over here. It's stuck. Stuck? Stuck. I can't see it. It's dark, man. Give a pull on it. Yeah, just so close.
camera. It suddenly felt like it was hung up, and then it just broke loose.
That looks good. There might be something down in the ice, that has been in the glacier for a long time. That happens.
But if you gave a singular tug, you had to snap. And, it's not under tension. So you don't have tension pulls. You don't have it charged like if something was rubbing against it slowly. You have an angle.
Sure. Yeah.
So it doesn't look like it's worn through. It looks more like it's a clean cut.
Like it was done with a blade.
Is it possible that we get lower down in there to retrieve it?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do that. Glaciers are constantly moving, and the risk that it could close up on us while we're down in there is a legitimate concern. Unfortunately, that camera's lost.
That sucks.
It's not that our losses.
I'm disappointed that we lost our camera today. And it's a big mystery as far as what could have caused such a clean cut in that road. We still don't know what the heat source was that we detected earlier in this area. When you consider the initial mystery of the missing prospector, these events seem to add up to something more than a dispute over gold.
The team decides it's time to hike out of the glacier to their kayaks before a potential storm moves into the area.
Well, I gotta say, guys, this is by far been one of our strangest investigations. I mean, you get injured. Oh my God! And we come back all these months later. The photographs would be in the water. Very strange.
What happened to our equipment? I don't know. That was just weird.
How about thermal imaging?
Yeah.
It's unexplainable. We're talking high-tech equipment here. There's no heat. As an investigator, I look for the facts. The fact was yesterday we saw a heat signature coming from the glacier. Today, it wasn't there. That balloon might have a natural explanation. That heat anomaly has us stumped.
Going back to the Nahani, maybe the Nahani aren't as sinister as they sound. They're not grabbing everybody. They seem to be going after specific individuals, like the people that are digging.
Or like they're protecting something.
Right.
But what could people get close to?
Considering that opening and everything that happened up there in that crevasse, it's easy to imagine that looking at some type of portal into an underworld. It kind of gets me thinking about the hollow earth theory. I mean, who's to say that there is not some truth to it? Maybe there is a subterranean world beneath us.
The hollow earth theory has been around since ancient times and is often associated with the afterlife, such as the Greek underworld or other religions' concepts of hell. But some believe it to be a more amenable place, with a central sun that provides light for entire civilizations to thrive. This theory got new life in 2014, when a series of huge, mysterious sinkholes were discovered across Siberia, their cause still undetermined. Could there be a connection to a vast void beneath our feet?
So guys, the hollow earth theory is based on the premise that the entrances were located at the north and south poles. You guys know the magnetic poles of the Earth are constantly shifting. So what if the entrance to the hollow earth is shifting?
So that's why the Nahani are now in Alaska instead of Canada?
Exactly. The opening is moving. And if that's true, then there's actually a portal located here in the state of Alaska. That would explain a lot of the things that we're investigating, right?
For now, the mystery of the Nahani, like other apparitions, remains beyond the team's grasp. But could this warrior's appearance, along with other mysterious creatures recorded in the Alaska Triangle, point to a larger truth?
Oh, what is this?
Could there be a doorway from another world into ours?
Holy cow!
Allowing all manner of strange and violent beings to invade our realm. If so, Alaska might remain a hotspot of unexplained activity for centuries to come, with people continuing to go missing in Alaska. In 1987, a writer set out to document the strange history of an reporter visited the site as part of his research. He then hiked inland along a river valley to the location of an incident from 1900. A prospector searching for a vein of gold claimed to have been run off by a massive otter-like beast. The writer found the spot, but would make it no further. He vanished, leaving behind his campsite and a brief journal of his adventure. Could his search for the Kushtagat have proven successful? The writer hasn't been seen since. Inside the vast frontier of Alaska is a mysterious triangle, where each year, 5 out of every 1,000 people go missing. Three investigators look for answers. Jax, a former police officer. Ken, a specialist in strange phenomena. And Tommy, an expert on Alaskan legends. Together, they uncover mysterious sightings and ancient legends, exploring the possibilities of those who go missing in Alaska.
Thomas Bay, and that kind of place.
The team heads toward the location where the missing writer began his Otterman research, the area where the native village was destroyed more than 250 years ago. It was a native planet fishing village, large for its time, but the area has been desolate since its demise.
Thomas Bay, where we're going, it's kind of an isolated, remote area. Beautiful back in there. People use it for hunting and fishing, but as far as I know, people don't live there.
Now, the legend of the Otterman, it sounds pretty creepy to me. I mean, I think that would effectively keep people away.
The Otterman is a staple of Plymouth folklore. This blend of otter and human is reported by some to be up to 8 feet tall, earning it the nickname Alaska's other Bigfoot, but it's also believed to be a shapeshifter, disguise itself as a regular-sized river otter, or even as a familiar person, in order to lure victims away, where it can capture them and turn them into other ottermen.
I grew up with these Otterman stories, and it feels like there's something to them. Once I had a river otter look in my window, checking me out, and it definitely seemed like it was more than just an animal.
I understand legends. As long as you want to live in an area where the ground's going to crash on top of you at any moment, like the Bear Glacier over there. I mean, with all the erosion sitting over it, something can come down on you. What you build gets wiped out. I wouldn't want to live here.
The Bear Glacier was first surveyed by the U.S. Coast Guard Geodetic Survey in 1887. From then until the 1940s, more than 2 kilometers worth of sediment escaped the glacier into Thomas Bay, indicating an ongoing trend of erosion and outwash. With such an unstable landscape, could an angry, powerful being have caused a collapse that wiped out the town? Although no one lives here anymore, many visitors have reported glimpses of a large, hairy animal that appears to be roaming the territory.
Guys, it's pretty eerie coming in with that low-lying fog.
It came out of nowhere.
Kind of ominous, right?
Doesn't feel like being isolated, that's for sure.
Let's read the first entry from his journal. The writer that went missing.
The writer's short journal remains the only glimpse into what he experienced on his fateful expedition nearly 30 years ago.
He writes, a tiring day getting to Thomas Bay, which might explain the unease I feel despite my acceleration in this project. Perhaps the knowledge of all those who perished on this unassuming land weighs too heavily on me. I assume I'll feel more like myself tomorrow.
Let's hear it.
The team starts retracing the writer's path, heading toward its final campsite. Although This area is uninhabited. One theory is that the writer felt that people who might be hidden in these parts.
Hey, hold up, guys. On the way is just keep looking for signs of anyone living out here. Yeah, this looks completely undisturbed.
Well, what I'm most interested in is finding signs of river otters. Again, it's just, to me, I find this connection between the quote-unquote otter man fascinating, but it's somehow being derived off of real otters.
The habitat of river otters extends throughout southern Alaska and across most of North America as well. Their highly playful nature and social interaction is very human-like, which might have inspired the Otter Man legend. But how did the story take such a dark turn? Perhaps the centuries of encroaching hunters that recklessly depleted river otter numbers led to fears of the Otter Man turning vengeful and violent against humans.
What's this, Tommy?
Part of an old structure that was here. They built all the houses up on pilings, keep them out of the water.
Hey guys, check this out.
You got
Well, a whole bunch over there, Tommy.
a bunch of mussels here, some crab.
Mussel shells, but they're all empty. There's a whole pile right here. Could this be otters, Tommy? I mean, it looks like these may have been broken across, broken open, but clean. They're cleaned out, no meat or flesh or anything.
What about the other explanation potential? Well, hiking through here, like you said, hunters.
I mean, would humans do this? Actually eat these raw?
It's possible, but we usually build a fire to cook them.
Well, this potentially could be sign of a river otter. I mean, I don't think we want to make that at this point. Might be a hard drive.
I always appreciate Ken's enthusiasm for his theories. Finding evidence of an otter doesn't mean there's an otter man. What it could mean is there are larger predators that feed on otters, so we need to be careful.
As night settles in, the team continues their long hike up the river, following their GPS tracker toward the writer's final campsite.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
This is it right here, guys.
That's not the spot.
Well, this makes sense, you know. Look at down there, the river's way down there. When you're building a camp here, you want to build a camp on high ground, so you don't get flooded off in case of the heavy rains.
Real quick, this is drum. Okay, this was the last journal entry. It's the last known spot right here. Day 2 of the trip, and I seem to have filled my head with so many thoughts of Kushika. My mind is incapable of entertaining anything else. Already I've imagined a voice in the woods and a shadow amongst the trees. I'll explore the area tomorrow where the sunlight is much stronger and my nerve much steadier.
A voice in the woods and a shadow in the trees. It's pretty creepy. Have you guys noticed that other than the sound of the river, we haven't heard any wildlife out here at all?
You're right.
You remember that story about the prospector that came up here in the year 1900? And one of the things he talked about was the strange lack of wildlife in this area.
According to the prospector, named Charlie, he was sent into the strange wilderness ahead of his crew to locate a reported vein of gold. He arrived in the area and began scouting, but instead of finding riches, he spotted a large, hairy creature galloping toward him. It was humanoid, with coarse fur and claw-like fingers. Charlie fled the scene, claiming the creature was right on his heels before he lost it in the river. Natives who heard the story immediately claimed it was the Kushtika.
I mean, I think from here, all we left to do is spread out and see what else we can find. When I hear a story about a big hairy animal chasing someone, I assume it's a bear. We haven't seen any signs of bear out here yet. But the prospector story is well over 100 years ago. They could have been all over the place then.
Bears are only one type of dangerous animal that could be in these parts. Moose injure more people each year than bears, and wolves have also been known to range through these woods. Where they are now is anyone's guess. But modern sightings suggest there is still something active in this area.
Hey guys, come over. I think I got something. There's a big den over here.
What do you got?
Hey guys, I think I found something. Hold this for a sec.
dugout suggests a recent presence. If it's a predator, that might explain why other wildlife is staying hidden.
You hear that? What's that? What's that?
Each year, missing persons cases in the Alaska Triangle number in the thousands. Wolves and bears are suspected in at least some of these cases. The Kuro River otter may partly to blame. Legends of the shape-shifting otter man drew a writer's interest, only to see him become a statistic when he disappeared during his investigation. Now the team is exploring the same location.
All right, guys.
You hear that? What's that? What's that?
Where'd it come from, guys? Shh. Tommy went to the quarter up.
Dude, I have no idea what that was. Sounded like a baby cry.
It's over there.
Think we can track it down?
Let's have a look.
Legend states that the otter man imitates other beings in order to lure its victims to him to be captured and assimilated. At this point, that seems at least as valid a possibility as finding infinite distress out here.
Jackson scans the woods ahead with a thermal imager, looking for any more bodies near the location of the strange sound they heard.
I could have sworn we heard it right over here.
It sounded like it might have been a little further, though, Ken.
It was definitely this direction. Ken, Jax, check this out. Where you at, Tommy? Up here.
Yeah, buddy.
Look at this. Look at back there. Over here.
You tell me what these tracks are?
They look like clock tracks to me.
Some photos of this.
Foxes can make vocalizations that sound very similar to a human baby.
Yeah, but we should have an expert listen to the audio recordings to confirm that.
The team gets back to work scouring for clues, but tonight there's no more evidence to be found. The next day, after sending their samples to a lab for analysis, Ken and Tommy travel to nearby Sitka to visit Gary, an expert in Kushta Kabor, who also happens to be the father of Tommy's girlfriend.
Oh, Tommy? Hey, Gary. How are you doing? Good. How you doing? You guys want to come on in? Sure. Come on, guys. Is there something I can help you?
We're investigating stories about the Kushtaka. Maybe you have some your own personal stories on this.
I grew up knowing there was a Kustika, knowing that there was an otter man to be feared.
Why are the Native people so fearful of the Kushtaka? What is so terrifying about this creature?
Because they're afraid that they're going to steal their soul and their body, turn them into a Kushtaka, and when they do that, the Tlingit will never get reincarnated as a human being again. They'll do anything but get you away from the safety of your home or your village. They can shape-shift into your loved one or even a best friend.
The descriptions of the shape-shifting, to me it's very reminiscent of other global legends of shape-shifting types of beings or entities.
Shapeshifters pervade ancient lore and are almost always based on animals that are local to the culture. Japanese legends describe the kitsune, a fox with up to 9 tails that can assume human form. The Scottish and Irish have the selkie, a seal that can shed its skin to become a person on land. And the Navajo reenact stories of skinwalkers, natives who can transform into any animal in their realm. Some historians believe these legends were inspired by people with abnormalities, as if they were something other than fully human. Could the human-like qualities of the otter have made it a natural fit for the Alaskan version of this folklore?
Are there any talismans or things that you can do to protect yourself?
They don't like iron or steel because they know that they can be weapons. They're definitely afraid of dogs.
So, Gary, we're going to be going out to the woods and doing some more investigation. Maybe we can borrow your dog, Clyde.
Oh, Clyde.
was being dipped on and take with you, and they would definitely be afraid of them.
I think it might help us if we could actually speak to someone who's experienced or seen an ocean or recently. Would you know anyone like that?
I know a young man that had seen one recently, and I can introduce you to him.
That would be terrific.
Okay.
As Ken and Tommy get information about a witness, Jax visits the lab where the team left their evidence for examination. Rick Mueller, a biologist who's an expert on native Alaskan species, has finished his analysis.
Hey, how we doing?
Jax, how are you?
Good
to see you again.
Got some stuff for me?
I do.
Very, very cool.
Examined your recording, and I do have some results. I'm going to play your recording.
Okay.
And like you were saying, it does sound like a baby screaming. And here's a recording that we have in our database.
Yeah, that was sound a lot like
Were recorded. That was a red fox. The audio that you supplied in the background is a faint chattering. You hear that?
I do hear that.
And that's called geckering.
Fox geckering is a unique sound that separates their vocalizations from other species. While sometimes used by kids in playtime, it's most commonly employed during aggressive encounters or uttered as a warning.
The strange thing is, up until this point, we had seen no signs of wildlife. The forest was eerily quiet.
That's unusual. Usually you hear a lot of sound from squirrels to magpies, so it could be quite obvious that there's something that's making these foxes very disturbed.
So what about the fur?
The fur, I can tell you, is a different story to me. I'd like to just move this. DNA analysis reflects that it's river otter.
Okay.
But we've never seen a hair that long.
I wanted to say the fur was from a fox, which would match the sound in the print that we found. Or maybe a bear, which was my leading theory for what happened with Missing Rider. They didn't say otter, shocking.
The sample that you supplied was 3 to 4 times longer than what you can see right here. And that's very abnormal. Longer hair is usually reserved for your non-aquatic animals.
So we're dealing with a river otter positive is possibly an anomaly or a subspecies that hasn't been identified.
It's not something I've ever seen before. It has to be mystified.
The river otter has long been a staple of the Alaskan landscape. Could it also help answer the mystery of why so many people go missing in the Alaska Triangle? A sea otter is a second branch of this family tree. Evolution has made it up to 4 times larger than its cousin and adapted it with paddle-like limbs and increased foot webbing so it can live almost exclusively in water. Considering such specializations, the team has to consider the possibility of a third strain of this creature, an otter highly suited to land that's big enough to target humans. The otter man, also known as the Kushtaka, pervades the lore of the claimants of Southeast Alaska, who believe it can steal your soul. The team has discovered some odd fur, identified by DNA as river otter, but longer than normal for the species. Could this be a validation of the Kushtaka, or is it just a genetic quirk on an otherwise ordinary otter? Based on the lead from Gary, Ken and Jax meet with a witness named Alex, who claims to have had a run-in with the Kushtaka a few months ago.
Pretty good, interesting story to tell us.
I was out running on my favorite trail, and as I was running, I saw my friend ahead of me. And I yelled out after him, and he just kept on going. And I was yelling his name, and nothing. So I finally stopped, and he bolted into the woods. And that's when I figured, okay, I'm just going to figure out where he's headed. Maybe I'll meet him there. So I tried to give him a call, and then he'll hear me. And he picks up after the first ring. He goes, hey, Alex, how are you? That's what I called to ask you. I see you out here. Where are you going? Maybe I can meet up. He says, I'm at my house. Not winded. It was strange. I got this weird feeling inside. This is not right. I hang up and I got out of there as soon as possible.
before, you need to run in, your adrenaline's up, you got fatigue, you might be making a mistake. Are you really sure that was your friend?
Yeah, maybe just someone that looked like him.
This is a small town. We know everybody here. Everybody knows everybody. I know that was my friend. We were all raised with stories, and I'm absolutely positive. It's got to be a Kushika.
Why don't you tell us what you know? What is the Kushika in your experience?
Oh, half otter, half man. He's a shapeshifter, and tries to lead people into the woods. With that, who else could it be? That's exactly what this person who's looking like my friend was doing.
So, Alex, approximately where was this location where you saw your friend take off into the woods?
It was on the Indian River Trail. Why do you think it'd be after you? Why do you think it'd be drawing you away? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
The team heads to the location of Alex's sighting. The Indian River is located just outside of Sitka, a mere 90 miles from Thomas Bay and the ongoing sightings there.
This is the jogging trail right here the witness described, yeah.
They are hopeful there might be some lingering clues.
Up here? Yeah, up there.
Yeah, that's the way.
You want to head that way? I'll go this way. I'm going to take the middle, man.
Okay.
All right.
If they can find any shoe prints, that could help them track down anyone who ran here. Even a sliver of a protein bar wrapper might have some DNA on it.
Hey, Jax, are you seeing anything?
Nothing so far.
But after 2 hours of searching, they don't find a trace.
It's really disappointing not to find any evidence here. As of now with this incident, all we have is one man's story. Eyewitnesses can be unreliable. We've done thousands of interviews with witnesses who are sane, sober, and articulate adults, and they still get items wrong. They can still get colors wrong, descriptions wrong, even as simple as someone having hair or not having hair. It's just how it is. The human brain fills in facts. It's just an option we have to really consider that he just did see somebody he thought was his friend. It wasn't.
Well, man, that's definitely a possibility. But it fits the traits of the Kushnika. I mean, what does it do? It targets individuals and leads them out into the wilderness, leads them astray. And that's exactly what this guy's describing.
We just be careful that we're not sticking his statement into that story because he knows what a Kushika is. That's all I'm saying.
All accounts that I've heard of growing up here, Kushnika will lure people either into the woods or down to the river. The ravine is all channeled together and it's headed right down towards the river. If we're going to find a river out of it, we're going to find them.
The team doesn't know if they're dealing with a creature or a person with bad intentions. But either way, the river is a prime spot. A person could dispose of evidence there, or even use it for a quick getaway.
This is like a lot calmer right here.
You're right. I think maybe this is a good location to look around for a sign of otter footprint.
Sounds good. Look around.
Get a nice soft bank for tracks, too.
Rain's been coming down pretty hard today, guys. I think the tracks will be wiped out pretty quick in the soft mud.
Hey guys, I think we've got something. Check it out.
Yeah, but what do you got? Check that out.
The state of Alaska has the highest rate of missing people in the country. Are there dangers here besides the rugged terrain, harsh weather, and known predators? The Clinic folklore of southeast Alaska describes a terrifying creature called the Kushtika, or otter man, that lures people into the woods and turns them into other Kushtikas. A witness testimony about this shape-shifting beast has led the team to the Indian River near Sitka, where they may have unearthed a clue.
Hey guys, I think we've got something. Check it out.
Yeah, but what do you got? Oh wow, check that out.
Well, broken wires and it was like something was coming through here. It got snagged on the stick.
Doesn't look like bear hair. I
wouldn't think canine either. It's a little
Too dense.
yeah, pretty thick.
This is a lot like what we found the other day.
None of the river otters I know have had this long.
Well, this is the anomaly that got brought up with the technician the other day. Is that everything DNA-wise meant it was a river otter.
Yeah.
Not a shadow of a doubt, but except for the length. This just might be the spot where we need to focus our attention, guys. If there are real but abnormal otters running around out here, well, maybe that's what inspired Acoustica Legends. And this is our chance to catch one. I think we should get some gear, get back here and stake the area out.
If we need to.
A real otter with physical anomalies might explain the shapeshifter part of Acoustica lore. Could such an animal manipulate its features to look like other animals? A real-life example of this talent is the mimic octopus, capable of imitating a rigid flatfish when it swims, making itself less appetizing to passing predators. Octopi can also change their color and texture to mimic their environment, hiding invisibly on plants and coral. While these traits are used as defense, similar abilities can be used to attack prey, which is the core of the Acoustica legend. It's a possibility that Brad Benson takes seriously after experiencing something strange outside Juneau in 2011.
A friend and I were doing a volunteer shift cleaning up garbage along the side of a stretch of road just outside of town. And he had his headphones in. He was about 20 yards from me. Suddenly my friend called out to me from off among the trees. I went for him. He said, "Hey, there's a big pile of garbage back here. We need to get it." So I went and grabbed another bag and opened it up. And as I did, a jogger and her dog came running around the corner, and the dog immediately started barking like crazy. I looked back to where my friend was standing, and the only thing I saw was just this flash of a brown creature, no tail, disappearing in the woods. And I looked back towards the dog and the jogger, and behind them, my friend steps out of the woods. Thought there's no way he got from point A to point B that quickly. But even so, I asked him if he had called me into the woods. He said he didn't know what I was talking about. It wasn't even him.
The team convenes at Gary's house to procure some small game traps in case it's just a regular-sized otter leaving the strange bird behind. And if it's Acoustica, those are said to often appear as regular river otters, making them vulnerable as well. The team will set the traps up at the river for an overnight stakeout.
Right here, got it.
Same thing since the
Return again.
Slap shot and trapped alive in it without hurting it.
If this is actually an otter we're dealing with, then the baited trap should draw it out. But if it's the otter man, then the fact that we're all going to be separated should draw it out. Come on, Clyde. We'll essentially make ourselves bait, with a little protection just in case.
With Tommy bringing Clyde the dog, Jax toting his sidearm, and Ken packing bear spray, the team heads back to the river. They've identified a bridge where Ken can set up home base.
Guys, all the points lead to right here. The fur you found, Tommy, about a quarter mile downstream right there. And we're in the same general area where that mystery jogger was seen. I think this is the perfect location to stage our investigation.
Ken will run a central command post from the spot on the bridge, while Jax and Tommy head in opposite directions.
Let's gear up and look at that.
Jax and Tommy will have cameras mounted on their chests that will send a live feed of what they see to Ken's tablet.
Good. Ken, you got me?
Yep, got it.
All right.
The first trap is set up near Ken's position on the bridge. The others will be placed farther along the river.
Right here, Tom?
Right here is perfect.
All right. Okay, you want to grab Tom's pack?
Yeah.
I'll hold the weight for the meter there. Yep. Perfect. All right, what's that here? What's up with the line? It's full of crisp.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah. What's that here? What's up with Rod? He's so crazy.
Jack.
Yeah. You been calling?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing tracks and flags not picking up anything more here.
Okay. I looked at Guinness before, and their sense of smell is a good 10,000 times stronger than ours. So I put down the Clyde sent something. How are you doing, Ken?
You guys see anything?
What happened? I don't know. The dog heard it and
Got worked up over something over there.
couldn't find what it was, but we need to get those other traps set before we lose all our light here. So,
All right, this one's set.
let's get back to work.
The team members separate and head toward their respective posts. Ken will monitor the others from the bridge, while Jax patrols an area upriver and Tommy an area downriver. Jax sets another trap at the river's edge. Since this one will be unmanned, he will set up a trail camera to keep an eye on it. It's motion sensitive with high definition night vision, so it will reveal anything that comes sniffing around. With the team in position, night settles in. For Tommy, it's an unsettling situation.
I've heard stories my whole life of the Kushika and how dangerous they are. And now we're here trying to draw one in. I know this is important for our investigation, but this goes against every instinct I have.
Hey, Ken, I got nothing. Maybe you can look at by the trap. What you say?
Hold on, I'm checking it down.
There's no movement near the trap. Come on, Clyde.
This is Ben. You call me.
Yeah. You doing all right, brother? Hey, I'm not seeing anything here yet. What are you guys seeing?
Yeah, it's pretty quiet up here on the bridge, too.
Hey, Ken, I think I hear something. We're going to check it out. Put on camera, radio silence.
All right, guys.
All right.
I hear the trap gets sprung down below. The bridge, it appears empty. But I need to make sure. I can't break radio silence to call for backup, so I need to investigate this on my own.
following the noise, and then when the trap walks them down the river.
Check this out, man. The bait's gone, and the trap was sprung.
Yeah, I guess.
Jax,
What was that noise?
something green here. She splashed over there in the water. Right there in the river.
Well, let's go over and check it out.
This is extremely disturbing. I mean, whatever jumped in that water, it was probably within 50 feet.
That's nice. That's up here.
Yeah.
Check this out.
What? Trap?
Got a funny pad right here.
Oh, yeah.
Something's been through here.
Oh,
shit.
over there. 4 toes, long, deep pad.
Maintenance there.
What's that, a bear?
I don't know what it is.
You don't think it should just be old and be spread out? This bud's pretty gummy.
See how the digits are all in alignment there?
Maybe it's large like a bear, though. What about a large wolf?
Man, it's hard to say what that could be.
That's huge, man. That's bigger than my hand.
I'm with you there, but I'm just telling you, the morphology of the track looks like an otter track. I'll tell you what, guys, whatever made this track, I wouldn't want to run into it.
Ken is clearly on edge. He seems convinced that Kushik nearly got him. I'm sure it's something else, but whatever it is, we need a safer approach to this stakeout. I mean, if it's a bear or if it's some large otter, we don't need to be separated the rest of the night. We can stay together.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay, hang tight, let me get a picture of that.
This print is frightening to me. It does resemble an oversized otter, which is a scary prospect. And it does confirm my beliefs.
The team sticks together for the remainder of the stakeout, but the rest of the night remains quiet. After some wildlife experts have had a chance to analyze the print, the team reconvenes to discuss the findings.
So I submitted the photos of the track that we found. Came back completely inconclusive. The track was incomplete, too smeared. It was kind of a dead end. Just, to me, disappointing.
Well, that is disappointing.
It is.
Honestly, I thought we had something pretty remarkable there. But obviously, it was a large-sized animal.
Probably the biggest thing out of the whole investigation, though, is the fur. Finding that in 2 different locations has to make you wonder, especially after having the lab analyze it. It's coming back as river or land otter. There's nothing that's going to be identifiable with that kind of length to the fur.
Yeah, it's not like any river otter that I've ever seen. It just too long, you know.
You know, guys, I've been thinking. I mean, last night was crazy. You guys each individually heard a noise that distracted you and led you off. Right when I heard that trap go off. And consequently, led me off of my post on the bridge down to the woods, as if it was trying to lead me when I was at my most vulnerable position, alone on the bridge. If these creatures do exist, as I believe they may, that may have been a whole strategy that had been played out. Maybe several of these creatures were working together in tandem to lead us out into the wilderness, to make us wish to continue.
It makes for a nice ghost story, but it's like boogeyman, you know. But it's definitely hard for me to believe that this is some sort of man/otter. You know what I mean? I think you're just looking for some anomaly, a new species of otter that hasn't been found or researched before.
Well, I know all my life I've heard these stories, and I talk to people that they've experienced these different happenings, and I can't dismiss that.
The idea that an evil force can take on any identity at once might be the most frightening legend of all. Could that be the lesson at the heart of the Otterman lore?
I grew up knowing there was a Kustika to be feared.
Is it simply a warning that even the most innocent-looking being could be concealing a sinister side? Or is it possible that evolution has created a unique creature, one much larger than its cousins, with different features and an eye toward human conquest? Either way, buried somewhere within this legend could be one more reason that people go missing in Alaska. 1999, in Seward, Alaska, Jenna Miller was out doing a training run on Mount Marathon. This grueling 3-mile trail hosts an annual race that draws hundreds of participants. Jenna was planning to take part in it. 200 yards from the top, a hiker named Marlo warned Jenna to hurry. A storm was rolling in. She assured him she would, and continued toward the top. Moments later, Marlo saw something in the sky. A bird the size of a small plane. And it was headed toward Jenna's position. Legends of a massive thunderbird are common among Alaskan tribes and have been depicted in native art for centuries. Could these legends be based on something real? Jenna never made it down the mountain and has not been seen since. Inside the vast frontier of Alaska is a mysterious triangle where each year 5 out of every 1,000 people go missing. Three investigators look for answers. Jax, a former police officer. Ken, a specialist in strange phenomena. And Tommy, an expert on Alaskan legends. Together, they uncover mysterious sightings and ancient legends, exploring the possibilities of those who go missing in Alaska. The team begins their investigation by exploring Mount Marathon, which overlooks Seward, Alaska on the Kenai Peninsula. They're taking a 2-pronged approach. Jax and Tommy will hike the trail, looking for anything that might explain Jenna's disappearance, while Ken gets a bird's-eye view from the helicopter.
How did this race start off as a joke?
Kind of a dare.
Yeah?
Yeah. One fisherman dared another fisherman to run up the mountain in a kind of a competitive way.
According to Mount Marathon folklore, a local man challenged another to get up and down a harsh 3-mile trail in under an hour. The attempt failed, but the challenge has been reenacted yearly since 1915 as an organized race every 4th of July. The current record for the difficult route is just under 42 minutes, but Jenna didn't have the benefit of race day support. Could she have suffered an accident during her training run, for which there was no return?
Well, I don't understand. I mean, this is a massive search for her. The National Guard, volunteers,
hundreds of volunteers out here.
How she could just go missing like that? Maybe after some time, we at least find some clothes and bones.
Right. Something.
As Ken scans the ravines and gullies of the higher elevations, Jax and Tommy head off trail to see what hazards might be lurking below the tree line.
About bears, it's one of my biggest theories. Even if she fell and was hurt,
Always that possibility.
there's a lot of ways that Jenna could have got hurt out here. But what doesn't make sense is how she vanished completely. Again, you there? No, not yet.
The thunderbird is one of the most revered and feared creatures of Alaskan lore. Its high stature is embodied by its place of prominence atop totem poles. It's described as a massive bird of prey with a wingspan of 25 feet or more, as well as a hooked beak, curved horns, and vicious talons. Its strength is also legendary. mentioned is second only to Bigfoot in a number of reported sightings. A famous case happened in Lawndale, Illinois in 1977, when a monstrous bird snatched a 10-year-old boy and carried him 35 feet until his mother helped rescue him. No one could conclusively identify what kind of bird it was.
What of all the theories of the Thunderbird do you most lean to?
Pterosaurs were a class of gigantic birds that ruled the skies until about 10,000 years ago. The largest had wingspans of well over 20 feet, with stout, powerful legs and a sharp, hooked beak for snatching prey. They lived for millions of years until disappearing from the fossil record, along with other major fauna at the end of the Pleistocene.
It's going to be anywhere. It's going to be here in Alaska. Look at all the places to get hide and food resources and everything.
The mountains beyond Mount Marathon have lots of craggy peaks and hidden clefts in the rock. The team believes this could be a place where large birds are able to roost and remain out of sight.
Wow. Damn, Jack, look at that. How steep that is.
Yeah. Love you, man.
Wow.
So I think we're about 200 yards from the top. It's the last spot you've ever seen. How clear that is all down there. It's not like when we were down there at the tree line. This is wide open. Looking around, I don't understand how some people missing.
Hey guys, I got a rocket. Just circle around, come check out some of these mountains. It looks like they're right at the spot we came last week. How was the climb? Over.
Treacherous.
Yeah, it's a brutal hike. No doubt about it. I can see it from here. It's actually unfortunate that today's weather is so clear and sunny. Thunderbird sightings are most often associated with inclement weather, and it might help our investigation yield more clues if there was a storm approaching. Well done, gentlemen. Find anything?
No. Not at all. Just think about it, with all the rains that were coming down, make the path really muddy, obviously a lot of debris and something to trip over. With large rains, all that water should expose your body. Maybe you shouldn't have done.
The storm actually supports the Thunderbird theory, right, Tommy?
Some of the native legends say that the Thunderbird creates the thunder and lightning shooting from its eyes.
Most skeptics think it's a large bird, something like a California condor or something like that. Let's get this summit a thorough once over.
Okay. Guys, definitely interested in droppings and discarded food items or things that look like they may have been dropped in the air, right? I know the larger birds like California condors, they actually will fall off of cliffs to get airborne.
A straight drop here, guys.
Something like a large bird can fall off this cliff and ride the thermal updrafts.
The rising winds in this area are ideal for birds like the condor, which is known to soar for an hour without flapping its wings, saving its energy.
The body fell down here. Momentum would take it pretty far.
Guys, I know it's been years since Genesis' appearance, but birds are known to come home to roost. So, I mean, there's a potential here that there could still be some evidence. The question is, what kind of evidence are we looking for?
That's just it, guys. We haven't found anything. How leads me to this runaway bride theory? What if the gentleman missing on purpose? Maybe the possibility this might have been a ruse, like
To start a new life.
Yeah. It's not unheard of.
Yeah.
So I want to check with maybe a family member, see if there's more to her disappearance than what everybody else knows.
That's a good idea. You hearing that? Tommy and I'll go track down that eyewitness.
All right.
With the initial reconnaissance of Mount Marathon providing little to go on, the team splits up to do some further research. Ken and Tommy go to meet the key witness, a man named Marlowe, who claims to have seen a large bird just before Jenna's disappearance.
you as well. Hey, Tommy.
Man, thanks for taking the time to meet with us today. We really appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad to help. I've always felt a little weird about being the last person to see Jenna alive. And I would love to see some resolution.
So tell us about the day that Jenna disappeared.
There was a storm coming down, and I only exchanged a few words with her. I basically just told her to hurry back down the mountain before the storm hit. She said that she definitely would. She was sweating and tired, but she seemed mentally sound and alert.
So tell me about the sighting you had on the way down the mountain.
I happened to glance up, and I saw this really dark figure flying in the sky. My first thought was it was an airplane. I mean, the wingspan had to have been at least 20 feet easy. But almost immediately I noticed that there was no noise. Then all of a sudden it banked, and I could tell that it was a bird. It was really dark, and I could see a hooked bill. And as it banked and flew by, I could also tell that there was some really huge talons on the bottom of its fucking feet. So it curved back and then flapped its wings and basically just beelined it straight to the top of the mountain. But only later, when I heard about Jenna disappearing, did it occur to me that maybe this large bird had snatched her up or something like that. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, and I've lived here for a long time.
You think you could draw us a sketch of this bird?
I actually got one better. I've got a video.
Alaska is home to great numbers of large birds. Eagles especially thrive in this vast expanse, which is rich with fish and other prey. But could there be a flying creature much bigger than any eagle? Is there a raptor in Alaska large enough to inspire stories of the thunderbird, a legendary creature that can control the weather and snatch large animals with its powerful talons? A witness named Marlowe claims to have seen such an animal just before a woman went missing on Mount Marathon, and now he's making an even bigger claim.
You think you could draw us a sketch of this bird?
I actually got one better. I've got a video.
You got a video of the bird? This giant bird?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a video of the day that Jenna disappeared, but yeah, the video.
Marlowe's video was recorded by a friend who saw a large bird and sent the footage to him. Could it be the evidence the team has been waiting for?
I had contacted the police, but the police, they just dismissed it. They didn't bother looking at the video. So
definitely a raptor.
Yeah, look at that little wingspan on that. Hard to tell how big it is.
Yeah, it's a good sized bird, but there's no point of reference.
Yeah, this was, again, it was taken 7 years ago. The resolution isn't as good as I'd like.
Classic raptor, it's just hard to see exactly what that is. I am seeing a kind of a light fringe. I would love to have this analyzed, maybe spend some time kind of reviewing this and get it checked out and see what we got here. Exactly. I've been actively investigating accounts of giant mystery birds for over a dozen years now, so I'm anxious to get this footage looked at. This can be definitive proof that the Thunderbird actually exists.
As Kevin and Tommy download a copy of Marlowe's video, Jax goes to meet with Jenna's cousin Stephen. He's curious if Jenna might have any personal motivations for disappearing on purpose.
Stephen. Jax.
Nice to meet you.
For taking the time.
Everything for the case, right?
Yeah.
It's been 16 years. I'm kind of surprised. I'm grateful. Surprised people are still interested in the case.
As an investigator, I'm always trying to look at all the possibilities of a case, so basically that's why I wanted to pick your brain about things, try to know what you had to offer. Is there any reason that you can think that she would have intentionally gone missing? Trying to get away from something, whether that's an enemy or something like that.
I don't know of any enemies she might have had.
What are her financials?
I don't know, we never really talked about money. She seemed pretty well off for herself. I mean, she wasn't asking for money, but...
Any boyfriends or any kind of abuse in her life?
She seemed really happy. And there's only one way up and down that mountain. So even if she did want to disappear on her own, it'd be kind of difficult. I mean, somebody would have seen her coming through.
Steve's responses, assuming they're genuine, are undercutting the runaway bride theory. Maybe Jenna was a normal, well-adjusted girl, and she just went missing because of natural causes. I do appreciate your time. If I come across any leads, I'll be in contact.
Awesome. Thanks, Jax.
Experts dismiss the possibility of any modern bird picking up a human. But Judy Benson believes that it not only happened to Jenna Miller, it almost happened to her a decade ago near Dillingham.
Well, it was early spring, and the weather was nice, so I decided to go for a jog. And I was about 2 miles into my run when I thought I noticed something above the tree line. I glanced over, but nothing was there. A moment later, I got this really eerie feeling that I was being followed. And I stopped running and turned to look. And that's when I saw this enormous shape rise up above the tree. It passed in front of the sun. I didn't know what I was looking at. And then I realized I was looking at the biggest bird I'd ever seen in my life. It was as big as a Cessna. That's when I realized it was circling. And I remembered that birds of prey circle just before they're about to attack. So I ran into the woods, scared out of my mind, and the bird circled once more and flew away. I waited a moment and stepped back down onto the road, and I hightailed it home as fast as I could. I'll never forget what it felt like to be prey to that bird.
With Marlowe's video in hand, Ken and Jack speak up to visit Dr. James Klein, an ornithologist who is an expert on local birds.
Dr. Klein?
Hi.
Hi, Ken Gerhardt. I'm curious to get Dr. Klein's opinion on this potential thunderbird video. But first, I want to get his take on the endemic species, the types of birds that are native to Alaska that might explain the legends and the sightings. We're here to gather more information and kind of pick your brain about the history of taxonomy of large bird species, and particularly here in Alaska. What can you tell us about the largest birds in the world today?
Largest wingspan of any living bird known today is that of the wandering albatross. Now, it's got a wingspan of about 12 feet. It doesn't reside in Alaska, so we're not going to see it up here. The largest predatory bird in the entire world is the Andean condor. So the Andean condor is going to have a wingspan of about 10.5 feet. But of course, it resides in the Andes Mountains and on the Pacific coast of South America, so we're not going to see it in Alaska either. The largest North American bird is the California condor. Now, that's got a wingspan of about 10 feet, but again, its territory is going to be limited to California, Arizona, and during certain times of the year, southern Utah. We haven't had documented sightings of them up this way.
So what are the largest bird species that can be found in Alaska?
The bald eagle, and that is quite prominent in Alaska. The large females are going to get a wingspan of about 8 feet. So again, we're going to see those throughout a lot of Alaska. But all 4 of these birds just aren't likely to be able to carry a person.
Is it true that eagles can only pick up about 50% of half of their body weight?
Yeah, about half is pretty accurate.
Are there any chances the ones are still alive today?
It's highly unlikely, but there is always the possibility, we've seen it throughout history, is what's called the Lazarus taxon.
A Lazarus taxon is a species thought to be extinct that was then found alive. The most famous example is the coelacanth, believed to have died out 65 million years ago, until a specimen was found near South Africa in 1938. Could the thunderbird be a Lazarus taxon pterodactyl that's still hidden in the wilds of Alaska?
Again, one other thing, we follow you for an expert opinion on the video that we're trying to get analyzed.
Oh, sure.
Can you tell us what that bird is?
That's a nice looking specimen.
So, tell us what it is.
The vast state of Alaska is 1/5 the size of the continental U.S., but its population is approximately the same as San Francisco. With so much untamed land, the Alaska Triangle is the highest rate of people going missing in the country. Could one of the causes be coming from above? Flying creatures with 40-foot wingspans are not fiction. the skies during the Cretaceous period. Could there be a similar creature alive today? Legends of a massive thunderbird are well known in native folklore, and a modern sighting could be connected to a bird vanishing from a mountain top. A video of just such a flying creature might answer if the thunderbird is real.
Tell us what that bird is.
That's a nice looking specimen. It appears to be a turkey vulture.
Native to Alaska.
They're not native to Alaska, but with their ability to travel vast distances with relatively little energy expended, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility that you're thinking of here.
I'm honestly not surprised that this bird is a known species, but Marlowe did say that it was smaller than the bird he saw when Jenna went missing. So maybe these are different animals altogether. This video does prove one thing. Large birds can be active here without people realizing it.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming in.
Judging the size of an airborne bird can be difficult. But Carlos Diego claims to have had a thunderbird sighting in Sterling that solves that dilemma.
It was a clear spring day outside. I was in my driveway replacing the battery that had gone back in my truck when I could hear something off in the distance. I looked up and I saw something. I figured it was just a small bush plane. But I looked closer and I realized this thing was not a plane at all. It was moving like a bird. So I started thinking it has to be much closer than I realized because there's no way any bird is that big. That's when I noticed that it was carrying something. People don't believe me when I say this, but this gigantic bird is carrying it up here. I was terrified, but I couldn't move. This thing flew right over me, and then it was gone. I've never seen anything like that yet.
After determining that Marlowe's video was of a known species and not a thunderbird, Jackson had to go to Utah. There's still a chance Marlowe's earlier sighting of Mount Marathon was a larger unknown bird, but the team will need more evidence to consider the thunderbird as a possibility.
What? You guys took over, man. What's up? Well, I've been looking in on finding a connection on the thunderbird and the storms. And a lot of the stories that I'm reading about the thunderbird, that the thunderbird is supposedly flapping its wings, creating these storms. So I went over and checked out the NASA database the day Jenna went missing, and there's some interesting stuff here. Check this out. Well, this is the Aleutian down here. We got these cloud systems here. They're coming in off the Aleutian, heading right towards the Kentucky Peninsula. They're where Sword is at. The next one here. Look at that. Wow. Here's ripple patterns here.
That's wild.
There's a direction there and another direction here.
Looking at these images, I can't help but visualize the giant flapping wings of a bird creating these waves in the clouds. Obviously, I can't say that's what it is. But based on the legends, I have to wonder if there's a connection between storms like this and sightings of the thunderbird.
Well, it looks like sound waves rolling through the clouds.
Yeah, almost like something is out there creating a pulsing structure out there.
I think we need to find an expert on the weather, meteorologist.
And this is beyond me. I have trouble believing that a single animal could be affecting the weather like this. But something very strange is going on. Maybe a swarm of animals is causing this. Or maybe it's man-made somehow. But either way, it's worth investigating.
Let's do it.
Alaska is known for its extremes, from its mountains to its weather. Could there be an extreme animal, a thunderbird, capable of creating storms with the flapping of its wings? The team wants to learn more about the bizarre cloud patterns that occurred near Mount Marathon on the day Jenna went missing. They meet with geophysicist Gary Hufford, who has helped them on previous investigations.
Is this your guy?
Gary. Hi, Gary. Well, hi, guys. Good seeing you again. Same here. You've got some interesting case you're looking at? We do, actually. We're investigating a story of a missing person. Okay? The first week of July, years ago during the springtime up on Mount Marathon, a runner named Jenna disappeared on the mountain
without a trace.
The day that Jenna went missing, there was a storm that was blowing and had flown in. And we actually were able to get some satellite images of that.
appreciate your expert opinion here.
This is really a neat picture because, oh, now that picture is incredibly interesting because we only discovered that in 2006. These are called mountain waves.
Mountain waves are caused by a rushing wind hitting a row of mountains where a column of stable air sits on the leading edge. The push of the wind compresses the column outward, forcing the air to condense and create a cloud. When the air descends on the other side of the mountain, it resonates like the mountains in the spring, forming clouds during each subsequent compression that look like ripples in the atmosphere.
Mountain wave, you've got massive turbulence, you've got extremely strong winds. These occur often enough that if we have a storm coming in, there's an opportunity to look for these kind of mountain waves. And in fact, I saw these clouds this morning in Cook Inlet.
That's significant. Gary's explanation seems to rule out a thunderbird creating these storms, but the bird Marlowe saw was right in front of him. And if there's a similar storm rolling in, that's something we can look for. I think we need to get up on that mountain and see for ourselves.
I agree.
Well, thanks for your time, Gary.
You bet.
It sounds like we got our hands full tomorrow.
The team surmises that these unique storms might prompt the thunderbird to make an appearance. Witness Gary Metzenberg agrees after an incident he experienced in 1998 near Valdez.
When I was younger, I used to go to my uncle's place to live with for him, just earn some extra cash. One day I'd been working for a few hours, and I sat down on a log to take a breather. And I looked at the house. Flying towards me was this huge bird. This thing was massive. I'd never seen anything like this. And I stand up, just in awe, looking at this thing. I cannot believe how big it is. Next thing I know, this thing flies over the top of me. And I'm able to see its wingspan. It could be the width of the house. I mean, I felt like a mouse in the woods. It could have easily picked me up.
The next day, the team prepares to take advantage of the coming storm. They gear up for a second exploration of Mount Marathon, hoping to experience similar conditions to the day Jenna went missing.
Man, this first got there. Me, my grandpa almost forgot.
I'm sure if I were snowpants, it's going to be hot getting up there with the cold.
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking about that. Let's go down the checklist. You know, Tommy, if Gary's right about the storm, this could actually work to our advantage. Larger birds are often known to take advantage of the thermal aircrafts that are conditional from storms. Sometimes it's a playful thing. Sometimes, obviously, bigger, heavier birds, they can really use those updrafts to their advantage because it gives them a surge of air that they can actually fly them. This can increase our chances of actually seeing some really big birds.
Well, hold that thought, guys. Get ourselves a good point. On this case, it's very important that we have some good long-range vision. So I find our camera with some binoculars for maximum zoom effect. So basically, we have our 3 times zoom on our camera, and combined with 30 times zoom with binoculars, so roughly 90 times magnification. So it's basically a 3500 camera using a 4000 millimeter lens. Also,
well, short of physical evidence, which is what I'm really hoping, find some signs of a feather or droppings. Photographic evidence of a thunderbird can be amazing. Talking about the greatest discoveries in science.
All right, Liz.
With their gear in hand, the team heads out to Mount Marathon, hoping to stay ahead of the coming storm.
Bird, right? Set. See you on the top side.
Ken will once again take to the skies, this time to keep a sharp eye on the weather. Jax and Tommy will hike up the trail once more, seeing if any new clues present themselves.
I know you zoom into this one. I remember it being this steep. We should be able to get a better bird's eye view when we get past the tree line. Hopefully Kenny gets better bird's eye view for us too.
forecast is spot on. The horizon displays a huge mass of dark clouds headed our way. It's still sunny here now, but this could get really dangerous really fast if we're not careful.
With a storm incoming, the team surveys Mount Marathon once again for any signs of a large bird.
Hey guys, good visibility right now, but I'm seeing a dark mass approaching the distance over the ocean.
We're going to make our way to the summit. We'll see you there.
Absolutely.
It just gets steeper. Is that just me? Tell me.
That's pretty steep, man.
Water tip, right?
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, pull out the binoculars. Have a look around.
Our witness had described a bird that ultimately our expert told us was probably a turkey vulture. And that's not indigenous to this area.
Not at all. I've never heard of turkey vulture here in these areas.
Well, we have some bird that's not indigenous to this area. Maybe that's what's happening.
Entirely possible. 3 years ago, a penguin appeared. We don't have penguins in Alaska. Yeah.
Just one.
Just one. Just found one in the water.
Well, I'm not seeing anything right here.
It's cancer.
Raptors have excellent vision, so they're going to take advantage of that to have a good vantage. was there.
I can hear the wind there, yeah.
That's all that was. It represents the upcurrents that thunderbirds were going by.
Hey guys, these clouds are moving in. Wind's picking up too. With this storm coming in, it's prime time to see a possible thunderbird coming in front of it. If there were a raptor out here of an earlier variation, this is the perfect terrain to find one.
Well, I agree, man. Ocean of fish for the taking. Look at these vast expanses of land full of little animals looking down.
The location and conditions are almost identical to where gentlemen listen, but it depends and they're out of time in the face of the coming storm.
You know, it's getting to when enough and rain's probably going to be coming.
The last thing we want to do is slip and fall, hit about one of these cliffs. It's very valid theory that that's what happened to him.
Agree.
It's disappointing not to have a thunderbird sighting after all this effort. We can't stay up here as the storm moves in, so we have to enter investigation.
As the storm moves in, the team convenes at the local park to discuss their findings.
This has been one of the most intense investigations we've gone on. There's something strange going on here, though.
When it comes to Jenna's disappearance, there's so many factors. There were no places where she could go missing or found. And then the search afterwards, intensive search. So I don't think something went fast. It's not like someone were up. That's so weird. This one, expensive search. Well, this is a heavily trafficked now. It's crazy every year.
Both of this up there based on another type of box out here.
Larger company have those these legends of the thunderbird. Guys, for me, it all comes back to eyewitness testimony. I mean, here you have examples of credible people that are giving credible testimony about something they saw that is utterly remarkable. Think about the thunderbird in relation to other Bigfoot. People have like a fleeting sighting. Is there are actual physical attacks on humans? That's not a case of misidentification. We're talking about something actually swooping down from the sky and attacking something. My own personal belief after researching this for 12 years and dozens of credible eyewitnesses is that some aspect there's definitely something. Now, whether or not that's what got to Jenna, but we certainly can't dismiss the possibility that the thunderbird exists to be responsible for some of the disappearances in the last week.
For now, the question of what happened to Jenna remains one of the great mysteries of the Alaska Triangle. How does one disappear from among the top? It's well known that Alaska is home to many large birds of prey, and some of them show up here unexpectedly.
It appears to be a turkey vulture.
But could there be one big enough to target a human?
Could easily be,
and stealthy enough to remain hidden in the tumultuous sky? Inside the vast frontier of Alaska is a mysterious triangle where each year 5 out of every 1,000 people go missing. Three investigators look for answers. Jax, a former police officer. Ken, a specialist in strange phenomena. And Tommy, an expert on Alaskan legends. Together, they've uncovered mysterious sightings and ancient legends, exploring the possibilities of those who go missing in Alaska. Across the southwest corner, toward the alcove, Sakaya was discovered. It's a secluded spot, far away from any towns.
It's been about 45 minutes, Jesse.
Yeah. Look how huge this lake is.
What are the dimensions here?
77 at the longest, 22 by the widest, how many thousand square miles? I just can't imagine that this guy was actually trying to kayak the whole lake.
Yeah, that's a long ways.
Been out here for a long time trying to paddle the circumference of it. So Rick Nelson comes from Missouri. He's been out here for about 3 months exploring Alaska. From what I had gathered, he didn't ever seem really prepared with food and gear or any kind of planning. And it sounds like maybe that caught up to him. So then what do you think happened? Is normal things, you know, we're in a large body of water to drown?
Even experienced boaters, fishermen go missing and die every year.
So you're talking about an inexperienced guy, the gung-ho attitude, not preparing very well for the elements. That's all recipe for disaster.
According to those who encountered Rick, he seemed very cavalier in pictures. Could he have simply underestimated this huge and challenging rig?
I think there's one X factor that you can't rule out. Regularly on the monster killing.
The monster is a legend that has been centuries to millions. It's said to be fish-like in its anatomy, but much larger than any fire species. Its descriptions vary, but a composite image suggests a 30-foot-long animal with blood-head ramming and a row of piercing teeth for tearing prey. Modern sightings of this creature date to the 1940s, with dozens of reports from a wide variety of places.
I mean, I think we have to consider the possibility that that may have played a factor in this disappearance.
From what I've heard about this lake, is it's not really like a lake, it's like a small sea.
This is the largest freshwater lake we have in Alaska.
It's not like a normal lake to go partying on, you know, and it's really rough and dangerous to be out here.
Every year, people go missing in the Alaska Triangle, searching for adventure without being prepared. But I've grown up with Ely stories, so I'm curious to find out if there's any truth to it.
Ely Lake stretches 77 miles long and nearly 22 miles wide, approximately the size of Rhode Island. It also achieves depths of almost 1,000 feet. Its waters drain to the southwest through the Rejack River, which connects the lake to Bristol Bay and Bering Sea.
I mean, this lake is connected to the ocean.
Right.
So, I mean, there is potential for sea marine animals.
Holy cow, what is that? Hey, Captain, can you swing around?
Got it. That was huge.
The hell was that?
I don't know.
A large splash has caught the team's attention. It could be just a fish, but in the Alaska Triangle, anything unexpected could.
How deep is it, Captain? It's almost 400 feet here.
I'm gonna get the fish finder.
All right.
Tommy retrieves the team's fish finder, which uses sonar to detect any moving life swimming below.
Okay, gonna monitor and all operate. Got 150 feet here of cable. Ready?
Yeah.
Looks good. Still got pretty decent visibility here.
We've got left of time.
That is it.
That's it.
All reeled out.
All right, well, let's just let it set and see what we get.
Whatever made the splash appears to have fled the area.
Nothing.
I think we keep going to the spot where Rick's stuff was found. Keep our eyes peeled for any other green light.
Captain, can you take us to the alcove, please?
All right, I'll fire it up.
The team docks close to the location where the kayakers' belongings were found. They brought a kayak of their own, which they'll use to place an underwater camera out in the alcove. It will monitor the water for any sign of large animals swimming nearby.
Let's stop here. Let's go there.
There's a nice game trail through here. Signs of wildlife out here.
Maybe this guy, maybe he rode ashore, he left his kayak on the shore, and the bear got him, or he floated away. What do you think?
Easy explanation. I just gotta ask myself, why was this kayak overturned? It kind of leads to believe this happened on the water. True. That's ready to keep moving, get the alcove?
Yeah.
Guys, I'm pretty sure this is the exact area where they dredged the water from the body. Of course, they didn't find anything at all.
But that's the wind's kicking up and the current going right into the alcove here.
Lake Iliamna has a pretty good current to it, right? You got feeder rivers on the north and east end, and then the drainage is on the Queechak River on the bottom.
Right.
So it's pushing everything in this direction. Maybe the possibility that, you know, the refuge, or if there was anything left, we can push it and deposit it right here where we are. Which makes sense that this is where they found the kayak.
The fact that all of this stuff ended up here, but he did it, is the heart of the mystery. One of the prevailing theories is that he was out deeper in the water and, capsized out there, and his stuff got pushed this direction.
Well, would it make sense that he would kayak out towards the deeper water? I mean, his goal was to kayak the circumference of the lake and stay towards the shallows, right?
I agree, it doesn't make any sense, but maybe he just decided, no, I'm going to go right across. Wasn't prepared for it. A lot of aspects of this mystery just don't add up. If he fell out and drowned near this alcove, his body should have been recovered. If it happened out in deeper water, his gear should have been more dispersed.
Well, could there be any other animal out here that could hold his body away?
I guess it's possible. I mean, we're in Alaska. There's all kinds of animals on the coast here, we're connected to the ocean, and this is a massive lake. Who knows what's out there?
Well, guys, the only way for us to really tell is get out there and drop this camera.
The team prepares to anchor an underwater camera in the alcove where the missing kayaker's gear was found. The camera is equipped with a battery pack that will give it up to 50 hours of life. The weighted rig will be suspended from the floater, allowing it to scan the waters. It'll send a feed to the team's computer, which will save the footage for examination.
All right, well, now the cameras are all set. Once it gets back, let's get back up to the water.
The team heads out toward the deeper water of the lake, going against the current from the alcove. If the kayaker met his fate on the open water, it would have likely happened along this path. They'll keep an eye on the sonar for any signs of life, especially any predators that might feed on the salmon, trout, or other sport fish known to inhabit the lake.
Yeah, it's as smooth as glass. It's worth noting that most of the sightings of the Loch Ness Monster, for example, in Scotland, have occurred in conditions just like this. Many people usually say that the water is very flat, calm, very smooth like this. Whatever is here in Iliamna is different than the global archetype of the traditional lake monster.
Mysterious monsters have been reported in northern lakes around the world. In British Columbia's Okanagan Lake, the Ogo monster dates back to Indian legends. The claim it requires an animal sacrifice to grant safe passage. In Norway's Lake Selma is known as a serpentine Goliath that will knock over boats. The most famous is Nessie, the Loch Ness monster of Scotland. Like most of its brethren, it's described as either snake-like or dinosaur-like, with a long neck that can rise from the water. Illy, however, seems to defy the mold. Sightings like it more to gigantic fish than its fellow lake monsters. Vacationer Heidi Baker saw a glimpse of this creature back in 1998 while hiking.
I took a vacation to Lake Iliamna. I had heard it's a great spot for boating, for really good hiking. And one day I was hiking along a path that overlooked the lake, and I stopped to admire the view. I noticed a V-shaped ripple in the water that was moving against the waves. And it's strange, but I couldn't see what was causing it. So I looked closer and saw sort of a fin-like shape in the water, and it was just a glimpse. It was almost ghost-like in appearance. And as I was watching, it eventually disappeared and didn't come back up. Being an outdoorsy person most of my life, I've seen many different types of fish, but I've never seen anything like that before. I know it sounds crazy, but I think it was the Iliamna monster.
Here in Iliamna, it seems like we're just dealing with a giant, monstrous fish of some kind. Something that's grown to a monstrous size.
Did you see anything?
No, what about you?
A couple markings on the sonar there.
What are we dealing with out here, fish-wise?
I know there's king salmon, sockeye, and rainbow trouts out here.
At least we're seeing evidence that there's a viable food source here.
There's something big going under the boat. You should check it out. I just saw the shadow.
Under the boat?
Check it out.
What direction, Tommy? You got a bearing?
Alaska has long been a destination for those who like to live on the edge. The vast acreage of the Alaskan Triangle is a place where people can explore new worlds and shed old ones. But this area also has the highest rate of missing persons in the country. Are people simply unprepared to blaze new trails here? Or are there dangers lurking that even skilled survivalists can't anticipate? An adventurer goes missing on Lake Iliamna, the reputed home of an enormous underwater monster. The team wants to see if there's evidence this creature might be real.
There's something big going under the boat. You should check it out. I just saw the shadow.
Under the boat?
Check it out.
What direction, Tommy? You got a bearing?
Tommy, check the sonar.
How big was it, Captain?
I'd guess 10 feet, but I didn't get a good look.
It's gone.
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 You go too deep?
I went to the side, and deeper. I still would have seen something.
Well, if this thing was as big as you said, it was probably a very powerful swimmer. So, obviously it could have swum away really fast as it came into view.
I'm not sure that the captain saw anything at all. Maybe the shadow was just a cloud overhead. Either way, trying to find an animal at a lake this size by chance is a classic needle in a haystack scenario. I think we need to go talk to some experts.
Maybe they got an eyewitness or two.
Yeah, that'll be good. Hey, Captain, take us back.
Will do. Head back.
All right, thanks.
With their initial outing not providing any leads, Ken and Tommy traveled to Anchorage to meet with marine biologist John Parlier. They hope his expertise on life can help direct their search.
Hi, John.
Hello.
Hi, Tommy.
Tommy, nice to meet you.
John, Ken Gerhardt.
Ken, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We are investigating a case of a missing kayak up in Lake Iliamna. Curious as to whether there might be a tie-in to these legends of a mysterious creature up there. Lake Iliamna monster. What could it be?
Most exciting possibility would be the plesiosaur that is known by the fossil record to have died out about 70 million years ago. They are reptiles, so they're air breathers, so they would need to surface to breathe. And I think a creature of that size having surface on a regular basis would still be much more visible. Other potential organisms are the beluga whale. The problem with those, they're very surface-oriented. A new theory is this oarfish.
The oarfish is the best known embodiment of the sea serpent ever found. With rare sightings dating to the 1700s, this snake-like creature wasn't observed live until 2001. Oarfish are believed to get over 50 feet long and weigh 600 pounds. They typically reside in deep ocean waters, but when seen at the surface, their undulating swimming style and lack of scales make them seem less like a fish and more like a monster.
Long being for them to enter fresh water would mean an incredible change in the physiology, which they cannot do. They would die at the time to enter the lake.
What about some of the other big fish?
Well, I have pictures of potential big fish. King salmon, very, very popular fish in that area. Some of them can reach 100 pounds. Rainbow trout, much smaller, obviously. The fish that I'm most interested in. This is a white sturgeon. They are native to all of the Pacific coast. They these have been known to reach well over 1,000 pounds. You know, these are very migratory fish. They've been known to come up into the Columbia River, leave the Columbia, and migrate up the Fraser River in Canada. They like to investigate new habitat as well. And then we have all the seal species that are eventually there. And there have been times when seals will pot up and be on the surface in a large group. And that's been one case where a man thought for sure he saw a sea monster moving away from his boat. The way they're moving made it look like a serpent in the surface.
Iliamna Lake is one of only 5 places in the northern hemisphere with a population of freshwater seals. Little is known about this reclusive group of animals. It's only been confirmed in the last couple of years that they are year-round residents. Could glimpses of these unexpected animals surging through the water be the source of many supposed Illy sightings?
So that would be my guess as far as something known.
You know of any eyewitnesses that could possibly help us here?
And I actually do know somebody. His name's John Chamberlain. He appears to be a credible witness.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I'll get you guys in contact with him.
After making contact with the witness, John Chamberlain, Ken and Jax go to his house to ask him about his experience.
Hello? Hey. Hi. Are you John? Hi, yes, I'm John. Hi, I'm Ken. Good to meet you. This is partner Jax. Hey, how you doing, Jax? So, thanks for agreeing to talk to us about your Iliamna experience. You might have some information that would be useful to us. Sure, yes, I do. One time in the morning, I was on the north end of the lake there. All of a sudden, while I'm hiking, I see this ripple of water coming towards me on the left side. And I couldn't see anything in the ripple. I don't know what was in there. And all of a sudden, bam, it hit me on the left side. But I went ahead and used my paddle to help keep me steady. And when I did that, I felt a jerk on it. So I lifted it up. Part of it was missing there. What part of Iliamna was this? You said it was the north side? Yeah, the north end. I do still have that paddle if you wanted to see it.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Great to see that. Okay, let's see if this paddle shows. His hard evidence trumps a good story every time. Oh, wow.
Yeah, there it is. Wow, crazy. Look at that. It's serrated, right?
Essentially. Does it break off like that? Is the paddle old when you're using it?
No. That would be the diameter of the jaw right there. That's far out of the range of a salmon or a trout. It's definitely not a sturgeon because they don't have its teeth. They have big suckers on the bottom of their mouth.
The bite mark appears to belong on sturgeon and seals as culprits. Could the team be dealing with a creature that's never been identified? Lake Iliamna is the largest lake in Alaska, covering more than 1,000 square miles. This vast habitat is home to enormous numbers of sport fish like salmon, trout, and grayling. It also hosts a rare population of freshwater seals that thrives on plentiful food. But does it contain something else? A monstrous creature first described centuries ago in planet lore. And could it be added to the number of people who go missing in the Alaska Triangle? A witness's encounter indicates a previously unidentified creature. But what kind of creature could it be? The team planted an underwater camera in the spot where a missing kayaker's belongings were found. Tommy has been going through the footage and has found something the others should see.
Check this out.
You got something?
What's this?
Cool. That's just a seal, though.
Yeah, it's a seal. Wait for it. Check it out.
That's strange.
What is that?
That's what I'm talking about. Check it out. What do you think?
That's a fin right there, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a fin. How huge that is.
It's a pectoral fin, about the tail of it.
Yeah.
The team can see only the tip of the fin.
That's got to be huge.
But based on the size of the shadow, it's clearly a large animal.
Tom, do you have that book John gave us? Biology approach? Yes, yeah, let's do some comparative analysis here.
Check that out. That's a sturgeon.
Well, this is a lot more round and solid.
Yeah, it's a round, more rounded fin. This one looks split.
Or maybe it's too thin.
Potentially, it could be a sturdy fin. I mean, sometimes fins get injured when fish are younger, bitten off.
The largest sturgeon top out at about 12 feet long. Could the creature captured in this image fit that description? Or is this something much larger?
It's just not a good enough image, but whatever it is, it's big.
It doesn't take shape and appear to be chasing a seal.
Well, guys, we know that there's been a seal population going on for years, and they're rarely seen. We really don't know much about them, so it's also reasonable to assume that there could be something else out there that's also rarely seen. Something very large that's feeding on these seals. That is the real mystery.
The possibility that something could be feeding on the seals here without decimating the seal population does have biological precedent. The Pacific sleeper shark, a deep water dweller into ocean waters, is known to feed on seals when it ventures toward the surface. But at its preferred depths, prey is scarce, so it adapted the ability to keep food stored in its stomach for a long time, requiring fewer meals. Could an animal be similarly living off the modest cephalopods here? And could its infrequent feedings explain why it's so hard to spot?
You know, I think honestly we need to get an expert opinion with regard to the seal population early on. Someone who's familiar with the seals and what they look like. I'll go with it. Let's do it.
The connection between the seals of Ilion the Lake and the monster has been witnessed before. Martin Buck claims to have seen it firsthand in 1997.
So I was up fishing Lake Ilion, and this was a number of years ago. And I found this really promising spot. There were all these seals out in the water, and I mean, with the seals there, I assume they've got to be eating and having a big school of fish under there. So I cast out my line, and I basically let it out there waiting for a bite. All of a sudden, I looked up and the seals were gone. They had just taken off. And I started scanning the water for them. And I saw this big shape kind of under the water. It just came out of nowhere. This is huge. And I tracked that for a little while before it kind of disappeared back under. It was just too big to possibly be a seal. I mean, way too big. Everyone up here knows about the Ilion monster. No doubt that's what it was.
This is Michael. Hello? Yes, it is. I'm well, how are you? I am. Irvine, but I'm looking for remote only at this time. Excellent. If you have any remote positions available, please keep me in mind. Very well. At this time, I'm going to remain with the remote, just that I don't have to go anywhere. But I appreciate it, and if I change my mind, I'll certainly contact you, okay? Have a wonderful day.
sight is impossible to get afloat. If you can have a bird's eye view of the lake, that would help us ease. Let me know when you'd like to go. Glad to take you out. Perfect.
That sounds great. We'll all set together once you're soon as we're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Good, yes.
Steve, thanks. 2013, a weekly adventurer disappeared while kayaking on Juliana Lake. A legendary monster centuries earlier couldn't be believed. The team has discovered a correlation between sightings in the east and the seasonal migration of the young seal population. Could a predatory animal have mistaken the kayaker for its favorite prey? And could that be part of a recurring pattern of attacking kayaks in search of meal? The team wants to test this theory by taking a life-size lure, a dummy in a kayak, to a waiting boat, which will transport Jackson Tug to the southwest corner of the lake. They'll be joined by a professional diver who will stand ready to enter the water and record footage of anything approaching under the surface.
Hey, what's up? Going? Great. Hey guys, this is Al, no diver.
Yeah, it's good talking.
You ready to jump in for us?
I'm ready. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Ken, good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thanks for joining me. And we'll join bush pilot Stephen in the skies above, scanning the water for any signs of unidentified life. The team heads toward the lower terminus of the lake, where its waters drain into the Jack River on its way to the Bering Sea. The Juliana seals are reported to be active in that area.
Alright guys, I'm ready for position. Guys in the boat. Let's do a setting up here. Do as much as you can to lure this creature in. But I'm curious if the animal might go a long time between meals. So if this mannequin is attempted or not, this could all be for nothing.
There is another possibility that could prevent Indy from making an appearance. It might not be an animal at all. Some have speculated it could be a military submarine undergoing constant refinement and testing in this remote body of water. Alaska is home to 9 military bases, 7 of which were started in the 1940s as a response to World War II. A renewed urgency for military preparedness spawned lots of technology development at these sites. Some have speculated that economic size and location could allow testing of an underwater craft to go largely unnoticed, and the existence of the monster legend provides the perfect cover. But would a top-secret military submarine explain the damage to John Chamberlain's kayak battle? And what connection would it have, if any, to Vincent's disappearance?
Oh, it's straight ahead, Tom.
Right there?
That's the mouth of the Jack right there. Tom, if everything's true, we've been researching. The seals will be here. It's the right time of year. So they can get up there and turn the boat around.
Going around, trolling speed.
Throw a kayak and a mannequin and see what happens.
Yeah. Put the fish finder down too.
You want to tell Alec to get ready too?
Yeah, let's do that. We rig the kayak so we can tip it over and dump the mannequin in the water. If some kind of animal is checking it out, maybe that will avert the distract.
Alright, it's trolling pretty good. Can you drop the fish finder in right here?
Yeah, this is a good speed here.
You want to keep an eye on it?
Yeah.
We can jump in the corner here.
Hey, Jack, can you maintain this speed for us?
I'll stay right here.
Thanks, sir. Alright, we're all set.
The sonar fish finder signals into the depths and reflect back to the surface, painting a picture of anything below. If there's an animal between them and the floor of the lake, they'll see it.
Good picture. Alright. Nice and slow, bud. Go to the current right there. Bunch of darkness, man.
got the camera down and kayak out with the mannequin in it. Smooth sailing. You see anything?
Hey, how's it going? Is everyone going up?
What's up, JH? How you living, pimp?
Not too bad. Hope you're up.
I am just getting I found a new platform on which to stream. It's called Arena.tv. Have you ever heard of it?
Can't say that I have until now.
Yeah, I haven't either. Maybe I have. It's in beta, so I don't know why I would have. But I'm checking it out, seeing if it works. So the cool thing about, have you heard of Rumble?
Yeah, I've heard of Rumble.
So Rumble allows me to stream on like a lot of different platforms simultaneously. And so right now I'm trying to stream on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, X, Trovo, YouNow, DLive, Instagram, Kick, and Arena.tv, all simultaneously from one device. If that works, I'm going to do it from the other devices. All the other devices do all the other streams except for Arena.tv. Arena.tv is the new one. And it looks like Arena.tv is going to work. So it looks like it's working. That's great. And here's why it's key. It's a brand new platform, and that means it's pretty easy to make a good dent in it when it comes to the amount of content that you have.
This is now the second time we've seen something big in the water disappear. This is the Iliana monster. I have an instinct, a high sensitivity to danger. Knows when to back off. Might have missed a chance to identify it.
Hey, Alan, why don't you reposition further away from the mannequin so you don't scare this thing off? Copy that. Yeah, we don't know where it went at all. We got no eyes at all. I'm seeing a huge shadow. What's the bump? It's moving directly toward you. Do you copy? Over. It's not going after the mannequin. It's going after the diver. Jackson Diver.
I don't see his bubbles anywhere.
Jackson Diver, come in. Come on up on the mountain.
Okay.
Jackson Diver, come in. side of the diver. It's not going after the man, it's going after the diver. Jackson Diver.
I don't see his bubbles anywhere.
Jackson Diver, come in. Going up on the bow.
Okay.
Jackson Diver, come in. Yeah, we've lost sight of the diver. Are you handing off communication to the diver? Are you serious?
Yeah, he just off responding. Can you turn him on from there?
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for him.
See anything, Jax?
No, nothing. I can't see bubbles or anything.
I don't see anything back here. No bubbles at all.
Jackson Diver, come in. I got nothing, Tommy. Guys, I'm seeing something surface about 30 yards to the scud, right behind you. Tommy, I got bubbles over here. Port side, port side. Yeah, I got him on the port side. You okay? Yeah. He's giving a thumbs up, okay? He's all right.
What happened down there?
What happened, Ella? Are you hurt? Grandma's here.
Hey man, something hit my tank, spun me around, comms went out. It was there 1 second and it's gone the next. Could never get a clear look at it.
Our navigator and the kayak are still out there, so I think whatever was in the water was after you. He said something big was harassing him. I don't know if it was a monster or an angry seal, but either way, it's not safe for anyone to be out there. Whatever though, man, nobody else is going in the water. We're done. Okay?
Yeah.
Pull that stuff in. I'm going to contact Ken.
They're here.
Hey, Ken, we're all done here. We got him in. We're going to pull up again. Copy that. I'll meet you at the alcove. Over.
Having acquired no tangible evidence of the monster, but with no safe way to draw it in again, the team reluctantly calls an end to the day's hunt. They reconvene on shore to discuss what happened.
You guys doing all right?
We're doing good.
What was that? There was definitely something there, something massive. I don't know.
How did it seem like it was invisible from back? What do you guys think? The murky water? I mean, is that why we couldn't see it?
Possibly, but I've got another theory. Think about this. Nature presents many examples of remarkable physiological adaptation. You have electric eels. You got deep sea fish that are bioluminescent. Animals that are able to change the color and texture of their skin. Right? You guys ever heard of aquatic translucency? Yeah, exactly. Certain marine animals, particularly invertebrates and juveniles, larval stages of certain types of fish, are virtually invisible. They're able to allow certain amounts of light to pass through their body.
Translucency in aquatic animals is an evolutionary advantage, typically adopted by prey species to avoid being eaten. Some species, like certain squid, only have this characteristic when they're young and at their most vulnerable. Others, like jellyfish, maintain this feature throughout their lives. But is it possible that translucency isn't reserved for marine life that's lower on the food chain? Could an apex predator have this design, allowing it to more successfully stalk its prey?
What if the animal here in Ilion is something new, something completely undiscovered? It's able to basically take on this adaptation, rendering itself essentially invisible.
Open itself.
Exactly.
That's really interesting here. I mean, that would explain some of the experiences and witness statements that we've done. The lake this big, though, something that size and degree that you're describing, I mean, it's almost impossible to find. It's going to take a lot more time than we have to find it.
Exactly. And that's why the Lake Ilion monster legend is endured.
With 70% of the world covered by water, we have begun to scratch the surface of the continent's marine life that exists. Could a lake be the home of one of the most significant species still to be discovered on the planet? It would require a lake of enormous size and with a plentiful food supply, both of which Ilion has in spades, and if other legends around the world are any indication, these creatures might be more common than we think. It could be one more reason people continue In 1957, a fisherman was coming in from a day on the ocean, hoping to outrun an approaching storm. As he cruised along Beach Brook Island, he saw a column of smoke and assumed it must be a village where he might find shelter. The man went ashore to investigate. But instead of finding a sanctuary, he found a mystery. The village was there with an active fire going, but there was no one to be found. It was as if everyone had vanished. Suddenly, he saw a massive bear-like beast, which sent him racing back toward his boat. Was the bear real? Or the embodiment of an Inuit legend? The Torkasuk, or bear god. While some view this being as a protector, Oprah suggests it will unleash its wrath with this beast. Since then, the area has had 7 more sightings of the beast, but no one from the town has ever been found. Inside the vast frontier of Alaska is a mysterious triangle, where each year 5 out of every 1,000 people go missing. The investigators look for answers. Jax, a former police officer. Ken, a specialist in strange phenomena. And Tommy, an expert on Alaskan legends. Together, they uncover mysterious sightings and ancient legends, exploring the possibilities of those who go missing in Alaska. The team approaches Hitchinbrook Island in Prince William Sound. The abandoned town, believed to be a fishing village of about 70 people, was discovered near its southeast corner.
Guys, what I don't get, we've investigated a lot of cases where we've had individuals disappear. We're talking about an entire village of people. What would cause an entire village to just vanish?
This is really strange. I mean, there are no bodies be left there.
Yeah, there's no record of any type of natural disaster, like an earthquake or a tsunami or anything like that, volcano.
The fisherman claims he's looking around, he also sees this large white bear.
Guys, we're talking about a village that presumably was pretty familiar and had lived with bears for a long time. I think it's kind of a stretch to say that it's just, a bear. We're talking about a bear. We're talking about a bear that's big enough and bad enough and scary enough to cause an entire village to vanish. I mean, this sounds exactly like the Inuit legend of the Torkasuk, the bear god.
The Torkasuk legend describes a giant white bear that can act as either protector or accuser. As the master of whales and seals, it was often invoked by fishermen for a successful outing, and even by shamans who had illness. But some say it would prey viciously on those who disrespected nature.
What if this deal with some sort of exceptional bear? There's a lot of explanations, guys, before we get into the, a god bear or a demon bear. We got a lot to go on this one. Maybe there was a singular bear with a genetic code that allowed it to grow really hard. What's so nice about sort of the novel?